What is going on, everyone? Welcome into Morning Edition. You know, we have had some amazing conversations over the last couple of weeks, and some of these become our favorites. We hope that they will become yours as well. And as we're looking back at some of the highlights, one of the top ones that really has caused quite the kerfluffle in Charlotte is the expansion and the addition of possible toll lanes on I-77 to try to get more people going through the city of Charlotte. But are toll lanes the answer? There are people out there that say, no, we're not. Matter of fact, we brought in Shannon Benz with Sustain Charlotte, who says, guess what? There are better ways that we can move more people through the city of Charlotte. And it's not with concrete. Take a look. There's a lot. We know how fast Charlotte is growing as a city, right? Hundreds are coming every single day. How do you adapt to the growth, not be overwhelmed? Traffic is just ridiculous here. But there are ways to do it better. NCDOT on I-77 has said, hey, let's make more toll lanes to go from uptown all the way down to the South Carolina state line. You guys have come along. Everyone's been vocal, frustrations about more concrete, splitting up neighborhoods. So I want to talk to you about Sustain Charlotte, how you are trying to reimagine this corridor, and how do we move hundreds of thousands of people in and out of Charlotte every day, but make it a community? How do we do that?
Well, we have to move people more efficiently, right? That's the key, is moving people, not just cars. Cars are actually the least efficient way to move people because they require the most amount of space for any mode, right? And you can just simply picture how many people will fit on a bus and how many cars would fit into that same space that the bus takes, right? So you could have 50 people on a bus, and you might fit one or two cars or one or two people in their cars in that same amount of road space.
Mhm.
So that's why you go to any great city in the world, they have transit, they have trains, they have buses. It's not because there's anything special about those cities. They just realize you cannot move everybody in a car when you have a lot of people in your city because it's just too inefficient. So as we grow, we have to kind of grow out of this sort of small town mentality where, if you're a small city, it's fine for people to get around by cars. But when you hit the big leagues, like we're in now, you have to move people more efficiently. It's the only way that you can continue to grow without people stuck in traffic.
And we're looking at all of these different images and proposals because there has been such pushback from a lot of communities and a lot of interest. Why? Because people drive I-77 every single day. There's neighborhoods that are at stake. There's whole communities that really are taking issue with this. So we've asked the community to submit your designs, right? Like, what would you want to see? We had a kid, make a slide with a blueberry field, and that's our preference.
that.
We
Right.
want that, but not super realistic. So what is realistic from getting all of these designs? And if someone said, hey, I submitted that, what's the chance of that actually being taken into account?
Yeah, well, so I think so as far as the blueberry fields, right? There was a preschool, there was some 5-year-olds that actually got involved, and they were asked by their teacher to draw their favorite things, what they'd like to see more of in their city and in their neighborhood. And they said things like parks and swings. Someone said a blueberry field. But what was striking is that whether you were a 5-year-old or you were a 50-year-old, whether you were, a student or you were a professional, these designs all had basically the same things in common. People wanted more places to play and meet other people,
Mhm.
right? And that's just a basic human desire. Like, we want to be with other people, right? We don't want to be stuck in our cars by ourselves, right? That's how we grew this city, so that many of us are forced into that, but that's not our nature as human, right? We want to be with other people. We want to have fun. We want to play. We want to be outside, right? We want to walk. That's what humans are made to do. Like, there's an expression that, birds fly, fish swim, and people walk. It's our nature. But in America, especially in Sunbelt cities like Charlotte, we have built our cities where walking is very difficult, right? Even though it's our nature as humans to do. So across all of these designs, you see lots of green space. And these are not just parks to look at. These are parks to use for recreation, for connection, for activities, for fun, for live music, all of these things. So that's what was really striking to me, is that independently, all of these people, no matter how young or how professional, came up with basically the same ideas. It just looks a little different.
Shannon, I want to ask you because for those who aren't familiar with the history, right? When we talk about 277 and 77, what they did to the historically black neighborhoods completely separated them, made it hard to do the things you're talking about, walk around, enjoy, and be connected to one another.
Right.
If plans go forward the way they are now, further dividing Charlotte's neighborhoods, further taking away that walkability that you were just talking about, how detrimental would that be?
Well, it's incredibly detrimental. I mean, those neighborhoods already have suffered and continue to suffer for generations, really, right? So as you said, where we decided to put the state decided to put 77 really did separate our West Charlotte neighborhoods from downtown. And it wasn't just 77, it was 277, right? It was 85, it was 74. We didn't build these roads in Charlotte's wealthier, frankly, whiter neighborhoods. We built them in lower income color because they didn't have the power to stop them back in the 19. And so the fact that we're considering repeating that same thinking and that we had in the 1960s before the civil rights era is really just shocking. What we need to be doing and cities across America are doing is repairing what was broken in these roads, right? They're reconnecting the street grids that used to exist. You used to be able to walk between uptown and these neighborhoods, and neighbors could walk to their neighbors' houses. And once 77 was built, that wasn't possible anymore. These became literal barriers between neighbors. Where I talked to a guy who lived in one of these neighborhoods growing up. He had to change his whole. He was 10 years old at the time. He could no longer play with the same 10-year-olds because he couldn't get to their house anymore.
Oh,
He had to find all new friends that he could actually go play with because his neighborhood was so divided by 77. So, repairing and reconnecting is what other cities are doing, and that's what we're asking our elected leaders to do here in Charlotte. And the wonderful thing about that is it's not just good for those neighbors. It's going to make our city more vibrant, more fun for everyone who comes to this part of our city. And it's a great from an economic development standpoint as well. And I think that is not highlighted enough either.
I want to pull up one vision. Julian, if you can pull up that one image that was submitted. A lot of images were submitted, by the way, but there's a group, Eric and Megan Orozco, they're local urban planners. You and I have talked about, actually, can you go to, let's see, we've got that one right there.
Okay.
So let's look at this one. And I want you to help me pick this apart a little bit, Shannon, because you and I were doing some talking. NCDOT, they don't really spend a lot of time with urban planners. Let's think outside the box. How can we really pull apart I-77? You said something this morning that made my head almost blow up. As we look at this image, there's actually a creek under I-77?
There is Irwin Creek. It's actually one of the longest creeks in Mecklenburg County. It goes well down into South Carolina as well. It turns into the original name of Irwin Creek was Sugar Creek. It was actually Big Sugar Creek. What we call Little Sugar Creek was Little Sugar Creek because it's smaller than the actual Sugar Creek, which was both of them were named after the original Native American tribe. Suga was mispronounced as sugar by English first.
Wait a minute.
And so Sugar Creek is now called Irwin Creek because it was named after a landowner whose last name was Irwin.
Okay.
But anyway, as you follow Irwin Creek it's actually clear up in North Charlotte. It goes a lot further north than what we're used to seeing west of Uptown.
Yeah.
Starts in North Charlotte, goes all the way through West Charlotte, and kind of curves back towards Pineville. Goes through Pineville, goes down to Indian Land and beyond.
Oh, my
And
man.
it changed its name. So it's Irwin Creek through all of Charlotte. And then as it gets down into South Carolina, it becomes Sugar Creek again. But it's all the same creek, and it all flows into the Catawba River.
And so as we're going back and forth between two different images here. This one here is the creek on the left, right? That's
Right.
the one that would be
Right.
basically uncovered
Right.
to flow freely. You got parks all around I-77. This is another image that a guy named Matt Weschler, who gave you from Land Design.
Yep.
This is what they're doing in Austin. And so
Yeah.
you basically bury I-77, right? It's underground, and then you put parks and greenways on top of it where we can come together. Is it realistic when we look at these?
Absolutely. Yeah. You can see it's possible. Other cities have done this all over the country. Austin, Texas has a plan in place to actually add 3 of these freeway caps to reconnect East Austin to downtown Austin. They hope to start construction, I think, in 2029. And so what you see in these visions are at least two caps. So I think both of these envision two separate caps. 77 on the west side of Charlotte kind of goes over some roads and under some roads. And so some parts of it are going to be easier to cap than others. And so as you see, like in this vision here, a part of it is still above ground, and some of it is put below ground.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of flipping things. So, when we built these freeways through our city, we built them all above ground. And what that did was that completely disconnected existing streets. That's why we have in so many neighborhoods, dead end streets that dead end into the banks along these highways, right? So if we put them underground, we can reconnect all of these neighborhoods and free up all this land, right? So think of the land that 77 occupies, right? It's anywhere between 6 and 8 lanes plus ramps for 11 miles through our city, just south 77.
Yeah.
That's an incredible amount of valuable land that we can do so many other things with if we put the road underground.
And if we did that, because we're talking about adding toll lanes, right, to help get more cars moving through, would we be able to just expand lanes while we're under there too? If what we have and just putting it underground, if it's not enough above ground, how would it be enough below ground?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, absolutely. They could add toll lanes if
Okay.
they put it underground. They would just make a wider
Mm-hmm.
tunnel,
Right.
right? We don't actually think, again, that's going to solve the problem. As I mentioned earlier, the way cities move more people is through more efficient means,
Mm-hmm.
which means mass transit.
A light rail under there?
It could be, or
Okay.
just dedicated bus lanes, right? Like we could take the existing 77.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's between 6 and 8 lanes, and where you are. We could take one, in many cities, the one I'm about to suggest here, take one lane in each direction and just have it be only for high occupancy bus lanes, carpools, right?
Like what was supposed to happen on Independence.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so if we did that, which we could do for relatively no money, right? We'd have to probably buy some more buses. We'd have to obviously hire some more drivers. But if we ran a bus on 77 South, right, from the suburbs into uptown Charlotte at rush hour, and we had that bus coming every 10 to 15 minutes, and it had its own lane on 77,
Yeah.
people
right.
could fly through to get to uptown without having to sit in traffic. And we can literally do that tomorrow.
And we know that is just the beginning of many conversations. We need your input as people. If you have ideas on how we can better move people to the city of Charlotte, we want your help. All right, we're going to take a quick break. More to come on Morning Edition. We'll be right back. No question, the most out of this world story that we've been excited about, I would say all year, has been the Artemis crew going beyond where humans have been around the moon. And of course, we had to sit down with our transportation correspondent and self-proclaimed space geek, May-Kay Beeler. What is this like? What is it going to be like? What's the future of the Artemis and space travel? Oh, this is a good one. Sit tight. Here it comes.
This is historic. Make it. Let's just start here. How cool has this been to watch?
This was so involved, and think the first time we've gone back to near the moon, because we didn't land, but near the moon since the Apollo program ended in the 70s. So this was huge. And the neat thing is, for young people like you all who were not alive when we landed on the moon in 1969, this old fly girl, I was watching, and it made a huge impact on me. So I'm hoping it will do to all of you and to the next generation
Yeah.
of astronauts. And we have girl astronauts now because we're not
Yeah.
as little. I wanted to be an astronaut, but back then it was just male test pilots. And I didn't think I was smart enough.
And we have a female
Hogwash.
astronaut on there. Hogwash, indeed.
Yeah.
Christina Cook, NC State alum. Go Wolf.
Yeah.
We're back in the house.
It's so cool. And I think we've really been enjoying, I mean, we can nerd out over the distance, the speed,
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
the statistics. But this crew right here, I think America is falling in love with the crew members because of all of the videos we're getting from them. And we should, I mean, when you think about it, with Apollo and all these past missions, we didn't really get that. Right? Because
Yeah.
the camera technology just wasn't there. I don't even know if there was any video in capabilities
Limited.
in there. And if
Very-
it was,
yeah,
There,
very-
there was. There
but it was
was.
like really grainy and whatnot. So
Yeah.
we're getting to know these people on a human level. And,
Yeah.
and we even saw a really touching moment, May-Kay, when they went on the backside of the moon yesterday. So, but can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Commander Wiseman, I want to make sure I get the names right because I do pretty much know them by heart. You know, they have a map of the moon. And yes, we have been to the far side of the moon before. The Apollo astronauts orbited the far side of the moon. And we've had a lander, a Chinese lander on the far side of the moon. So this isn't the first time we've seen the far side of the moon, but up close and personal and so wonderful. But anyway, Carol Wiseman is the wife, the late wife of the commander. And he was looking at a map and of the craters, and some have names and some don't. And they called down to Houston. And the crew just asked, is it possible that we can name one of these craters after Carol, the late wife? And so what's so touching about this is that she was a nurse practitioner. She died of cancer. And when she was diagnosed with cancer, her husband wanted to quit the astronaut program. And she said, no. How beautiful it is to have a supportive partner.
Yeah.
And here he is. And so that touched everybody. It's like, I'm not crying, you're crying. Everyone was literally crying. Did y'all see it?
Yeah.
Y'all watch the clip?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you talk
Yes.
about the relationship between the crew members, and you think of, doing a 4 to 6 hour car ride with my family. You need to make sure you're good to
Yes.
go. They're in this small, confined area for a 10-day trip, and they
Mhm.
build that relationship. They build a rapport, not just for the trip, but the trading together and everything that they go through. So you just imagine really the bond that they've been able to build even before takeoff.
How do you not get excited about that? And Artemis Crew 4 and 5 in the next couple of years, and where we're going to be in a camp on the moon and Mars. It is limitless to where we're going to be going. So I'm glad we got to spend some time and pick May-Kay's brain. We got much more of some of our best of Morning Edition coming up after this. So, staying with the space theme, it's no surprise. It doesn't take us very much to go off the rails and go down a rabbit hole. What started as a conversation with one of the Artemis crew taking video of the moon with their phone turned into this conversation of, if you had to travel to space with your spouse or your significant other, your partner, could you do it? Would you do it? Would you end up wanting to kill each other, having to be locked up in space for a couple of days or a couple of weeks? So the conversation, whoa, did it take off on a turn. Take a listen to what we had to say about going to space with our spouse. So here's the deal. I would not sign up for a mission to Mars or the moon by myself. I would go with my wife. She is the perfect Amazing Race partner.
Ooh.
Would you go with your spouse, yes or no, good or bad, for better or for worse, Julian? Would it be for better or for worse for your spouse to be your astronaut partner?
We gotta go commercial break.
I'm just saying.
I would 100% go with Jordan. I would, yeah, I would. I worry because Artemis had problems with
Oh,
the
no.
toilet, and my wife needs at least 6 bathroom breaks. Oh no! So
Houston, we have
Just keep the crab face.
we
in
got a
the
problem.
sun. So it melts the ice on the outside. We can't afford a
Oh,
clog.
no.
Oh,
Should have to get a little back. I would go with my husband.
Yeah?
He's very smart. He's really good at math. I would be the more organized one and maybe like a little bit more of the calm one, but like he could make us a really great spreadsheet about all the things.
Oh,
that
good.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure
I
there's
love
gotta
it.
be like spreadsheets that are necessary.
I
you
bet
were
there
doing-
are. I bet there
you
are.
were really building Craig up, and then he's like, he could make a really great
Thinking, man.
spreadsheet.
I'm thinking like a
Have
spread.
you seen these
Hold on.
spreadsheets?
I'm like a food spread. He's gonna make a spread sheet.
We just talked about hidden figures. Those spreadsheets are critical.
That's
Those are
true.
mission critical.
That's true.
They are.
Tell
Are
you
we
going-
talking about or
Yeah.
for vibes? Like, is it a vibes?
It's up to
person?
you. It depends.
For
The vibes gotta be there,
vibes.
right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
definitely vibes,
We're
guy.
stuck in that
If
little
I took my wife, she's a necessity.
Yeah.
I'm a vibe.
Okay.
Oh, you're the
I know-
vibe
She
guy.
would
listen,
like do
I
the
know my role.
actual
I know my
important
role.
stuff, and you would be like
I would
the
be
hype
like a
man.
ship cruise director.
Oh,
I would
perfect.
be I would be the rocket moon landing director. I got all the activities planned. We're gonna have a good time. And she's gonna be like, that's great. But we got 15 things we got to do before we get to your time. And I'll just sit back and watch and I'll take videos on my phone.
There we go.
Jason, I can just see Jason loudspeaker. Hey, everybody on the
That's
moon, who's ready for the moon
that's it. I'm
Macarena?
telling you
3
right now.
p.m.
I'm
on
already
the
working.
southern deck.
I'm already working on an Atmosphera playlist. I'm
There
gonna
we
make
go.
we got good music. So that I know my role.
I want Harper on the moon.
Yeah. Right now, Hart would be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the Earth is gone. We got 41 more minutes
That's
till we
it.
see the Earth again. That blue marble
We're gonna look out the right side of the capsule, guys. Look out the right side right now.
Perfect.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. To
I
answer your
would
question,
sign up.
yes, I will be bringing Jess.
Okay.
She's fantastic. She is like every one of my weaknesses is like her strength.
Oh,
perfect.
And we
That's
call her
good.
eagle eye because she'll spot something before it's a problem. So that is mission
I want her
critical
on
as
board.
I
well.
want
I want her
I
on
want
board.
Jess on. You know, all of our spouses are a vibe, so we can all go to the moon.
Yeah.
When you guys know I'm a big cruise person with my wife.
Yep.
When they have moon cruises, which are just like, I guess like a space shuttle,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With all the events and stuff like
Yep.
that. Boom, we're there.
Julian
Okay.
on
Talk
Toledo
about-
We're
deck.
there.
I love it.
We got it. All right.
Lunar Lido. Hopefully my wife is not watching. Love you, honey. I'm sure it would be amazing in space. Listen, these are just some of our highlights and some of our favorites from the last couple of weeks. We've got more to come. So many conversations. I'm glad that you're a part of it. If not, hey, join us anytime you want to watch Morning Edition on Queen City Plus or on YouTube. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you.
Full icon energy, working the angles, 1, 2, 3. You got that look to a T. Full icon energy, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome into Side Hustle. I am your host, Taylor Young, who's also the chief business correspondent at Queen City News. And this is a show dedicated to learning all about the interesting ways that people make extra money on the side. Every episode, we learn about a new side hustle. And this time, we are welcoming Becca Hartung. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes,
and
thank
welcome
you.
to Side Hustle. So you are an artist, a live doodle artist.
I am.
Let's start from the very beginning. Has art always been in your life?
It has. I have always loved creating things and making art ever since I was little in elementary school, winning the little coloring contests. I've always loved it and I've wanted to pursue it, here and there. I like to make art for friends and family, really. I think the best kind of gifts are handmade, so that's usually my go-to. Yeah, I've always loved it and wanted to pursue it.
And you specifically draw people, which
Yes.
I feel like is it's hard to draw up face, right?
Yeah.
So talk about what got you into that specifically.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real. I'm not a realistic artist. I'm not doing all the little details, because that is very crazy, and I'm not there yet. But about a year or two ago, I was just messing around with like little caricatures, little cartoon doodles of my friends. I hosted my friends for like a Valentine's Day weekend. And so I made everyone a little caricature of themselves, and I was like, "Oh, this is fun!"
When
they all
everyone
loved
loves
it.
a little picture of themselves.
Exactly. They all loved it. And like my one friend has it up at her desk at work and gets compliments on it all the time. And so I've just been doing it for like friends for birthday parties, like for their
This is Ethan.
yes, that is Ethan, and that is a commission piece that I did. But yeah, I just started doing it as like sort of their cards and their birthday gifts and stuff like that, and they all loved it. And I was like, it'd be fun. I could do this.
So then let's transition to how I found you. So you posted a TikTok kind of saying, hey, I'm a live doodle artist.
Yeah.
If you want me at an event, what got you to that point where you were like, hey, maybe I should put this on social media to see what people think?
Yeah. So I hadn't actually done it live yet, but I was like, I'm gonna call myself a live doodle artist, and that's my manifestation. And if you claim that you are it, then people will
Then
believe
you are.
So yeah, I've posted TikToks like here and there, nothing crazy, mainly just like my crafts and hobbies that I do. And then I was like, this works for a lot of people. Like TikTok really gets the word out there and spreads fast. I was like, "Anyway, whatever, I'll make a video. If it gets traction, it gets traction. If it doesn't, no harm done, like whatever." And then it got a lot more likes and comments than I've ever gotten before, and gotten some DMs, and I'm like, okay,
One
here
of
we
those
go.
DMs were me.
Yes.
And also I had 2 colleagues also send me your TikTok.
Yeah,
So it got around.
yeah.
What was the response? Obviously your goal was to find clients, customers.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah, I posted that, got a lot of comments of people being like, "Oh, I'll DM you," or "This is so cute. Like, I love this idea." And I got some people reach out for birthday parties. Last week I did my first live birthday party. And it went great. She was so kind and everyone was so nice. I was definitely really nervous, but I was like, we can do this. I've gotten DMs for different markets and pop-ups going on in Charlotte, which there's always so many of. I've gotten some people reaching out about like weddings. And I'm like, that would be so fun. Kind of crazy, but like, yeah, I would love to get into that.
Huge undertaking.
Yeah. But some people reach out for like, like they're like, "Oh, I have a 70-person wedding." I'm like, I could do that, sure. Why not? I'll try. And I love weddings. I'm like, I want to go.
Did you expect that?
No. Really not. I really didn't have any expectations. I was like, you know what? Like, we'll just try it and see what happens. And my other videos don't really get that much traction, not like this. So I was like, wow, this is crazy. And
people really enjoy it. The girls love it. Girls love a little doodle, and they're all so nice. And gotten some people with like bachelorette parties. And I'm like, oh, that would be so
Yeah,
fun.
that would be the first thing I would think. You
Mhm.
know, I mean, I've had a bachelorette party. You want things to be so personalized, and it'd be
Yeah.
perfect for that.
Yeah,
I also think that this shows the power of social media. I think
100%.
for a lot of people who, you know, I've spoken to a lot of people who have started a side hustle, right? And the main hardest part in the beginning is just getting the word out there.
Yeah,
But social media is free.
exactly. Exactly.
Wow. So how long does it take you to do each doodle?
Yeah, I have definitely been practicing just with friends' pictures and stuff at home just to see how quick I can do it. So they're usually about 5 to 8 minutes. Definitely, if you have more jewelry or like tattoos, I want
Mhm.
to add that in. So that's going to take a little bit more time than some people. If you're just wearing like a t-shirt and nothing too crazy, I can get that done quicker. But yeah, I think I've gotten it down to like 5 to 8 minutes.
It's really impressive
Yeah.
for something that someone's probably going to keep for a very long
Yeah.
time. So you did mention that you did your first event, the birthday party.
Mhm.
Were you nervous? Like, what?
Oh my God, yes.
How did it?
It went great. They were so kind. I think it was like 12 people. Um, and the birthday girl was so nice. It ended up I was a surprise for everyone. They didn't know that I was coming, and she hired me, and so they were all excited. And all the girls were all dressed up. They had like boas and little tiaras and stuff, so that was fun. Yeah, I was definitely nervous. The first one that I did, I scratched it because I was like shaking, and I was like, "You're fine. Calm down. You can do this." But once I got into it, it was great.
So what's going through your mind as you're drawing, or is it kind of nothing? Do you have to stare at the person?
I try
Walk
not to
me through the
stare at them, yeah. So I try to just, like, take in what they're wearing, and I'll pull out the markers of, like, "Okay, you've got a blue shirt on, I'm gonna, like, get that out and everything." So I have it all, and I'm not, like, searching while I'm doing it. But I sort of have the same layout for each one to make it easier for myself. They all sort of have the same shape and format to them, so I can sort of fill in the
Mhm.
blanks, with what the person's wearing and what they look like. But yeah, it's sort of I don't know if you know the cartoon, Teenage Drama Island? That's sort of the vibe of them, I feel like. They're kind of funky little guys,
Yeah, with the
which I
big
love.
eyes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So what is like the reaction that people have when you give them? I mean, I could imagine it's just joy, right?
Yeah, which I love. That's also, handmade gifts, making something that I'm proud of, and then I get to see the reaction is always so fun, especially with, like, friends and family. I just did a commission piece for my friend. He asked me to do one for him and his girlfriend's anniversary and to add their dog into it. And seeing his reaction and her reaction was so, so cute, and I love it. They're always like, "Oh my gosh."
Do you have a limit for how many you'll do? I know 5 to 8 minutes. When you're talking about a wedding, I mean, not going to do the math on how many
Yeah.
that is, but that could be
Yeah.
hours
That
there.
For things like that, obviously I haven't done it yet, but in my mind, I'm gonna prep the pages and everything and sort of have an outline of it so that I can just kind of fill it in, like, have sort of the body and the eyes, like,
Yeah.
sort of ready, and then I can fill in the colors and, like, their shirts and whatnot, because I'll have to get through them faster. I also have, like, an idea of, like, if it's a wedding or a big event, I have these sheets of paper that I've made where you sort of fill out your name, your eye color, because that can be hard to tell sometimes, if they wanna hold something in the picture, things like that, and then I'll, like, take pictures of them so that they can go and
Smart.
have fun at the wedding
Yep.
or whatever, and then come and pick it up later, so they're not just sitting there.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to take one quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. Okay, so we can't talk about a side hustle without the part that gets everyone into one, right? The money part.
Sure.
How did you go about setting pricing?
Yeah. So with like the birthday party that I did, I just figured out how many people would be at the event, about how long that's going to take me. And usually I range them like for a single portrait, $5 to like $8. I want art to be affordable for people. These don't take me that long. I enjoy doing them, so they don't need to be that expensive. For like a market, if I'm just set up and people are walking by, if they want to stop and get one, a single portrait's $5. I want it to be easy for them. For two people together, it'd be $8. That's sort of what I figured out. Obviously for bigger events where I'm gonna have to be there longer, have more supplies if I have to travel, obviously that's all gonna have to go into it. But I just want it to be fun and affordable for people. I enjoy doing it, so like it's not like it's a burden on me.
Yeah. And I'm sure the supplies, of course, cost you money, but I'm assuming it's not too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I have the paper and markers that have lasted a good while. Obviously, if the more I do this, I'm gonna have to re-up on that. I got a little table and some folding chairs. And that's all I need. I've made my own little signs and banners and stuff. I have all these supplies. I'm an art girl. I have
Yes.
all over the place, so I have all of that already. So yeah, it hasn't been too crazy.
And you, of course, also work a full-time job.
Yes, I do.
I mean, I know we are catching you so early on in this side hustle, but how has balancing that been?
Yeah. I will say I have always, along with my full-time job, had side jobs. Since I've been working full-time for almost 3 years now. I've done serving. I do freelance graphic design, marketing stuff. So I've always had other streams of income and other little side gigs going on. So I think I'm pretty good at multitasking and figuring out my schedule. Adding this in, again, most of the events are like weekends, so it hasn't been that bad with my full-time job. I just have a really busy planner that I write everything in.
And one thing I've just noticed from talking to a lot of people who have side hustles is the majority of them, it's something that they're passionate about. So when you're an artist,
Yeah.
so maybe doesn't necessarily feel too much like work. Of course, you're kind of still clocking into something, but is that kind of part of it too? It's something you enjoy.
Yeah. And I really want to be a part of the community here in Charlotte and get more into the events and things going on. I've had people reach out with like fundraiser events, and I was like, I would love to give my time and supplies to that. And I just really want to be a part of it. So that's sort of what I enjoy. So I'm like, I don't mind doing it. Like, this is fun for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know I mentioned earlier, you had your first event last week.
Yeah.
So you were so fresh
Yes.
into this. Did
Yes.
you expect this to, happen so quickly?
No. It's been crazy with the amount of like DMs and people messaging me. It's been amazing. And I've also had like, I think 5 commission pieces come in from this, which are always fun. I just get to go home and draw,
Yeah.
which I like to do anyway. And those have been really fun. Obviously the commission pieces are bigger and more detailed. And they're so fun to do. Yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes, honestly. It's very new and fresh, so we'll see what happens.
And I don't know if you noticed from some of the paintings or the drawings that we had up, but you also do props.
Yes, of course.
What are some props that people like? I'm assuming drinks or
Yes. A fun drink. If you and your gals love like an espresso martini,
I can add that in. A little margarita,
Oh, there we go. Is that a
maybe
beer?
a beer, whatever they want, maybe sunglasses or flowers. Those were matchas.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes, if you're a stoner, there you go. I got you.
One thing I think is really interesting is you are, of course, an artist, but you also are doing a little bit of marketing on social media, but you're also kind of a personality. Like when you go to an event, you have to
Sure.
interact with people.
Yeah.
What has that been like?
It's definitely new for me. I wouldn't say I'm the most outgoing person. I like to talk with people and connect. It just scares me a little. But it's been fun. This year I really have been like, I'm saying yes to things. I'm gonna try new things and get out there, put myself out there. Like, it doesn't hurt to try, and like if you get rejected, it's okay. And it's been going great for me. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the manifesting is working.
Yeah. You gotta put it out in the universe.
Right? So, okay, for people who might be watching and might be kind of inspired by this, I mean, do you have any advice for someone? Maybe they don't doodle, but they do some other kind of art. What would you say to them?
Yeah. Just put it out there. Take pictures of it, videos of you working on it. I love watching those personally, a little sped up video or, the supplies that you have to get, whatever, and put it out there online. I mean, honestly, TikTok and Instagram are free and it just reaches so many people. Like, it's crazy. I've had people reach out to me that are from like South Carolina and like Tennessee, and they're like, would you travel? Or I don't know, maybe. Why not? So
Gonna start charging that mileage.
actually. But yeah, honestly, just get out there. Your work is amazing. Everyone's gonna love it. Yeah, so you gotta try.
Wonderful. Okay, on that note, one more break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. Okay, so we can't have a live doodle on Side Hustle. So actually seeing you in action. Are you ready?
I am.
Let's do it. And we are done.
Yes.
I'm so excited for this reveal.
Yes. Alrighty. Here she is.
She's iconic. You gave me very big hair, which I appreciate. Beautiful.
Pass it over to you.
So cute. And it really did take you under 10 minutes.
Yeah. I whip it out.
Okay, so you honestly didn't really even need to look at me that long. You didn't have a picture of me.
Yeah.
So when you're kind of forming the idea of what you're doing, like, what are you basing it off of?
Yeah. So whenever someone's come over, I was looking at as we were talking, I was like, alrighty, I see what she's wearing. I know like the color. Okay, there might be a detail like the little gold on your shirt. Or if they're wearing jewelry, I try to add that in. Or
And the little microphone.
yeah, a little microphone, of course. Yeah.
It's so cute. Okay. So you've clearly kind of nailed this again within just 2 weeks, really, of posting, less than 2 weeks. Apart
Yeah,
from that,
honestly.
where does someone go from here?
That is a great question. I am just gonna see what happens. I'm gonna try to post more and document anytime I do commission pieces or do a live event. I would love to like record people's reactions and stuff. I have ideas of what I want to, post to get the word out there. I've reached out to different like shops and I know like markets that do pop-ups, or I know that like certain stores or breweries do pop-ups. And I've been reaching out to people. I'm doing like a 420 party at Kana, and I'm doing like I have some things lined up. I'm doing a Pups and Pilates event next Sunday.
And this is all from your post.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I could imagine the more, like, say you do more weddings or other events, I mean, other people are going to see you doing this. and then it's just going to spread naturally from there.
Okay.
Like, are you ready for that?
We'll see. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm just gonna let it go and see what happens. If it doesn't, keep flowing, that's okay. I'm not gonna put stress on myself. I want this to be fun for me. I don't want it to be a burden on myself. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the flow.
Could you ever see this becoming a full-time thing?
Possibly. I was doing the math of my little side gigs and everything that I do, like with my serving job and everything too. I'm like, especially if I get into weddings, I can do those
Huge
once or twice a
money.
month, and like it will work out for me. But yeah, I want to keep it fun and not like stress myself out about it.
Yeah, I know when some people have a passion and they do it for fun, once you start making money from it, it might feel like a job or start to
Exactly.
feel like a
Yeah.
job. So I think the goal is to avoid that feeling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, tell us where, and I'm just going to show the picture one more time. This is what you can have, a personalized version of you. So tell people how they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram and on TikTok at BexMedia_.
Well, thank you so much for the doodle.
Yes, thank you so
Like
much.
your friend, it will also be on my desk.
What's that?
Yeah, thank you for being on Side Hustle. We really appreciate it, and we wish you the best. You've taken off just in a couple weeks, so we're excited to see where you go from here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching Side Hustle. We'll see you next time.
First at noon, a heated ending to last night's Charlotte Mecklenburg School Board meeting. So the confusion over the proposed budget and why board members are now going back to the drawing board. Andrew.
This afternoon, but generally a warmer Wednesday ahead for the Carolinas. I've got the latest from my Pinpoint forecast at noon.
And today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in East Charlotte. A look back at the tragedy and the events planned today to honor the fallen. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, first at noon, to check outside as we take a live look here around the Queen City. So dreary skies now clearing out after a few isolated showers that happened pretty much in the mountains today. Let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, a lot of us are waiting for this rain to come. Most of us didn't see any rain this morning, but we're now heading to a warm up again, right?
Yeah, that's right. And what we saw basically yesterday, the bulk of the rainfall that we were expecting for today, for the most part, actually moved through yesterday morning here across the Carolinas. Should see a warmer afternoon, especially with a few more breaks in the clouds. A comfortable end of the week with temperatures in the 70s, but we are now tracking increasing rain chances once we get to the first half of your weekend on your Saturday. Right now, though, a lot of cloud cover here in around Charlotte, 68 degrees, winds out of the south-southwest at 10 miles an hour. If the sun does come out, you will notice a little bit of a tinge in humidity out there. Yesterday, we got up only into the middle 60s. It was a cool Tuesday out there. Pinpoint satellite shows already some of those clouds starting to break here as we get over towards Shelby, Gastonia, York as well. Starting to see the sun starting to come out, and generally should be a nicer afternoon out there across the Carolinas. Still watching a couple of showers way up in the mountains, but elsewhere here we got the dry conditions. Part of a frontal boundary moving through as we go throughout the day. There still is a small chance of a shower or storm later on this afternoon. We'll be talking more about that and your weekend forecast, Alicia, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. So the Mount Holly Fire Department is now warning of low water levels on Mountain Island Lake. So amid the worsening drought that we're seeing right now, officials uploaded this video to social media saying the low levels could create hazardous issues with submerged objects being just below the surface. So boat recovery towing businesses are already seeing higher demand on Lake Wylie due to the same issue. All right, and staying up to date now with the latest on the drought and the need for the wet weather coming to our area. You can do that by downloading the Pinpoint Weather app. It's free in the Apple App Store, and it's also found on Google Play. A Charlotte man who was previously convicted of manslaughter is now charged with murdering his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. Tychukius Doby is now accused of shooting Denarius Henry to death. This happened last November. Officers were initially called to a car crash at the intersection of 7th and Davidson Streets and then found Henry hurt after being shot. Well, he died at the hospital. Authorities now say surveillance video shows 2 cars turning onto Parkside Terrace Lane before Henry puts his car in reverse and shots were fired at his vehicle. Investigators learned that Doby and the woman driving one of the cars were actually dating. So Doby is now facing murder charges and being held in a Mecklenburg County jail without bond. He was arrested just last week and is accused of assaulting a female in that case. Officers say while in custody, a search warrant led to text messages proving his involvement in Henry's murder. So Doby last year pleaded guilty to several charges, including involuntary manslaughter for his involvement in a March 2019 shootout that killed a mother of 2.
Our goal is to dig in, figure out where that fail point was, and if there's a legislative fix needed to address that failure.
North Carolina lawmakers now requesting a deeper look into the 2025 death of a Charlotte little girl. It happened at a home on Gwynn Hill Road. Officials now say 6-year-old Dominique Moody was violently abused by her 3 caretakers and deprived of basic needs like food and clothing. Authorities now believe Moody was abused for at least a year and a half, leading to her death. And lawmakers have now sent letters to CMPD and the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services demanding any reports related to Moody's case. Officials say they're now hoping to be able to see how clear signs of abuse might have been missed. Child abuse experts say social workers missing those signs can happen much more often than we think.
Abusers are really convincing and very manipulative. So I am sure there was a level of manipulation there that caused a DSS worker to think that, there really wasn't anything to be concerned about. This little girl, I pray, receives justice because she was completely vulnerable and defenseless.
It's unclear when DSS must provide its records, but CMPD has until May the 7th to provide additional information on this particular case. Well, today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers lost their lives during a shootout in Charlotte's Shannon Park neighborhood. And state corrections investigators William Alden Elliott, Samuel Pelosi, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were all shot and killed while serving a warrant on April the 29th. This happening in 2024. Right now, 4 other officers were also hurt during that shootout, and it's considered one of the darkest days in Charlotte's history. A Marshall's Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant for this guy, Terry Hughes, when he opened fire. Hughes was shot and killed by police. In the wake of the shootout, though, support from all over the country poured in for members of the departments who lost colleagues, as well as the Charlotte community. Memorials have also been now established in honor of the 4 law enforcement officers who died. Today, Atrium Health Carolina's medical center is now hosting a blood drive in honor of those officers injured and killed in the Shannon Park shooting. So this is a look right here at the event on Garden Terrace. Staff behind the blood drive say that the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who just wanted to give back and help ensure the blood supply is maintained.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
Absolutely. So this blood drive, it collected more than 150 donations, and since each unit can save up to 3 lives, that's potentially more than 400 lives impacted from this blood drive alone. Well, frustration is mounting among Charlotte-Mecklenburg school district leaders as they now fail to pass the budget. Tempers actually flared at last night's board meeting as members rejected a first draft of the $2 billion funding plan. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in Uptown now with where the budget planning process goes from here.
CMS budget writers now have until May 12th to come up with a new multi-billion-dollar spending plan for the state's second largest district. During the 4-hour meeting on Tuesday night, board members expressed some concerns that the first draft of this budget proposal doesn't provide enough benefits in order to align with the community's, quote, values, needs, and expectations. Board members expressed doubts that the spending proposal provides enough benefits for teachers and social and emotional learning resources for the younger students. Board members voted 8-1 to reject the current outline. Several members say they want more time to review some of the budgeting and goals, but otherwise are optimistic about what the superintendent has set before them for those prioritizing financial needs. Dr. Crystal Hill had asked for some clarification about the specifics that board members took issue with. However, the meeting ended abruptly after the vote.
We will address this after the meeting. You will get further direction.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Officials do agree that a lack of a state budget complicates their planning process. More than half of CMS's budget, about 55%, comes from North Carolina's resources. Now, CMS is one of several districts across our area and dozens across the state that are canceling classes this Friday. Teachers plan to rally in Raleigh for a protest in order to demand lawmakers invest more in public education. Reporting in Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah, for your reporting there. Some members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight on Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. So right now, the utility is asking for approval of an increase in power rates of 12% for businesses and 18% for customers over the next 2 years. The hearing is at 7 tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown, and we will keep you posted. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns is not returning for re-election as mayor, but he does have his eyes set on another office in North Carolina, and that would be governor. So Burns now filed paperwork last month to run for governor of North Carolina in 2028. And he took office in Monroe on a coin flip that happened in 2023 after tying with his opponent at the ballot box. State elections officials say that Burns will run as a Republican. So last year, Burns said that the assassination of Charlie Kirk deeply affected him, to not seek another term as mayor and to push him to be able to take his fight for Monroe to a bigger stage. Breaking news right now out of the nation's capital. We're following the Supreme Court has now struck down Louisiana's second majority black congressional district. So in the ruling today, the court found a district represented by Democrats relied too heavily on race. So the decision now weakens a landmark voting rights law's protections against discrimination in redistricting. So it's unclear, though, how much is left of the Section 2 provision. The main way to challenge racially discriminatory election practices, though, I mean, when you look at this, the 1965 voting rights law was the centerpiece legislation of the civil rights movement and succeeded in opening the ballot box to black Americans. A domestic violence incident all caught on camera lands a Charlotte man behind bars, but not for what you think. Why the case has officials now pushing for a change in laws. Also, a renewed push for gun control in the Tar Heel State. The message from local advocates who say that the lack of legislation could do more harm than good. And a car goes airborne moments before plowing into a local town hall building. So we're going to hear from witnesses of the crash and have much more on the aftermath of the wreck. Andrew.
And I've got the latest on some additional wet weather on the way potentially this weekend for the Carolinas. My full pinpoint forecast next.
All right, thanks so much because we need it. Thank you, Andrew. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Right now it's 64 degrees outside. Your time is 12:11, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Police are investigating a deadly hit and run in Lancaster County. So it all happened last night near Pine Ridge Drive. And officers say 83-year-old Christine Mully was now walking on US 521 when then she was struck by a vehicle. Well, right now, Miles was flown to a local hospital where then she later died from her injuries. There's no word on a suspect at this time. Pineville's Town Hall and Library remain closed right now after a car crashed into the building that happened Monday night. Surveillance video we're about to show you right now shows the car go airborne moments before plowing into the side of the building, killing the driver. Well, Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us the aftermath of the wreck.
Outside Pineville's Library and Town Hall, cleanup crews were busy Tuesday picking up dozens of bits and pieces of a car, including a tire after Monday night's crash. This video shows a car go airborne before colliding with the side of the library community room.
I live in Pineville and I just wanted to come down and see where it happened.
Libby White was one of several people who stopped by to check out the aftermath of the crash. It left cracks in the brick, and the Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal's office put notices up saying the building is unsafe to enter.
Neither way coming on the street, it seemed like it could have hit the building without you actually turning the steering wheel, you know. But I had no idea it came across the yard.
Police say the driver was going pretty fast over these railroad tracks, and despite all of the obstacles you see behind me, he did not stop until he was inside the building.
I just can't believe it, honestly. It's just so far. It's at least a football field that the car traveled, and maybe hit a couple things, but there's a lot of other things that it could have hit along the way.
Hannah DeGorder and her son visit the library frequently, but they'll have to use other branches for now, as the building is closed until officials say it's safe to reopen.
There's a terrible car wreck. There was a terrible car wreck, yes.
Police say 22-year-old Suleiman Bakayoko died even after they tried to save him.
I feel bad for the person that passed away, but I can't imagine going that fast in Pineville.
No details have been released on what led to the crash. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members will be looking at a resolution next month calling for a longer pause in the I-77 South expansion project. So they will not put that question on a potential moratorium on the data center to the public, but Mayor Vi Lyles told council members that she was adding a discussion on data centers to the agenda for the May 11th meeting. Well, Councilmember Dimple Ashmere now called for a public hearing at a future meeting on a moratorium so the council could then consider stronger regulations on those facilities. But right now, Dimple's motion failed to pass. So they will now also debate resolution on the I-77 project to add toll lanes from Uptown to the South Carolina state line. Council members have heard public objections to the project based on potential damage to neighborhoods, including historic Black communities, plus noise and air pollution. The measure will also call for state transportation officials and others involved to all reevaluate the toll lane plan and its potential alternatives.
Hoping that this is a good first step as we're thinking through how do we move people, but how do we do so responsibly?
One of the reasons we're in this predicament is because the NCDOT didn't really handle this very well. They started this process. They did not recognize the sensitivity of that of those neighborhoods and the historical context, and now we're trying to recover from that.
Council members could vote on the resolution as soon as the May 11th meeting. All right, let's take a live look here over at Independence Boulevard right now. 64 degrees outside. A lot of us were just kind of waiting for this rain to happen. Never really did. Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, we do know that we're going to have a warmer afternoon, though.
That's right. As the clouds start to break a little bit here, Alicia, we'll see those temperatures start to move up as well. Upper 60s are already warmer than where our high temperature was yesterday. Winds out of the south-southwest at about 10 to 12 miles an hour. A little bit of humidity, too, at dew points right around the 60-degree mark. Pinpoint satellite already shows a little bit of that clearing here to the west of Charlotte. We're going to see that start to move in here towards Uptown as we go through about the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. Pinpoint radar, Alicia was talking about, for the most part, the showers and storms that we thought we would see just haven't materialized for the most part. The bulk of the rainfall that we were expected to see really move through yesterday. As we zoom out, we go wide. This is part of a cold front that's moving through and still has the potential to see some of those storms flaring up as we get up towards portions of West Virginia, just not really materializing farther south here into the Carolinas. Temperatures right now, a little bit warmer also in places like Atlanta, 75, 73 in Birmingham, 82 in Mobile right now as it gets toasty down by the Gulf Coast. The rain chances over the next 7 days, well, they're going to be really moving up here as we get to your Saturday. That is the day here that we're watching. I'm about to sneeze. That we're watching very, very closely here as we can't believe I did that. Thank you for bearing with me, everyone. 60% chance of some showers and storms here on your Saturday. It's nothing to sneeze at, though, because that will be some needed rainfall here across the Carolinas. As we go throughout the rest of the day, today, though, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures warmer, mid to upper 70s here across the Carolinas. Isolated shower possible as we head up into the mountains. Overnight tonight, tranquil conditions, a little bit of northwesterly flow moving through. Notice how those clouds starting to move a little bit more kind of northwest to southeast through the region. That's the cooler air trying to move in somewhat. Jumping on some showers possible tomorrow down in the Sandhills. Might be overdoing it a little bit here on Futurecast if today's an indication for the rainfall chances across the Carolinas. By noon here on your Thursday, temperatures back up into the middle 70s. comfortable, nice weather here as we get to your Friday Eve, and then heading into your Thursday night, another beautiful night on the way across the Carolinas as we go into your Friday. Temperatures upper 40s, low 50s to start, and then we make our way up into the low to mid 70s as we head into the afternoon hours out ahead of our next weather maker on the way. So there's the high pressure out in front of that next storm system that we'll see for the end of the week. But then we've got a storm system along the southern track of the jet stream here, and that's going to start to move in and also bring some cooler temperatures as well. A decent amount of rainfall is possible here on your Saturday. You're going to be watching it closely. Due to this particular low track that we're watching, not overly concerned about severe weather potential, just kind of a dreary day could be setting up here across the Carolinas. And some needed rainfall here again. Not going to make a gigantic dent in the drought, but 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain, especially Charlotte points off to the south, will certainly be beneficial. Just putting in perspective here. Every month over the last 8 months has been below average and only is beginning more extreme here for your March and April so far. Bone dry has been the best way to describe it. Get a new drought monitor in tomorrow. Latest drought monitor conditions still show extreme drought here across large portions of the Carolinas. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Rainfall looking more and more likely here on your Saturday, followed by a sunny and cool Sunday and really nice weather once again, Alicia, for Monday of next week.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for that. All right, so Gaston County Commissioner is looking for more money to fund schools in the area, why they're now going back to the drawing board. And skipping college for the workforce, the new report revealing that trend and what that could mean for the future. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over West Charlotte, 68 degrees outside. Your time is 12:21. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Gaston County Commissioners are now going back to the drawing board in an effort to be able to find more money for the county schools. Well, parents, teachers, and even students packed last night's commission meeting, rallying for better support for the district employees. This all comes following concerns with Gaston County schools facing layoffs, funding deficits, and a scaled back budget. So most of the commissioners acknowledge the complaints and the worries. Take a listen.
I think we got to take a look at it and see if there's a way we can accomplish that. and maybe meet somewhere in the middle. I don't know, but we have to, yeah, we have issues. Yes, we need to address them. I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to start now.
I would like to see some options to increase the budgets for the schools.
So commissioners are exploring potential quarter-cent sales tax options to provide extra money for teacher supplements in the county. President Trump is proposing budget cuts for next year, and his administration seeks to phase out the Education Department. So Secretary Linda McMahon now addressed lawmakers' concerns on Capitol Hill yesterday. So it would also cut K-12 grant programs by about $4.5 billion and also consolidate funding into state block grants. McMahon now argues that parents, teachers, and local officials should be the primary decision makers when it comes to education. But Democrats argue the cuts could harm students. McMahon also faced concerns from some Republicans over cuts to a federal program that helps underprivileged students get into college. The budget proposal is a recommendation, and Congress will now determine the final funding levels. Soaring tuition rates and the fears of student debt have now prompted hundreds of thousands of young Americans to just skip college. Instead, they're now opting for hourly paying jobs, union apprenticeships, and careers that don't require a degree. So undergraduate college enrollment has now fallen by 8% in 2019, and economists right now fear that fewer college graduates will only add to the labor shortages. So they say those without degrees are more likely to lose their jobs during an economic downturn. Supreme Court now weighing a case surrounding law enforcement's use of cell phone data, how the ruling could change future investigations. You're watching Queen City News at noon, 68 degrees outside in the Queen City. You're also watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Let's take a live look here over at Gaston County to see what the elements look like outside right now as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, so right now a comfortable end of the week is what we're kind of seeing on the forecast, right?
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. We'll see comfortable temperatures, kind of low to mid 70s. A little bit of sunshine here as well. Kind of a nice rapture week out there. Pinpoint satellite already starting to see some clearing skies off to our west here, especially in Shelby. Those clouds are starting to break. That's going to bring some warmer temperatures. Pinpoint radar, I mean, we're watching a couple of sprinkles up in the mountains, but elsewhere here, conditions are starting to dry out across the region. Zooming out, going wider here on Pinpoint Radar. Frontal boundary off to our west, a little bit of shower activity across southwestern Virginia as well. Temperatures currently now up to 70 here in Charlotte, 68 in Chehalis, 73 in Lancaster, low to mid 60s as we head on up into the mountains. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, about 5 to 15 degrees warmer out there across the Carolinas as we start to watch those temperatures move on up. Coming up in a few minutes, I've got your full weekend breakdown, including some of that rainfall we're tracking on your Saturday. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. So detectives with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police say that they've made an arrest in a 27-year-old cold case. It's a sexual assault case. 48-year-old Eric Lee Howard is now charged in connection with a 1999 rape in Charlotte. Investigators say DNA evidence links Howard to the assault. Police say Howard broke into a woman's home wearing a ski mask and sexually assaulted her. He was taken into custody in Asheville and is now being transferred to the Mecklenburg County Detention Center. A Charlotte man will now spend 30 days in jail after video showed him kicking his girlfriend in the head before appearing to strangle her. So the ruling now has renewed a push from Mecklenburg County's district attorney to change strangulation laws. Now this case stems from January of 2023, and police say DeMont Forte was in an argument with his former girlfriend at their home on Orvis Street when the exchange turned violent. So now, more than 3 years later, a jury found Forte guilty of assault on a female, but not guilty of assault by strangulation. So joining us now to talk about this, Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes. Let's first start off with the fact that there has to be some changes with this law. That's kind of what they're saying, because right now under North Carolina law, what exactly we want to discuss is what prosecutors have to be able to prove to show that strangulation was there.
And this is the push. When you say things that must be changed, that's the first thing that Spencer Merriweather and his team as the district attorney, they're asking for significant changes because North Carolina does a number of things. For you to strangle someone is one aspect, one element of the charge, but you also have to be able to prove they do, because that's the burden of proof is on the prosecutor's office. They have to prove that the strangulation that caused and inflicted serious bodily injury. So it can't be that the kicking, the punching, or something else caused that serious bodily injury, but you can have to be able to point to the strangulation itself and cause serious bodily injury. There are some states that don't have that serious bodily injury component, and it's just the fact that you strangle a person. Now you will be able to be convicted of that felony level, but here in North Carolina, we don't have that. And so I won't say it's an overall push, because on the defense side of the bar, says, hey, this is the elements that are here. Mm-hmm. This is what your charge as a prosecutor's office is charged to prove. And now you're asking that the elements be changed because you're running into at least issues in this case with proving that case. Every case doesn't end like this, though. Most of the time in the case, you're able to prove that, okay, there was a harm, it's a serious bodily injury connected to the strangulation. It just happens in this case, they weren't.
I think it's also kind of alarming, though, when you think this guy only got 30 days in jail, you know, and the video showing this. So is there a clear, when you look at the threshold of what's there, if you see somebody strangling somebody in video, how does it then play into what the outcome could be?
Well, I mean, first of all, this is a good lawyer, and the lawyer for this case, Norman Butler, probably the most prominent attorneys in Charlotte history, North Carolina history, if that. And so this is his first rodeo. He's done the most high-profile cases in our state. A case like this goes to trial, it's going to hinge on one issue. Was there a serious bodily injury or not? Mm-hmm. And so if the state is unable to prove that, at the close of state's evidence, it's imperative that defense attorneys stand up and say, hey, Your Honor, I'm asking for a directed verdict, meaning they failed to prove their case. This element can't even go to the jury for them to make a determination. And that's what happened. I'm standing up asking for a directed verdict. If you guys don't have any evidence that points to serious bodily injury, no medical evidence, nothing testified. If it only shows that the video that shows that she was strangled, that's only one component. You still need the other element to prove that there was serious bodily injury. And if you're missing that, Your Honor, case is over. I don't have to say anything. As a defense attorney, I have no burden. I don't have to prove anything. He stands up and he says, we're asking for a directed verdict. The judge has to grant it because they failed to prove that. So then the only thing that you can go forward with is assault on a female, which is a misdemeanor. 30 days is that's what you can get when you're facing assault on a female.
Khalif, that is why you're so good at your job. I forgot all about that in terms of good lawyering. You're absolutely right. Real quick, though, what specific changes would actually happen to allow prosecutors like Spencer Merriweather to be able to pursue stronger charges when it comes to the victims who are surviving this.
Well, this is the strongest in terms of strangulation that they can go after. I mean, this is a General Assembly issue. This is not something that he'll handle. This is more lobbying for the General Assembly to respond to their request to try to make it uniform to what some of the other states are doing that don't have that requirement. But North Carolina isn't alone in having the serious bodily injury requirement. They're just asking that we remove it from our state statute.
Kyle Rhodes, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you. So gun control advocates are now urging North Carolina lawmakers to stand by the governor's veto of a bill they say will now lead to more death and tragedy. Senate Bill 50 would get rid of concealed carry permit requirements. This would also include background checks and safety training. Advocates rallied ahead of the lobby day at a nearby church, and they claim right now more than 3 out of 4 North Carolinians oppose permitless carry.
The number includes gun owners, Republicans, Democrats, law enforcement officers, teachers, parents, students, faith leaders, all of us. Because a bullet does not care who you voted for. And at the end of the day, no matter what or who or where you come from, we all just want to be safe.
Gun safety advocates now say states that have gotten rid of the concealed carry requirements have seen a 27% spike in gun violence deaths. House Republicans need just 1 Democratic vote to override the governor's veto. Looking live here at the nation's capital, so the Supreme Court now considering a case with major implications for how law enforcement is now allowed to use cell phone data. So it stems from a credit union robbery near Richmond, Virginia. The suspect eventually pleaded guilty, but also sued police for going to Google with a geofence warrant. That data showed authorities the suspect was one of just a few people in the area at the time. So the debate before the high court centers on whether that's unreasonable as a search, and it also outlined in the Fourth Amendment.
Petitioner had a reasonable expectation of privacy in his location history, given both its sensitive and revealing nature and the fact that it was stored in his password-protected account.
What really matters here is that people have affirmatively opted in. They don't have to enable location history or keep it on while they are visiting that location.
The ruling is expected over the summer. The Supreme Court ruling against President Trump's most sweeping tariffs could actually mean a hefty refund for one major company. General Motors anticipates a $500 million refund. Several other companies are also seeking refunds for tariffs. Officials last week launched an online system for claims. Well, refunds could take 60 to 90 days to be issued. And the data shows more than 330,000 importers paid a total of about $166 billion due to the president's now overturned tariffs. A new emerging college poll reveals the popularity of President Trump, and now it's been on the decline for the past several months. Let's take a look at the data here. So this graphic right here, it splits into 3 different categories. Each subject shows a side-by-side comparison of President Trump's approval rating in April of 2025 and April of 2026. So right now, 53% of Americans disapprove of Trump's immigration policies. A 9-point increase since this time last year. His current 43% approval and 4% are now neutral, both seeing declines since 2025. And you can be able to see here, it's all the same trend with all the other categories, with the exception of the approval rating on the economy, which saw an increase of 37% to 38%. So overall, the poll also found Democrats have a 10-point advantage on the generic congressional ballot, leading Republicans 50% to 40%. This year's Cheerwine T-shirt design contest winner is making history. We're going to hear from the high school senior whose love for art will now be showcased to thousands of people. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:39, 68 degrees outside the Queen City, and you're watching the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Melissa Bergameni.
And I'm Ashley Howard, and we are ready to save you some serious cash. And we even made it easy for you. So go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen because we're ready.
That's right, and spring has arrived, and we've got 4 smart tech picks to upgrade your life, whether you're at home or on the road, or hey, even staying active. Let's fill you in.
Okay, so first up, peace of mind every time you drive. This is the Rogue R2 4K dual dash cam. You're getting crystal clear 4K video in the front and full HD in the rear of your vehicle, so nothing gets missed.
And it even has advanced night vision, so your footage stays sharp even in low light. Plus, it comes with a free 128 gigabyte card, so you're ready to go right out of the box. All right, next up, let's talk about you, your health, your goals. The Fitbit Charge 6 makes it so easy to stay on track.
You can track your heart rate, steps, calories, and even your GPS routes without your phone. And it connects to certain gym equipment for more accurate heart rate tracking.
Plus, you get Google Apps built right in and a 6-month premium membership to help you understand your stats even more.
Whether you're out for a walk or getting in a workout, this makes it simple and motivating. And I think we could all use a little more of that. I know I could.
I think we all can. Now, for something oh so fun, the BirdFi Smart Bird Feeder turns your backyard into a live nature show. It's weather resistant, easy to refill, and holds plenty of seeds. It's peaceful, educational, and simply sensational to watch.
And finally, let's talk safety. The SwamCam pool alarm system gives you real-time alerts and live video from your pool area.
If there's unexpected movement in or near the water, you'll know right away. And it works for both in-ground and above-ground pools.
It even has a built-in Wi-Fi repeater for better outdoor coverage, giving you extra confidence.
All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping save you money. From smarter driving to better fitness, backyard fun, and home safety, these spring tech picks make everyday life so much easier.
Head to epicdiscounts.com or scan the QR code on your screen to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Welcome back. Well, what started as a simple class assignment turned into a huge honor for a high school senior. Her work was chosen as the official design for the 2026 Cheerwine Festival in Salisbury. So as you're about to see, the young artist made history as the first ever South Carolina t-shirt design winner.
Ever since she was young, Vongsavan has always been passionate about art.
I did it since I was a little small. Whenever I would like doodle on napkins or just on regular paper, it's just been a thing that I've done for ages.
That passion led her to take multiple art classes throughout her middle and high school career. During one of her classes in February, her teacher, Kristen Dutka, gave her students a unique assignment.
She was like, it's a great opportunity, so everyone should submit something for the festival design. So it's like big pride, and it's like a great opportunity to get your art out there. And I was like, oh, that sounds really fun.
The festival in question is the annual Cheerwine Festival, which draws in thousands every year. Vongsavan submitted her design and left it alone, not expecting much to come from it, until March 4th.
Miss Dudka, she ran up to me whenever I was about to leave to go home, and she was like, "Did you get the email?" I was like, "What email?" She's like, you got qualified top 10. I was like, what, really?
Another month went by before Vongsavan received another email from Cheerwine.
Then I got an email on the way to school, and it was like, you just got selected as one of our finalists. I was like, no, the finalist. I was like, huh? What? Really?
The design also makes Cheerwine Festival history, marking the first design from South Carolina to be chosen since the first contest in 2020.
I thought there'd be more by now. It's like I'm competing with South Carolina schools and North Carolina schools, and it's just, honestly, it's an honor to be able to be the first, and hopefully there can be more.
Vongsavan says her advice for other inspiring artists is to be confident.
No matter if it goes for like a national thing or just like a casual, it's still important that people have confidence in what they make and are proud of the stuff that they can accomplish, because it can turn into stuff like this.
Artistic and smart. Well, the Cheerwine Festival is now set for May the 16th in Salisbury, and you can be able to go to the festival's website to learn everything that you need to know before you go. J. Cole getting involved in the world of soccer. So the rapper and North Carolina native's record label, Dreamville Records, has a men's soccer team called Dreamville FC. So the team will play in the soccer tournament in Cary, which will then feature top talent from all around the world. Players will be announced on social media over the next few weeks, and the tournament takes place next month. Bruno Mars coming to Bank of America Stadium tonight. The concert, titled The Romantic Tour, is in support of his 4th solo album. So it's the artist's first global headline tour in nearly a decade. He's also bringing Anderson .Paak and a few special guests along for the ride. The action all starts tonight at 7. That is going to be one amazing show. All right, take a live look here over Bank of America Stadium right now as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, great weather tonight for Bruno Mars coming to the Queen City, right?
Yeah, for the most part, should have some really delightful weather out there. Dry conditions, comfortable temperatures. Alicia, 68 degrees currently. Winds out the south-southwest, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Dew points right now right around the 60-degree mark or so. So a little bit of humidity in the air out there. Pinpoint satellite shows those skies starting to clear off to our west, and that's working its way into the QC. Also, radar, not much going on right now as we head into the afternoon. Now we're zooming out, going wide here, watching this frontal boundary off to our west. That is what's going to be pushing in and giving us, again, a little bit lower humidity. Temperatures won't be that much dramatically different from what we're seeing currently, but a really comfortable end of the week. Weekend forecast, that's when even cooler weather begins to arrive. Increasingly likely rainfall will be in your forecast here on Saturday. Sunday, temperatures a little bit warmer, but still likely below the 70-degree mark. Kind of a nice, cool spring day shaping up across the Carolinas. Futurecast, let's go through all the way into your Saturday, shall we? Rest of today, talking about the Bruno Mars concert, looking good here. Temperatures in the middle 70s this evening. The front comes through. Might see a little bit of shower activity Thursday morning down in the Sandhills. I don't think it's going to be as widespread as what Futurecast is indicating, but just putting it out there. Some of you might need those umbrellas in the morning, like Shira and Rockingham and Wadesboro as well. Afternoon, though, dry, comfortable temperatures going to be in the middle 70s. Yeah, some nice weather here on your Thursday. Overnight, heading into your Friday morning, this is 7 a.m. as you get ready to step on out the door. Temperatures in the upper 40s and lower 50s out there. And as we head into the afternoon, we're going to watch those temperatures not dramatically warm up here. Low to mid 70s, even a little bit cooler compared to what we'll see tomorrow here across the region. A little bit of cloud cover as we go into your Friday night, but it's really the wet weather arrives here on Saturday morning. Notice the coverage too. A widespread rain event here is possible. Maybe not quite as heavy as what Futurecast is indicating, but definitely going to see some widespread shower activity. And this goes on throughout the day here. That's why we're expecting, at least right now, over a ½ inch of rain across the Carolinas, and then starts to move out Saturday evening, followed by much clearer skies as we get to your Sunday. And just another way of putting in perspective how badly we need the rain, just the rainfall deficit. If you add up how much rain we should have seen over the past calendar year versus what we've seen so far, Places like Monroe need more than 2 feet of rain to make up the deficit you are currently in. Roughly a foot or so here in Charlotte. Other places like Statesville need more than 2 feet of rain to make up that deficit. And that's why we've been talking so much about the drought here across the Carolinas. As for the rest of today, partly cloudy skies, isolated shower looking less and less likely though across the Carolinas. Temperatures won't be dipping down dramatically because of the elevated humidity that I was just talking about. 59 in Charlotte, 58 in Sharon, middle 40s as we head on up into the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow, for the most part, should be a nice day out there. Comfortable day as well. Temperatures heading up towards the 70-degree mark by lunchtime and into the middle 70s here as we head on into the afternoon. Mountain forecast, watching the wet weather for you here on your Saturday, along with a possible freeze Sunday morning. Not out of the woods there yet with the possible freezes. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching more wet weather here on your Saturday, and then another wonderful Monday forecast ahead. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Did you really think he was going to miss this? So Rory McIlroy officially confirming that he will play at next week's Truist Championship at Quail Hollow. So the back-to-back Masters champion is no stranger to the Green Mile in Charlotte. He's got 4 wins on the course, including the 2024 win when it was the Wells Fargo Championship. So play starts next Thursday. And it's the end of the road for Charlotte FC when it comes to the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, ousted by rivals Atlanta United FC in the round of 16 to 2-0. Right now, Charlotte had 8 changes in the starting lineup, and it showed in the end of all this. They packed it up, and they head now to New England for this weekend's 4 regular season play. All right, let's talk about NASCAR right now. After one of the most thrilling wins and celebrations in recent Cup Series history, Carson Hocevar now is still on cloud 9 with all this, already preparing for his second win. From taking the jet back to Huntersville, where Chili's party was waiting for him to be on every national NASCAR show on Monday, Carson has been very, very busy with all of this excitement. And with Texas looming this weekend, he now took the time to Well, talk about his back-to-back win plans, and it's a feat done by only Tyler Reddick this season. Well, Carson also won the poll at Texas last year, but explained that he's got unfinished business in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, just a really good group, and yeah, I'm excited for Texas. That was the one we had circled. We had a lot of these tracks circled coming up, and Talladega, you feel good about, but you don't quite have it circled as a group. But Wednesday, I just remember driving down, and something just kind of clicked in my head that it felt like it was going to be meant to be.
Well, they say everything is bigger in Texas, right? So we're giving you a supersized version of Around the Track this week, complete with the return of America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. Our Carolina Sports Live team will head down to the Lone Star State for our Around the Track coverage. The green flag drops for the Worth 400 Sunday at 2:30. Queen City News also brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So this is what we're working on starting on Queen City News at 4 today. We're following up on last night's decision to delay the vote on the budget for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, why board members are not publicly announcing changes that they want to make. And with the ongoing drought we're seeing, Duke Energy also has to be able to adjust how the lack of rainfall is now slowing some of the utility giants' operations in our area. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News is a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this is a look at today's lineup on the app. First, we have Pinpoint Weather University, then Turnkey, followed by Order in the Court. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. And Andrew, we're now also on Spotify.
No way.
Yes,
Really?
Local Roots. That's my history show. If you want to check that out, please go to Spotify and look up Local Roots.
I thought we were going to get some of your music playlists on there.
No, you're going to see the video. You
Oh,
can
okay.
actually see it too.
Oh, okay. I got to check it out. One final check in your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching some wet weather on the way for your Saturday, and then just a beautiful end of the weekend into early next week.
All right, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, the drought is expanding, and so is my inbox with several questions about the drought as water conservation picks up and people are trying to hit the lake in lower lake levels. The desperate need for rain continues. We're speaking to the North Carolina Climate Office about how this drought compares to the 2007 historical drought in the Carolinas. Plus, the North Carolina Department Advisory Council is here at me today to talk about some educational tips they're giving to the public as water conservation picks up. So is the drought. I'm also talking about the science behind one weather scenario that could bring us several days of rain during the late spring and early summer months. We'll detail the science with that, all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. And folks, it starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. A big welcome to our YouTube viewers as well. If you're tapping in with me at WXBrandon9 on IG or on X, and they even Facebook, my meteorologist Brandon Lawson page, always appreciate that as well. And a lot of questions have been filtering into my inbox this week. And the biggest question I'm getting is what is going on with this drought? It's a drought we've been talking about really for a few months now. We've been talking about how the wildfire threat has been really picking up here rapidly over the last few months. And we've been discussing the drought, and it's been a big topic. And unfortunately, I think people are just now recognizing that the drought is actually a big deal right now. And as temperatures warm up, people get outdoors, they're trying to hit the lake, and they're seeing the lake levels are lower. People are scraping their boats, and I think people are just getting the impacts of it now that we're warming up. And to talk about the drought today, I'm joined by a special guest. I've got Corey Davis from the North Carolina State Climate Office there. He's the Assistant North Carolina State Climatologist. And Corey, I feel like you've been busy and your inbox has been filling up a lot this week over the drought too, my friend.
It has been, and I've noticed the same thing, Brandon. You know, it seems like this drought has snuck up on a lot of people because suddenly we're in the spring. They're starting to notice their lawns are brown. They're starting to notice the local rivers and streams are low, and now we're starting to get those water restrictions. But of course, we've been tracking this drought for more than 6 months now. We first started getting into this dry spell at the end of summer last year. Of course, late last summer, early fall, it was a pretty quiet hurricane season. We really didn't see that tropical impact along our coast, so we missed out on some of the rain that we usually expect that time of the year. We know this past winter we were in a La Nina pattern. That usually means drier than normal weather for the Carolinas, and it did for us this year. And now that we've gotten into the spring, it has heated up. We have seen summer-like temperatures over the past month, and of course it has stayed dry, less than half an inch of rain all month in parts of the Carolinas. So that's why we've seen this drought accelerate, no doubt. But again, this has been a more long-term event. It's been with us for several months now.
Yeah, and I was actually just kind of crunching some of the numbers this morning and just looking at some of the data, just taking one of our weather computers full screen here. So this is looking at the 2025 fall precipitation. We had an inch under normal for September. We're almost an inch under normal for October. We're almost 3 inches below normal in November. Then when you go to winter, we were about 2 inches under in both December and January, still a little bit under in February. And, you know, in winter, that puts us about 4.3 inches below normal. And then spring hasn't really helped us either. You know, they say April showers bring May flowers, but unfortunately, that's not the case this year. Looking at about 2 inches below normal already here for April. And in March in Charlotte, we had the 3rd or 8th driest March on record. So again, it has just been incredibly dry. So far in April or in spring, we're already about 5 inches in the hole. So I do like how you mentioned this has been something that's been going on for quite some time. Why do you feel like people are just now starting to realize it or get into it? I was thinking maybe it has to do with the warmer weather, more people are getting out. But again, we've got a lot of questions about this drought this week, and we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah, we're not used to talking about drought and drought impacts over the wintertime. Usually during the cool season, we're just not seeing as much outdoor activity. Farmers are not growing as many crops at that time of the year. Of course, the grass is usually brown and dormant during the winter. And I think one thing that surprises a lot of people is that the snow we had in late January, early February really didn't have that much of an impact on improving the drought. It was definitely a nice snow, a foot in the Charlotte area, but not a lot of that snow actually melted and infiltrated the ground. A lot of it actually sublimated, so it went straight from ice into a gas form, and it really didn't have as big of an impact as we would have hoped. And again, it's just stacking those dry months together. The year to date is the driest on record so far for the Charlotte area. Nearby places like Monroe are also running on their driest on record last 6 months. So we have just not seen the rain or any precipitation that we've needed over that longer time spell. And yeah, now that we're getting those warmer days in the spring, it's been like waking up a sleeping bear. That drought is suddenly angry and we're all feeling the effects.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been talking about the 2007 drought. I know we have a lot of newer folks here in the Carolinas. I grew up here in Charlotte, and I know you grew up in the Carolinas as well. And a lot of folks have been moving to this area. But in 2007, we had a very historical, significant drought here in the Carolinas. And just kind of pulling that up for us here, you can actually see the two droughts here. I've got 2007 December when that drought really ramped up, and then also April 2026, the drought that we're currently under right now. And you can see the exceptional drought took over our actually entire Queen City News viewing area here. And then you look further to the right there, and you see April 2026. I mean, we've got extreme drought creeping in, but it could be a lot worse as we get towards the summer. Can you just talk about some of the differences between these two? Because I know a lot of folks have been talking about the 2007 drought. What are some of the differences that we have with this drought and maybe some of the similarities that we have from 2007 to this one?
Yeah, that 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas. And of course, a lot of folks are seeing those similarities because now some places are being asked to conserve water. That was widespread, especially by the late summer and fall of 2007 when we were in those exceptional drought conditions. And on the drought map now, we are getting into that extreme level. That's not far away from where we were at the peak of that 2007 drought, but some of the big differences mainly in the time of year when these droughts emerged. That 2007 drought started in far western North Carolina, coming out of a fairly dry winter, but an especially dry spring in that part of the state, and then it just ramped up over the summer. Very fast emerging, like you're showing here. We went through one of the hottest and driest summers on record, including the hottest August on record in North Carolina. After that, there was just no water left. It had all evaporated during those summer months, and that's why we were seeing such dire conditions and water restrictions. The current drought has mainly been a cool season drought to this point. Like we mentioned, it started last fall and over the winter, just not getting the rain we expected at those times of the year. We're certainly seeing it intensify now in the spring, but in some ways, that could be a good sign. If this is the driest that it gets, it means that we were getting those rainfall deficits out of the way in a time of the year when they don't matter as much. But as you're noting here, it could also be a bad sign. That means that we are already getting a head start on those rainfall deficits compared to what we saw in 2007. So again, if this summer and even fall stays dry, that could mean that we are seeing even bigger impacts than we did back in that event 19 years ago.
And then some of the similarities, it appears more of the similarities have been, a lot of people have been tying this to La Nina. We're still seeing the significant wildfire threat that we saw in 2007. And looks like we could be experiencing some long-term impacts from this as well. And that kind of leads to my next question, Corey. What does the long-term climate outlook look like when it comes down to this drought? We're getting ready to get even hotter as we head more towards the summer months. And I mean, this is our rainy season right now. Spring, we tend to start getting a good amount of rain here. Then as we get towards the summer, less fronts, we get more hit or miss storms. So what does the long-term outlook look like?
Yeah, we sure wish we had some of those April showers because right now we are not looking at that many May flowers with as dry as it's been. You showed those rainfall deficits, how those have added up over the last 6 months or so. That means right now in the Charlotte area, we are running more than 15 inches below normal since this dry spell began in August. We're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits. Ideally, what we would like to see is every week getting an inch or two. That gets us at least back to our normal precipitation, if not a little bit more than that. But even if we stack together 2-inch per week rainfall totals, it would still take about 4 months to fully chip away at this drought. So that means that we are in it for the long haul. That means that we will continue to see some sort of drought impacts through the rest of spring, through the summer, maybe even into the fall. Certainly, we hope that the pattern changes and we start getting a little bit more rainfall. That may tamp down some of the dryness and drought that we're seeing now. That may extend the life of some of our water supplies. But again, this drought will not disappear overnight or even in 1 month. It'll be with us for at least a while longer.
You know, I mentioned my inbox has been filling up with drought-related questions. It's also filling up with a lot of El Nino questions as well. I think a lot of social media attention has been put on El Nino, especially with the chance of it being a super El Nino later this year, just a very strong El Nino, likely really taking over by late this year. How could El Nino help or hurt this situation when it comes down to the drought?
You know, these headlines are attention grabbing. You see not just Super El Nino, but in some places a Jurassic El Nino, a Godzilla El Nino. My goodness, what will that mean?
It's been crazy this year. I mean, we talk about El Nino and La Nina a lot, but I feel like this year, at least since I've been studying meteorology and looking at it over the last decade or so, it's gotten a lot more attention than I can remember.
That's right. And I think one thing that most folks should understand is that this does represent a pattern change. Over the last 2 winters, we have been in a La Nina pattern. That generally tends to favor drier than normal conditions in our part of the country, but that's mainly during the cool season. During the warm season, like we're going in now, we don't see as much of an influence from either El Nino or La Nina. And in fact, the earliest impacts we may see this year from El Nino could actually be negative ones for us. El Nino usually reduces tropical activity in the Atlantic. That's because it strengthens the upper level winds, and that can shear apart these developing tropical systems. So maybe by the peak of hurricane season in September, or for a few months after that, we may also miss out on some of the tropical activity we expect if it's just a fairly quiet season. But when we do expect a turnaround as late fall, early winter this coming season, that usually means we are getting a stronger jet stream that's bringing more moisture, more storm systems to our south, up along our coastline. El Nino winters are almost always wetter than normal in the Carolinas. So we think even if we are still in drought going into next winter, there's a pretty decent chance we'll get some good precipitation then and at least be able to chip away at the drought like we haven't been able to do this spring.
My next question, Corey, really my last question before I let you go here. How do we get through this? I know in 2007, 2008, we were in that drought all through the fall, winter months, and then we didn't end that drought. It took about 9 or 10 months for that drought to end from 2007 to 2008. And it seemed like working together was the way they got through it then. Now, how do we get through it now that we're heading into more of the hotter months? If we continue with this drier pattern, what can people do to help and make sure we have enough water to get through it?
Yeah, it really does take all of us. And, you know, you look at these extreme drought conditions that we're in right now, by definition, those only occur about 5% of the time or less. So when we see people being asked to save water, being asked to follow burn bans and other local advice, this is a vast minority of the time that we're asking folks to do that. This is not becoming the norm. Again, this is just one of those rare events that happens in the Carolinas sometimes, and that hasn't happened in almost 20 years across the Piedmont areas. So again, it takes that cooperation. And I like to encourage folks, just be aware of where your water comes from and how much you're using in your household. At some point, you may be asked to take shorter showers or make sure your dishwasher is full before it runs. Again, those are just smart energy and water saving things that'll also cut down on your monthly water bill. So really, it's just smart to be more aware and be a little more careful about the water that you're using.
Corey, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today. Again, that is Corey Davis, Assistant North Carolina State Climatologist, joining us here on Pinpoint Weather University. And Corey, how can people stay connected to you guys? I know you guys are always releasing blogs and just little snippets on the drought every time the drought monitor gets released every Thursday by the United States Geological Survey. So how can people stay connected to you guys?
Yeah, I encourage folks to go to our website. It's climate.ncsu.edu. Also, check out our social media, including @NCSCO on X. Like you said, we're posting weekly drought infographics there. We'll have blog posts a few times a month, including of a webinar that we just put on about the ongoing drought. So that's a great way for folks to learn more about how we got in this situation, what impacts it's having, and what may happen next.
All right, Corey Davis again with the North Carolina Climate Office here, Assistant North Carolina State Climatologist. Thanks again, Corey, for coming on the show with us. I'm sure that we're going to be connecting with you a lot more here, especially as this drought continues and as it takes a little bit of time to get out of this. We'll continue to work together to do it, my friend.
All right, thank you, Brandon.
And coming up after the break, we actually have another guest that's going to be joining us on the show today. We're going to be speaking with the chair of the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council. They're letting us know how they're planning to help us get through this drought here in the state of North Carolina. Details on that coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Talking a lot about the drought right now. The drought is getting a little bit more serious here in the Carolinas, especially now that it's heating up. A lot more water usage is happening. People are trying to get out of the lake, and we were just talking about that with Corey Davis with the North Carolina Climate Office just a few moments ago. And now I'm actually going to be bringing on the chair of the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council. And Klaus, we see the drought right now. Klaus Burton joining us. You can see it's still showing that extreme drought over the area. And we spoke about, I'd say, probably 4 or 5 months ago. It was during the winter at some point. And we were watching this drought grow. And I feel like the drought's getting more attention now. And I feel like business is picking up for you guys there at the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council for sure.
Yeah, so back in the fall, it was starting to form. Some areas were 3-4 inches behind. Unfortunately, now those same areas are 12 to 15 inches behind. We've had a few rains, but nothing significant.
Now, when it comes down to you guys at the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council, what do you do now? Now that the drought's getting more extreme, now that it's creating more impacts, what is your role there now at the council?
Yeah, so it's definitely shifting into more of the education. Again, back in the fall, we're just keeping an eye on it, seeing how things progress. But now, we're going to start seeing a lot of towns putting in conservation measures, pictures like that. The lakes are going to be going down. So really getting out some of the education, letting folks know what to expect and answering questions about conservation, where things are headed. What people need to be doing.
And then what are some of those educational factors that you guys will be bringing in? I know you mentioned you're going to be speaking with some folks coming up here on Thursday, April 23rd, as the new drought monitor comes out, and just continuing to educate the public. What are some of those educational tips you're going to be handing out to the public here as we get more into this drought?
Yeah, so, a lot of it tomorrow is going to be talking about how we got to where we are. You've been watching it, I've been watching it, but a lot of people, over the wintertime, maybe didn't notice that it wasn't raining as much as normal. But so talking about that and also impacts, there's a big wildfire risk right now. Things are so dry and, low humidity. So, letting people know, really be careful about that. And then also about conservation, where they should look for information about conservation.
And another question I had too, it kind of hinges on the program you guys have there with the North Carolina Drought Management Advisory Council. We had a historic drought in 2007. And I believe last time you spoke to me in class, you were mentioning that that was a big driver for starting programs like the one you're chair of.
Right. And so a lot of the legislation and kind of guidelines that were put into place back in 2007, 8 are really getting implemented now. You know, cities need to have water shortage response plans that are tied to specific triggers, conservation measures. So the 2007-8 did kind of give the state a wake-up call, and now we're putting a lot of those practices into place.
And my last question for you, it just has to do with the water conservation. A lot of people have been messaging me all over social media, talking about the drought more over the last week or so, and it has been as the water conservation has really picked up. We have seen the wildfire danger, but wildfire doesn't necessarily apply to everyone because not everybody burns, but everyone uses water. You need water for hydration. You need water for showers. You need water for the dishes. Even if you're trying to wash your hands, I mean, everybody uses water. So I feel like that's why the drought's getting a lot more attention now. But what are some tips that you have for the public in regards to water conservation? How can people conserve water during this time?
Yeah, so the best place for most people to look is, you know, at the utilities website. I was just looking at Charlotte Water's website, and you know they've got good recommendations about what sort of conservation, you know, people should be doing. A lot of just common sense, trying to be more conscientious about how much water they use. You know, if you're going to be watering the lawn, you know, try and do it in the morning when temperatures are low. That way you get, you know, the most water on the lawn instead of evaporating. You know, try not to water the sidewalk or the street because that's just wasted. You know, but as far as regular use, like you said, washing your hands, washing the dishes, you know, flushing the toilet, you know, especially right now, it's just, you know, be conscientious, but it's not restrictive yet.
And any other tips you might have just for the public? Anything that you think might be important to add to our conversation today about the drought? I do know that it can be a long time to recover from these. Do you think maybe this could be something we're in for the long haul?
You know, we're definitely going to be seeing some of the impacts through the summer, even if our pattern does change in May, which, you know, statistically it should, but you know, we should be in a better shape right now than we are anyways. So, we could stay in a dry pattern. Again, we're 12, 15 inches behind, so it's going to take a while, even if we... We do get some good rains the next few months.
Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We've been talking a lot about the drought this episode, and I feel like it's warranted. A lot of questions have been coming because of the water restrictions and all the outdoor festivities that we like to do on the lake. Some of that stuff kind of coming to a halt here as temperatures warm up. And I think that is allowing people to be a little bit more concerned. The thing is, I was just actually talking about it over the break with Klaus. We were talking about how, during the winter, you might not have these impacts as much, right? We're not using as much water. And then when we get into the spring, we've got wildfire danger, but not everybody's burning. People across the Carolinas, there's some that do burn brush, but not everybody burns brush. Not everybody has a fire pit. Not everybody has a fireplace that they use. However, everybody uses water. So when you tell somebody to take a shorter shower, when you tell somebody to only use a dishwasher when the dishwasher is full, when you tell somebody they can't rinse the pollen off their car but once or twice a week, we got problems, right? It's impacting you. So now I feel like it is getting a little bit more attention, and a lot of folks are really interested. Now, as it gets attention, many folks want to know how we get out of this. Now, I'm not going to be a buzzkill here, but I do hate to say it. It's going to take time. It takes time to get out of drought. Droughts do not end in 1 month. They don't end in 3 months, especially a drought like this one that's so extreme. This is going to take several months, maybe even until later in the year to officially get over the drought. And that's only if we get into more of a rainy pattern. It could go even longer if we stay dry. I've been using the credit card example a lot, but Klaus over the break actually used a really good example. Imagine missing a paycheck for 6 months and you finally get your paycheck. You're able to eat your food, but it's not helping your debt out too much, right? So we're behind by 6 months of rain, and we need to get ahead of that by getting way over our averages over the next several months. And you don't want to get too much rain to create flooding. So I want to point out one scenario that might help us. We see it a lot in late spring, early summer. It's called a cutoff low. Let me go ahead and pull it up for you full screen. So a cutoff area of low pressure, again, you've got your jet stream to the north. That is that ribbon of flow in the upper levels. That's where all your storm tracks are, up there in the upper levels along the jet stream. Jet stream controls a lot of the weather patterns. But what happens if a little piece of energy or an area of low pressure gets cut off from that? So what ends up happening is when those areas of low pressure, they get away from the jet stream, they get cut off from the main flow. And when they get cut off from the main flow, they just kind of meander around a certain area. However, if we get a cutoff low, it tends to lead to a lot of rainy weather wherever it sits because it's just constantly creating lift in the atmosphere to create showers and potential storms. And it's also continuing to bring in moisture in certain areas as well, which keeps the precipitation higher for several days. So this is a look at a scenario, again, that we can tend to see late spring, early summer as we get into that time period. Sometimes you get little areas of low pressure cut off from the main flow of the jet stream. And that area of low pressure, it gets cut off from the jet stream from the main flow. It can actually create more of a Gulf moisture stream for us here in the Carolinas and across the eastern U.S. And it can lead to several days of rainfall as you're getting that continuous Gulf moisture. It's a really good pattern to get us out of drought. I shouldn't say get us out, but at least help alleviate things. Something we'll be watching for as we go through the next several months. We need cutoff lows like this. Now, there's another scenario that can help you get out of a drought. It's a scenario I don't really want, but it's a tropical system. Tropical systems can create an abundant amount of moisture over an area. But when tropical systems make landfall, they also can lead to catastrophic impacts like storm surge, damaging winds. You also can get, we saw with Hurricane Helene how historic that storm was. Even if you get a weaker tropical cyclone, it can cause significant issues as well. So that's why I've been seeing a lot of people say, oh, tropical cyclone, yeah, that can help us out. But I don't really want that because I think it can lead to even greater impacts than what we're seeing right now. Drought's a quiet impact when it comes down to weather. Before we go, I just want to mention this. Drought, it's quiet because you don't see destruction with it. You don't see mass damage and destruction over areas after a drought. You see low water levels. You have a lot of water conservation, different things like that. And you do get concerned about maybe water supply running low. However, you don't see the mass destruction that you see after a tornado or after a tropical system, things like that. So how do we end this without creating mass damage? Well, I think a cutoff low would be a good way of doing that, or several cold fronts 1 week and another week and another week. And then the other thing you don't want too much rain in 1 week to create flooding, because whenever you have dry soil like we have right now, Let me show you this clip here. Again, this is pretty dry soil. I mean, you're looking at this is Lake Wiley here that's running low. And again, we are talking about very dry soil. So whenever the water hits the soil, it doesn't immediately saturate into it. It just kind of sits there. So if you get heavy rain or heavy amounts of rain in 1 week, it can actually cause flooding issues pretty quickly because you get runoff very easily. So just some things to think about. We're in a drought. We're going to get through it together, and we're going to work together. How do I always end the show in Pinpoint Weather University? I say take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. I'm taping this on Earth Day. We're continuing to take care of our earth, and we're doing it together. And that's how we do it, folks. That's how you get through things. That's how we've been through Helene. That's how we're going to get through this drought. That's how we're going to get through things in the foreseeable future. That's going to do it for this episode of Pinpoint Weather University. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together, my friends. Y'all be easy. Be careful.
Welcome to Turnkey. I'm Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and this week we have part 2 of our conversation with Levi Bennett, who is a short-term rental extraordinaire. Here's part 2. Enjoy. So what would you suggest to someone who is interested in getting in on the investment side, but they're going to probably have to go for a property that is on the lower lower end of the budget?
Well, there's certainly opportunities. I would say under the 250, 300 price point, those properties actually cash flow really well, believe it or not. One demographic that seems to be pretty immune to this kind of price sensitivity is our millennials. And I'm a millennial, so I'll talk about us. We like our avocado toast and all the typical cliches, but we don't mind spending money on something that's nice. So if you find, like, I have a cabin in Bryson where it checks every box. It's nothing really particularly special in the sense that, it's only 700 square feet. It's a 2-1, but it's a real log cabin. It has a very long range view, a covered patio with a hot tub and a fire pit. It's everything that you want in your mountain getaway fantasy. And so when we see a property like that, I think I paid $285 for mine or something like that. But we've consistently done $50,000 a year on that property. So our gross yield is well into double digits.
Right.
Our net yield is also in double digits. So it's a great overall. It's a real short-term rentals. There's a lot of different kinds of real estate investments. You could buy a car wash. You could buy, all kinds of things. Short-term rental is not that passive. So if you want to put some elbow grease into a glamping dome or an A-frame or a small log cabin somewhere in an emerging tourist market, like mine's in Bryson City, which has the railroad, the Nantahala Outdoor Center. There's a bunch of
beautiful
cool
area.
It's
too.
a really cool.
We always use that live shot on Queen City News because it's just so beautiful with the creek there and everything.
And it's amazing. Like I grew up in Charlotte and did not ever go to Bryson. We always went to Blowing Rock or Asheville, but we never went that far west. And my first time there was to look at this house for another client who passed on it, and I was like, "This place is incredible."
You're not going to take it. I might.
Yeah, I did. I was like, "Well, if you don't want it, anyway." So.
So who manages it then?
I do. I have a property management company. It's sort of a boutique firm. We focus on revenue optimization. So there's a lot of nuance. This is another problem with short-term rentals, is people think it's market-based. And if you have a long-term rental, especially if you come from the long-term rental world, that's a great investment strategy. It's more of a long play. But if you have a 3-2 that the market rate's $1,500 a month, you're probably going to get around $1,500 a month.
Right.
Depending if you have fenced-in backyard, you might get a little bit more, a little bit less, but it's going to be about that. Short-term rentals vary dramatically. I mean, you can take two houses that are next door to each other, completely identical, and one operator runs the pricing and the minimum stay, minimum nights, and the seasonality one way, and the other person just lets it go, the one that's being optimized is going to make like 3 times the amount of money. And the other thing too is if you trend on Airbnb, and this is why unique is king and having real amenities, the difference between a 90th percentile property and a 50th percentile property, if you're completely average in the 50th percentile, and you compare it with one that's in the 90th percentile, like a like kind, it's not 40% more revenue. It's like 3 to 4 times more revenue. It's an exponential amount. So people are spending money on the premier, high-end, nice-looking, well-optimized properties. And it's not always about the visual part of it. It's, the forced equity side, although that's very important.
Right.
It's also about how you're protecting certain dates that are high demand. Like we don't open up our Christmases until Q3, for instance.
Okay.
Because we don't want somebody pulling it off in Q1 trying to get a deal. So we let the demand, also it gives us a chance to see what the demand is like that year because they start booking very early.
Okay.
Christmas is like the most in-demand week of the year, particularly in Western North Carolina. So we like to hold back, see how the demand shakes out, because if you book too early at too high of a price, they will cancel on you. But if you are able to wait, that price will continue to go up. We use all dynamic pricing.
I was just going to ask you, do you use a platform for dynamic pricing?
100%,
Okay,
always,
what is
yeah.
that platform?
We use Price Labs. There's a lot of
Actually, someone else mentioned they use Price Labs.
Price
on the
Labs
show.
is the oldest, the best one. They're
Okay.
obsessed with their craft. They're just really good at it. It's a very technical platform. It's at first you may feel like you need to be an engineer to use it because it almost looks like a Bloomberg terminal when you first look at it.
Okay.
It's like it's a lot.
Okay.
But what's cool about it is that it gives you hundreds of levers to pull to really make sure that you're creating a pricing strategy that works for your property. So taking the time to learn Price Labs and then apply it to that property and make sure you get real comps that are not just because Price Labs found it. You can actually go and check the ones that you want to get a really good basis of what people are paying in real time. And then, the goal for us is when we're in the high season, we want to be the most expensive property, honestly. When we're in the low season and demand, we want to be the best value, and ultimately we're trying to get the best guests and drive direct bookings. And
So how does your property range in terms of, price per night, for instance, throughout the year? Are you, on the low end, $150 a night, and then on the high end, $400? Like, what does that range look like?
So my cabin is a good example. I've been running that one the longest. We'll go down to $125 a night in the very slow seasons. I mean, in 3 years, we've only had 3 weekends not book. So, I mean,
Wow.
we keep our occupancy high, but we'll try to target the price point that's appropriate for the weekend or the season. But on Christmas, we're, $600, $650 a night, that week, or New Year's, Thanksgiving. Those are the big ones. And then October's just crazy. I mean, October's our strongest month. And
All the leafers
that's typical for all of Western North Carolina, though.
trying to see the fall colors.
As a whole, July and October, and that's the great thing about Western North Carolina, just as opposed to maybe the beach. The beach is cash cow like crazy in the summer months, but they're dead.
Right.
Unless you've got an interesting feature on the property or some kind of private. I met somebody who had like a deal with the fishing charters, and they had a deal they would actually pull the boat right up to their property that was waterfront, and then they had a fish cleaning station right there, and so it was like a perk, and that's how she got bookings through the December, January, February, which no one else. I mean, it's a ghost town the rest of the year, but
So it's all about that one thing that you have. That
you
someone
got to
else
think
doesn't.
outside the box.
Yeah.
Is my point? Yeah.
So how do you find the properties? I know you've got access to MLS,
Sure.
but there could be hundreds of new listings a day. So how do you go through, or are they not on MLS? Are most of the investment properties that you find through your relationships?
Yeah, it's 50-50. I mean, I would say 40% of my, and it depends on the season or the environment that we're in. Right now, 40%, 50% of my closings are off market. So they are because of relationships that I've made. The other, during COVID though, I mean, we would find stuff on market all the time. Some of our biggest winners, that castle was on market for I think a year or
really?
9 months.
Well, I mean, your client stuck $500,000 into it. Not everyone wants to take that on. I mean, that was a huge project.
Right. Yeah. And that is, again, these are why we have the conversation early of what are your goals? What are you able to do? We want to, I try to work with clients to show them the possibilities of what's realistic. And I think sometimes people come into this thinking that they're just going to buy a turnkey property that's going to cash cow like crazy. And that's
I think everyone
challenging.
thinks that.
It's
I think almost everyone thinks
It's
that.
not like that. It's not like that anymore. Maybe it was when it was highly speculative. Back when Airbnb, I remember the days when people didn't think Airbnb would even be a real viable company long term.
Why do you think that was?
I think anytime somebody's coming in to disrupt the industry, there's going to be a big voice. No matter what it is, there's going to be a lot of voices and a lot of strong opinions about, because people don't like disruption. There's always a group of people that don't like disruption for
Right.
whatever reason they have, and that's not a bad thing.
Creatures of habit.
Right. We like our routine. It's like, nobody thought the malls were going to close down and be worth 10% of their value just because online shopping was a thing. But that's exactly what's happened. I was reading an article this morning about mall values nationwide are a fraction of what they were and what to do with these properties now. Some are converting to mixed use and putting condos over them. And then
Yeah, there's one not far from here that they're doing a lot of like medical space, office
Right.
space inside the mall to try to kind of keep the tenants there. And I'm sure the revenue or rent is probably, that structure has changed, because I know malls, for instance, like a store, they'll pay their rent, but then sometimes it'll be in addition to that, it'll be a portion of their
then
their sales that they'll pay as well.
triple net or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. I'm not fully informed on that one, but
It's
just
not my
enough to
expertise,
pass the
but
real
yeah.
estate exam.
Yeah, exactly.
guess going back to the short-term rentals, let's just say you're meeting someone for the first time and they have this idea that they want to get into it. What is your first suggestion to them beyond let's figure out your goals?
The first suggestion is to be open-minded, to don't get obsessed over location. I think it's drilled into our heads as investors, location, location, location.
Mhm.
And I don't want to underestimate it to the extent that, it's not important. It is important. But it's really location for value.
Mm.
So that's what you're really, it's a metric of like, what are you paying to be in that location? To be honest with you, you can have a short-term rental be successful. You could throw a dart at a map of North Carolina and create a successful vacation rental if you acquire at the right price.
Well, we've talked a lot about, you've got yours in Bryson City. We've talked about the one, the Castle in Banner Elk, but Charlotte is also a good market for it. You're probably going to get a different buyer, right? A different client coming in and
Sure.
renting out your place. It might be someone who's here in town for a concert and wants to spend the weekend
Yep.
versus spending a week, in the mountains. But Charlotte still has a pretty strong, correct me if I'm wrong, short-term rental game.
Oh, it's growing every day. It's growing. I mean, what's interesting is, one trend right now is looking at kind of these B and C markets. So like places like, I don't know, Cherryville or Mooresville or Annapolis or Rockingham even. Like there was and if you look at the short-term rental availability there's really not much. But believe it or not, these are some of the most high ROI properties. And what's interesting about this is some of these communities they don't have the economy for somebody to come in and say, I'm going to open a hotel here.
Okay.
But these are places where people are, children are being born, they're graduating, they're getting married, they're having holidays together. There's events happening all over the place. And people typically, especially, I remember when my parents came into town, they didn't want to stay in a hotel. They wanted a short-term rental.
Mm.
And so they were looking, and there wasn't a lot available, but the one that was the most interesting and unique was the one that they ended up staying at. And then they became friends with the hosts, and now they're clients of mine.
Funny how that worked out,
But-
Levi.
but it's just interesting because I think, I get this question a lot of like, well, why would we get a short-term rental in a place that's not a vacation market? It's like, well, do people live there? Like, is there
Mhm.
things happening? My son's in a sports league that's like apparently very competitive. We're just starting, but like, we're traveling around and
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff. And, I've got all kinds of family members wanting to come see him play. Well,
If everyone can get a hotel room.
oh man, I don't want to stay at the Courtyard
Yeah.
Marriott. Nothing wrong with Courtyard Marriotts, but they serve a function
Mhm.
that doesn't always fit, these types of communities. And that's where short-term rentals really fill in the gaps.
Mhm.
Not to mention the corporate rental opportunities, like the midterms, which big
People
cities,
moving in and out.
and this is where Charlotte really shines, is you have a lot of engineers, for instance, that come in on contracts, 3 to 6 month contracts. They're not going to move here, but they are going to be here long enough.
And they get
will-
that per diem.
100%.
And they can spend it however they want.
Yeah, so they there's a lot of successful, we call them midterm rentals. So it's not a long term, not a short term, but it's
Mhm.
a midterm. It's a furnished long term, sort of. So
It's interesting how you mentioned family coming into town, and I think everyone would love to have the space for their family to stay with them, but it's just not the case. And when someone's looking at purchasing a property for themselves, especially a first-time home buyer, they might want a 2-bedroom, but in areas like South End, it just might not be financially possible
Mhm.
to get that second bedroom for someone. So to your point, family still, when they're visiting, will probably stay at, they'll have the choice, a hotel or An Airbnb.
There's a really interesting opportunity that is very unique to Charlotte, actually, right now, that kind of overlaps with my space, is that the ADU program. Have you talked to anyone much about the new ADU incentive that Charlotte is doing?
What is that?
So they're doing a grant right now
Mm-hmm.
that, and I don't know the detail. I read it when it first came out. This would be an interesting one, but Charlotte has decided that ADUs are
Accessory dwelling unit.
accessory. Yes. So it's basically another living quarters on property.
Mhm.
And there's some criteria there, but essentially they will give you a portion of the money to pay for the construction. And then I think you don't have to give it back if you keep it for long enough.
Certain
It's
number of
like
years.
how
It
most
sounds
grants
kind of
work.
like first-time home buyer.
It's very
benefits
similar
as well in grants. Yeah.
But Charlotte's, I mean, it's a very positive grant, I think. And but what it allows people to do is they can construct something on their property that will not only add a significant value, particularly as certain generations are getting older, that there is a trend of moving in with your kids
Right.
and having
Mother-in-law
a
suite.
mother-in-law suites. I mean, that's what an ADU
Right.
really is known as. But they're getting very popular in the real estate world on primary homes.
So what's in it for Charlotte then? Why is Charlotte like, we want to give you money to do this?
So Charlotte's got some density, I guess it's some density issues that, they want to create more value and basically increase density without, having to bulldoze a home.
Right.
Essentially, so essentially what they're saying is we need more density here. We know there's a demand for it. So, I'm not sure why. I mean, Raleigh's doing the same thing. But Charlotte, I think, pioneered this in the Carolinas and has come up with a fantastic opportunity for people. And I don't know how long it's going to last. But if you could short-term rental that ADU, that adds significant income that can offset your mortgage and makes what would otherwise be an unaffordable property like suddenly affordable.
Right. And that's actually, I keep going back to the previous episode. We had Brand Bronico, the Charlotte FC player, on the show, and that's exactly what they did. They have their house that they were renting out the bottom portion of it to a friend, and then they decided to build an ADU in their essentially the backyard, and now it's become this full rental property of the payments, the rental for the house pays for that mortgage, and then
Yeah.
any other Airbnb that they get from this ADU that they've built in the backyard, that's just
Bonus.
bonus money. Yeah.
100%. It's a fantastic program that Charlotte's doing, and I think everyone that has a property that could qualify for this should at least consider it.
Now, if you're in an HOA, that might be a different story. You'd probably have to get approval.
Yeah,
There might be
definitely
stipulations.
100%. Know your HOA docs, and the nice thing about AI is that you can upload your HOA docs and then ask AI like what would be the process, or is this allowed?
Mhm.
A lot of HOAs do allow it.
Mhm.
With some extra criteria. But the nice thing too about Charlotte is that so much of Charlotte was developed in sounds so old, 1900s. I was born in the 1900s. But it was built
Barely, though. Just barely.
barely 40s, 60s, 50s, and there's a lot of before the suburban
Mhm.
trend happened in the 90s, 80s and 90s. A lot of our development in Mecklenburg County was before HOA. So there's a lot of properties that would qualify for this.
Mhm.
And if yours qualifies for it, I mean, I've thought about going back down to Charlotte. I live up in Iredell County now, but
Mhm.
just for this opportunity, it's that good.
Yeah.
I mean,
You have a hard time saying no to things, don't you?
I have very hard.
Real estate agent, property manager. How many rentals do you have of your own?
Well, we only just started. So I have 5 of
Just
my
5.
own. Yeah,
That's not.
it's yeah, it's a lot of work, but we're scaling up, and I'm trying.
Mhm.
I've decided to take property manage. There's just so much low hanging fruit there. Property managers right now, particularly in Western North Carolina, but kind of the old model of property management and short term rentals. There's so much technology right now that we can do so much. We can make a property make so much more money than how it's been done in the past.
Mhm.
And so the opportunity is just too big. So I've started doing more of that.
When you talk about property management, you're not talking about you yourself managing your own properties. You're talking about actual company being hired by
Yeah.
someone who owns a property
Yeah,
to actually manage it.
Yep. Yeah, so my company is, we're fully licensed, insured, and everything here in North Carolina. So we're taking on select properties. Got to qualify for it because we want properties and owners that I feel like will be in that top 10%.
Mhm.
Because
You said low hanging fruit. Why is that? What's the need that isn't being filled?
well, even just the price optimization. I mean, some of the largest companies in North Carolina don't
offer it.
They don't have any kind of price optimization, and it's not uncommon to have a pretty great house, beautiful 4-bedroom log cabins up in the mountains that, struggle to make $30,000 a year. And then I look at their calendar and, their pricing is like way too low on certain dates and way too high on other dates. And
Because the owner is setting the price, and then the property manager is
the
just
manager's setting the price now.
Oh, really?
Most of the
So
well, with short-term rentals, typically the manager is going to set the price.
Okay.
And I just don't think they're very good at I just don't think they're very good at it.
Mhm.
I mean, and they're getting
Leaving money on the table.
they're getting beat hand over fist by small companies like me that are, they're going to have to adapt or get eaten up. So
Mm. So leave us with a positive here. The short-term rental. It sounds like short-term rental industry is strong, and that there's
it's alive and well. It's
but,
evolved.
But you need to be smart and approach it in the right way.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I like to approach, just like every client, every property, we approach it with a certain level of nuance, but there is a plan. I mean, we're looking for value. Where's the value? Where's the low-hanging fruit? Is it location? Because there's one on Lake Norman right now that I saw yesterday. It's one of the cheapest waterfront properties I've ever seen on Lake Norman, well, at least in several years. And it's kind of perfect for a short-term rental. It's in a place that needs short-term rental. And, there's always people saying they want a short-term rental in Lake Norman, but those opportunities when they're really good usually blip on the radar and then they're gone. So
You have to be quick with them. You have to be ready to place the offer the day that you see it, if you get a chance to see it.
pretty much, yeah.
Well, Levi,
Yeah.
thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. It's been a fun 2-part episode here.
Thank you
We
for having
we
me.
decided that on the fly that we would just kind of expand this into 2 episodes. It's been really just a learning curve hearing from you with how to approach the short-term rental game, and I appreciate your insight.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. This has been absolutely a pleasure.
Well, I think we'll have you on again sometime soon.
I would love
No
to.
doubt about that. Well, thank you so much for everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey. We will see you next time.
Hey, welcome into Queen City News Plus. Today we got Order in the Court with Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, always good to see you. As we got court is in session right now for Order in the Court. 3 topics today we're going to be talking about. One, it's something that's not talked about a lot, but instead of right to life, we're going to talk about right to die. That is going to be the third topic. And the second topic is going to talk about declassifying marijuana, what the implications are going forward. But first, we want to talk about Elon Musk is in court today with a lawsuit trial. Jury selection starts today against his ChatGPT maker, OpenAI. And so this is a really big case because Sam Altman, CEO, executives there, they believe that he deceived Musk and betrayed OpenAI's original nonprofit mission when it evolved into a profit arm, for-profit arm. So let's talk about this case today and how we got to where we are right now.
Elon Musk gave them $44 million over a number of years with the expectation that it continued to be nonprofit. That's probably the easiest way to look at it. At some point, Elon Musk was there in the leadership, making determinations, making decisions, and then he gets kind of ousted and leaves. Once he leaves...
2018, right?
2018, then they make the determination to shift and go to this for-profit model. And it has been approved by the courts. This model wasn't something they did on their own. Why was it approved? Because it was going to get oversight by the foundation. So there were a number of things in place that would give it protections to still be with the root cause and the thought process of its orientation. But Elon Musk is saying, listen, that's not what we agreed to. That's not what I gave my original money to. You've turned this into this money-making scheme for profit gain. And because of that, I think you've misled me. I think you misled donors. And I believe that now this should be reverted back to a nonprofit status. And the money that I'm asking for, 130 plus billion in damages, not million, but billion, that he's saying, I don't even want a dime of that money. I want it all to be given to the nonprofit organization aspect that this company should have been.
Yeah, this is a personal grudge match, it seems like, here between Sam Altman, who a lot of people know, but maybe not so much outside of the tech world and financial world, but Elon Musk, everybody knows about him. But this jury selection here, there's been questions about how this jury is going to be selected today. And going forward, it's supposed to last. This trial's supposed to last about 4 weeks. What's your take on that?
It ain't going to be easy. Let's start with there. Trying to find a jury of your peers in Silicon Valley, like you say, that folks were going to know him outside of him as Sam Altman. Folks outside of there won't recognize him with his face. But on the other side, you got Elon Musk right here on the screen. You could pick him out instantly, and probably every kid will know who he is because he's everywhere, from SpaceX to Tesla to he has his hand in so many things that, yeah, you're going from X, you'll find him, right? And so I think finding a jury of your peers that can be fair and impartial is going to be extremely hard. And the judge recognizes that, decides to bring in 3 panels that are 3 times the size of what they normally would, because he recognizes that these individuals are going to add some confusion to the jury selection process. But the judge isn't going to let that happen and without attempting to stop it. The question that will be asked is, okay, you may know these individuals, but can you be fair and impartial? And do you have any biases against these individuals? Okay, I do. Well, can you set those biases aside? And if the answer is yes, I can set those biases aside, the judge is going to keep them on the panel, in the juries. But if you can't, then the judge is going to do something to attempt to rehabilitate these individuals and say, look, well, if I direct you to be fair and impartial, and, walking them through the steps that the court is going to require, then it's going to be hard for a person, let's say, have a truly, genuinely held bias against them that they can't set aside. And it's not something like, hey, I just got to go to work. Hey, I just don't like Elon because he blocked me on X or something. But it's a genuinely held belief that if I'm here, I cannot be fair and impartial. Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to pick a jury, but not impossible.
Well, talk to me about that a little bit. You've been in trial yourself, obviously, as a criminal defense attorney. And how do you go about saying, put yourself maybe in these type of shoes from either side? What do you want to see in picking a jury?
Well, I mean, both folks are going to want a couple different things. I mean, I think when I'm picking a jury, first I got to figure out, well, what am I trying to prove if I'm the prosecutor? And on the defense side, what am I trying to anticipate they're going to say about my client, and what issues does my client have? And so in this regard, looking at what Elon has to prove, he's going to say, well, was there an enforceable nonprofit commitment? And so, and was that commitment broken? So I'm going to be looking, if I'm Elon, for folks that are able to follow complex, negotiations, that maybe have some nonprofit work in the past, that are able to understand what a nonprofit does and what impact they have on the community. On the other side, if I'm Sam Altman, I'm looking for folks that have some familiarity with OpenAI, recognize what it's like to transition from a nonprofit to a for-profit. Because on my side, I'm saying that, listen, there was no commitment to stay nonprofit. And if anything, Elon Musk knew. That's what Sam Altman is saying. That's what his team will have to be alleging. And that there was no binding promise. This was just an admission that could evolve. So also looking for higher educated people that can follow and track. And sometimes when you're in a jury, trying to find the perfect juror doesn't, always happen. It's not as easy as it looks on the movies. But it is a science to it. You're looking for people that fit and will listen and follow the narrative that you're trying to direct them to. And so sometimes if you recognize when picking a jury that, hey, this person ain't even paying attention while I'm talking, it's going to be hard for them to follow for 4 weeks when I'm asking questions to potential witnesses. And so those are small signs. But as you dig deeper, as you start asking these questions about who they are and what they've done, you're trying to pull out of them, is this person a thinker? Are they someone that will be easily pushed? Will they be someone that will listen to me? Will they listen to the other counsel? Will they listen to the judge's instructions? And you're doing all this in real time and with the assistance of other counsel to make sure you don't miss anything.
The other thing, too, here is there's a lot on the line, obviously, for both individuals here, this whole thing. But Elon Musk has got, what's the impact, the potential impact that this could have on Elon Musk going forward?
Well, Elon Musk, obviously, he has, once he left OpenAI in 2018, he started his own AI, xAI. So he has a vested interest in ensuring that OpenAI removes itself from the for-profit space and goes away so that xAI could be in that space and now fill the void that would be created with OpenAI leaving. And so there is a financial connection to this from Elon Musk, even though he says he wants none of the proceeds from the actual case. I talked about this before, that the things that happen in this courtroom won't have just a lasting effect scenario. It won't just be a dollar amount that's associated to this case. It will have impacts outside of there in the stock market. It will have impacts within the tech market, the tech world. And so this case will have a massive impact on Elon Musk and on Sam Altman. I mean, you have a IPO that's around the corner for OpenAI.
Mm-hmm.
This case will impact that. So you ask about impact, it will impact everybody. And I'm talking about like crater size impact, not small.
Yeah, and also going to be testifying too. Obviously, it's going to be Sam Altman, could be Elon Musk, but also could be Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. So this is a who's who of billionaires that are going to be out there testifying, and everyone's going to be covered in this case, not just in Silicon Valley.
It is definitely going to be the who's who, but I take it back to the original thing. When you get up in that jury box here, you've made it to the panel, but then they put you into the box for asking selection questions. Everyone, I mean, unless you're under a rock, is going to have familiarity with the names that are going to pop up hearing. But now, can you set aside any connection, any association, any biases that you created about these people? I mean, because Elon Musk is extremely vocal. He's someone that doesn't shy away from saying what he wants. And so he may have made a post that offended you. But can you set that offense aside and still be fair and impartial? That part of the process, which is the most important part of the trial, is picking a jury that can listen, be open, and be fair.
We will keep following that for you when it comes to this trial involving OpenAI and Elon Musk and also CEO Sam Altman. The other topic we're going to talk about coming up after the break, reclassifying actually medical marijuana and the federal government, also the impacts of that going forward and the legal implications of that as well. You're watching Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus with Khalif and Brian. Second topic of the day, we're going to be talking about, Khalif, and that is reclassifying medical marijuana. On April 23rd, a few days ago, Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, she signed an order changing the federal classification of medical marijuana. That move, which came at the behest of President Trump, it's going to make medical marijuana now a Schedule III drug. It's going to bring enormous tax benefits for medical marijuana producers in 40 states. It's going to speed up a lot of the process on when it comes to reclassifying medical marijuana. Where do we go with legally this for the business standpoint and also for personal?
It's a couple of things. I mean, you hit it right on the head that President Trump's executive order signed December of 2025 said exactly this, that it required that medical marijuana and cannabis research be increased. And how do you increase it? Well, the first step is to remove this classification status as a Class 1 drug and make it to a Class 3 drug. So now you get an opportunity for medical research to not have these extra hurdles they would have to jump through. I mean, before it was on the same standard as some type of opioids and things like that, and attempting to do the research that was required and could be used for it just wasn't possible. So now lowering that standard, it allows you to be able to get access to it on a lot easier basis. So for the medical research purpose, it's going to be great. Now, the issue that I would have with this process, or I should say not the issue, but the timing. A lot of folks will say, well, what does this mean today, right? Am I able to start grabbing, or purchasing it or doing that? And no, this isn't okay, now it's legalized on the federal level. No, this is just a reclassification standard. And so that order doesn't affect any legalization of cannabis. I want to make sure that portion is extremely clear, because people see these types of things and like, hey, the government's now not criminalizing it. That's not what this says. It's primarily for research purposes because it's placing both FDA-approved drug products and medically municipal marijuana products subject to the qualifying state-issued licensing. And that is the part that I think is probably the most immediate thing that folks will see. This shift from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1 is going, because even within marijuana itself, those two classifications of marijuana, just the FDA approved in the state legal medical, doesn't account for all other marijuana that wouldn't be covered under this executive order or FDA standard. And so that is probably the biggest issue that folks will have when looking at this. This is solely for medical purpose.
Medical purposes. So this happens if there's a research firm out there, there's a company that's out there, and they've already been charged with something. Can they go back and say legally, hey, look, we changed the rules on this. Does that pertain to me in any way?
Yeah, I'd say the answer is no. Most laws are not going to be retroactive unless the language inside of any type of law, guidance, or rule would be retroactive. It would say something like that. But you'd have to go back. First of all, a person or a company that would have some type of charge connected to having medical marijuana would have been brought probably on the state level or on the federal level, depending on the severity and the amount that they've had. And so I would say that first, that it would be no retroactive aspect. Second, this isn't even the final order yet. Yeah, they've issuing this thing saying that, but there still needs to be a hearing and an opportunity for folks to be heard on this topic.
Okay. So in businesses going forward, they can go ahead and continue or ramp up if they want to do that. And the laws differ really because it comes down to the states too, as far as with North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, folks will definitely be able to, if they're in that space. And I got to be clear, if you're not in the space of medical marijuana, if you're not using FDA approved or state issued and approved medically licensed marijuana, this doesn't apply to you. So this is fast track full rescheduling. And that will begin not today, but it says immediately, and that's the part that I want to make sure I'm looking at. It says a new DEA hearing starts June. So even though this is going out and to become effective, this hearing still has to take place.
All right. Yeah, we're seeing certainly a lot of shifts with that. Another subject.
Well, I mean, it's a core policy shift. Let's be clear on that. Other administrations haven't wanted to touch this. The Trump administration has talked about it for a number of times. President Trump was clear in December that this is something that was a priority. Go ahead and make it change because now businesses, companies, research industry can get a jump on doing the much needed research that folks have been asking to be done for years.
All right, good deal. That'll wrap it up for our second segment there, Khalif. Coming up, we're going to be talking about something else. Dying with dignity, assisted dying here. It's something you don't really normally talk about, but it is being talked about in several states, and we'll talk about that on Queen City News Plus, An Order in the Court. When we come back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian, as we're going to be talking about our last segment today. And it's something that's normally not talked about, really, but it is considered when you have someone who has been in a lot of pain, they have a terminal diagnosis that's assisted dying, or it's called medical aid in dying with dignity. It's legally for mentally competent adults in 13 U.S. states, in Washington, D.C., and a number of other states. North Carolina is considering this legislation of something like this, not really in South Carolina. But discuss that a little bit about the legalities with someone who is really suffering, and then instead of a right to life, they want to have a right to die.
Yeah, this is not euthanasia, so that's the first thing that people think about, like Dr. Kevorkian, like assisting people to die. That's not the same as this. And as you mentioned, it's legalized in 14 jurisdictions: California, Colorado, Delaware, DC, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Montana has pending court legislation going back and forth about that now. North Carolina does have some things on the books where they're attempting to get something like this passed. House Bill 410, a bill that directs North Carolina, this is the key part, directs North Carolina Institute of Medicine to conduct comprehensive study on medical aid in dying. So not something that would pass there to say, okay, now once that's passed, you can do it in our state. This is saying if this bill passes, it will allow research to be conducted to see if this is something that would help individuals in our state, different than some of these other states that have already passed it. Oregon was the first to pass it in 1997, but you've had a number of states looking for things like this.
Yeah, and we've had the states that are talking about it is providing a legal option for a peaceful death. Laws they would require like a 6-month prognosis, self-administration of a medication. This requires it further along with the research. But we all probably in our sphere or somewhere along our lives have seen someone that's really suffered in their last years, whether it's, I have a family member who has tremendous neck pain right now. Just can't deal with it. Someone who has a terminal diagnosis, well, I'd rather not go through the end of the life of those type of things. But it does provide the option of whether you want to do that. But it's still a very, very painful decision, because you think about that, because we have this with animals. You can do that with animals. Assisted euthanasia, when you know that their time is done. But this is a lot different to that, but it's certainly something that is being considered more and more now.
It's definitely being considered more and more, but I start with a couple of things. It's that palliative care treatment that's there already. That ensuring that the last months, the last days, the last weeks of a person that has a terminal illness are ones that their pain is diminished, right? You're giving them things that won't cure, that won't heal, but will ensure that that process is there and is a slower, process where they can enjoy their last few days. And so this works on that thought process. And it's ironic that we just covered the medical marijuana process when we talk about palliative care, because a lot of individuals that are going through that state where they are with chronic pain that's not treatable would connect to the medical marijuana research that would be used to assist them as well. I just think there are states out there that are probably not right now ready in their general assemblies to entertain the actual implementation of this in their states. I mean, if you're looking at the ones that I read, most of these are going to be either out on the West Coast or northeastern states. There isn't any state in the South, North Carolina being probably the only state that's on this list that has even remotely entertained that type of thing. I mean, it's just, I'm not sure we're here yet in the South for that type of legislation to pass. And so I think it will be a state-by-state thing as you see it. It won't be anything that's nationwide, because our laws don't work like that. And you need general assemblies in every state to adopt something like this. And then you'd have, massive challenges to this. You'd have folks that are saying you have a constitutional right to this, similar to abortion. And the courts, I would think this rendition of our Supreme Court, if this case came before it, would say, no, that you don't, that this is not a constitutionally protected activity, and that they would kick it to the states to make the decision. And that's why the states are making it.
All right. Yeah. I hate to end on the bad note here, talking about such a morbid topic or somber topic, but it is something that legally has some issues that are going on right now. But Khalif, go out and live your best life as we have this week.
That's the
And
goal.
That is the goal. So everyone out there as well, if you're watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian, go out and live your best life today. We appreciate you watching.
Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. You've all heard of the term honor flights. Today, we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a Purple Heart recipient and also a board member of the Queen City Honor Flight. Mike, you were in the Army.
Yes, sir.
And can you, first of all, before we get into the honor flight, can you just talk about your service?
Well, I entered the Army in June of 1966. 19 years old, just 1 year out of high school. Never heard of Vietnam. It was so amazing. It was never talked about when I was in high school or anything of that sort. Got drafted. Actually did something that didn't want to tell anybody in my family until I was laying up in the hospital at Fort Bragg after they brought me home from my wounds from Vietnam. That's when I informed my family that I actually volunteered for the draft. I had a job at Western Electric. You know, it was okay. I wasn't crazy about it. I said, can't be any worse. I volunteered for the draft. But I did find out it could be worse. So I learned, be careful what you volunteer for.
Careful with which
Right.
you wish for. Your You were wounded.
Yes,
What-
sir. Three
so-
times. Yeah.
3 times.
Yes, 3 times. But I went in, like I said, in June of '66, Fort Jackson. Left there, went to Fort Gordon, Georgia, where I went through basic training. From there, I went to Fort Polk, Louisiana.
I've been there. That's hot.
Oh, well, let me tell you, we had I had a unique name for Fort Polk. I call it Fort Puke Louzard. Whatever the good Lord had left over, he put in Louisiana. Because it was just like Vietnam. They had what they call Tigerland. That's where you went for infantry training. So I went through that. Right after that, I had a little short leave, went home for a week or so. Then I shipped out to Vietnam. Got to Vietnam in November of '66. Went to Alpha Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Infantry, 1st Infantry Division. And I started out as a rifleman. When you start out, they don't know what your capabilities are. They got to find out.
Yeah.
And I only carried a rifle for a couple of weeks. Next thing I know, I'm carrying an M60 machine gun. I'm a machine gunner.
Wow.
And then in the 1st of April.
Which is that picture, by the way, right?
Yes, that is me holding the machine gun. And the ironic story about that, I was a squad leader then. I'd already been promoted to sergeant. But we'd been on a mission, lost a couple of men. They brought us into a base camp. We'd been in the jungle a little over a week. And they knew we needed a break.
Right.
And as you can see, I'm not the cleanest looking person in that picture. I mean, probably hadn't had a bath for over a week. Well, we landed there on the choppers, let us out. Next thing I know, all of my men are taking their steel pots off, throwing their packs down, their weapons down. I walked over and picked up the M60 because it was filthy. I said, fellas, you don't take another bite till every one of you clean your weapons, especially this. That's the main weapon for an infantry platoon. And I wanted it clean because even though they were giving us an overnight break, we could have been called out the next hour having to go back out into the jungle again because of something going
And
on.
if it's messy, it can get jammed, and then you don't have a defense mechanism.
Exactly. But I went from there. Like I said, I was only in the Army like 7 months. When actually 8 months, I was promoted to sergeant, become a squad leader.
Oh, wow.
Infantry squad leader, and also I was a little guy. And tunnel rat in '66 was a volunteer thing. Did not have to go. You couldn't make a man go in the tunnel because some guys couldn't handle it. And
what do you mean couldn't handle it?
Well, the stress, claustrophobic. I mean, the tunnels are small. I mean, you had to be small like me to go in anyway.
Right.
They were not big because the Vietnamese people were they're.
How many of these tunnels are we talking?
Oh, they had tunnels everywhere. Some areas had more complex tunnels. These tunnels were created back when the Vietnamese, the VC, the Viet Cong, and so on, the NVA, were fighting the French back in the 50s. That's when they started creating most of these tunnels.
Oh, wow.
They lived in these tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
It was just incredible because they could take these tunnels and they were dry, just like at nighttime. I'd take my squad out on an ambush at nighttime. Monsoon season, pouring down rain. I mean, it rains like you wouldn't believe during monsoon. And it's hot, it's humid, and see, you couldn't carry anything to cover up to stay dry because you carry a poncho. Poncho sound like a tin roof, rain hitting on it.
Yes,
That's all they could hear.
right, yeah.
So I'd let guys carry a poncho, wrap it around you, but it gets soaking wet.
Right.
And the worst thing about it, when the rain stopped, usually around midnight, you could basically set your watch to how this rain works during the monsoon.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, mosquitoes would show up. And I'll tell you, some of those mosquitoes, I was scared that 2 or 3 of them was going to pick me up and carry me off. They were healthy mosquitoes. But continued doing that, I got a minor shrapnel wound in April. And then I was involved in one really big major battle on June the 17th of '67, Battle of Zombo 2. Got shrapnel there, but we lost guys.
Yeah.
And what I liked about the 1st Infantry Division, to get, you had to go back to the rear and be treated by a doctor. Well, I wasn't going to leave my men. So the medics worked on me, and I wasn't that bad.
Right.
And then continued doing things on several operations. I only had like 20 days left on my tour when I got my 3rd wound. I was shot in the neck and sprayed with shrapnel.
You were shot in the neck?
Shot in the neck, sprayed with shrapnel.
Where?
Right here. That's where it went in, and they had, kept me open to get it out and so on. So I'm a lucky person. I know that. Because a few days later, I was always the point squad. I was with Alpha Company when I first started out. But what they wanted to do with the infantry battalions, you had Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie infantry company. And then they decided they wanted to add a 4th Infantry Company to each of the battalions with the Big Red One. So they brought Delta. What they did with Delta Company, they came over on a ship. Took them 30 days to get to Vietnam. The whole company came over on a ship. The company commander, all the men involved with the company, the privates, the sergeants, whatever, the first sergeant, everybody came over on this ship. Well, I had a company commander. Actually, he had been a sergeant first class. His name was Clark Welch. And he was over the recon platoon. Well, they promoted Clark Welch straight from sergeant first class to first lieutenant. He was that sharp. He was a soldier's soldier.
A battlefield commission.
Battlefield commission.
Where you go from NCO to officer.
To officer. And they skipped second lieutenant, went straight to first lieutenant.
Wow.
He was going to be the company commander for Delta Company. Well, Alpha Company's company commander had just rotated out. So they give Clark Welch Alpha Company. They told him, you would not keep Alpha Company. You will be over Delta when Delta arrives. So he had to go to Cameron Bay and met, when they got to, the ship arrived in Cameron Bay with the Delta Company personnel. Well, him and First Sergeant Barrow met them. And there was a captain, Captain George, who was actually from Spartanburg, South Carolina, who I'll tell you a little bit more about him. But they got off the ship, and he thought he was going to have a Delta Company. Clark Welch said, no, you will not have Delta. Delta is my company. You will be going to Alpha Company, which was the best thing to do anyway, because all these guys they were green, never been in Vietnam.
Green meaning brand new.
Brand new.
To the service.
A lot of them brand new. Never had any experience.
Yeah.
So what they decided to do is they told Clark Welch to pick so many sergeants from Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, basically 3 from each.
Right.
And I was one of them. He picked to go with him to Delta Company. We had to set these men up and get them ready for combat. It really worked out good. So we trained them for just a little over. They got there in July.
Right.
Late July. So we trained them for about 2 to 3 weeks, not quite a month. And then we started doing missions and things of that sort. So then on October the 8th, we went out to the field. And we were in an area never been called the Hobo Woods, Iron Triangle. Nobody had ever been in that area before. They knew it was heavily populated with the Viet Cong and some NBA regulars. So the 8th, we went to our area, set up our NDP night defensive positions. And the next morning, we were going on a search and destroy. Well, that evening...
And that means what you said, search and destroy. Yeah.
That evening, Clark Welch called me and Luther Smith to his area because we had a little first lieutenant who, he was green. And they tell the lieutenants when they get there, you listen to your sergeants. They're the ones that's going to know what the job is. They're going to be the ones that save your life.
Right.
But he talked with us and told us that next morning we were going on a search and destroy, that our platoon, first platoon, would be the lead platoon, and that I would be the point squad leader on the search and destroy. So I'd be out in front of everybody. So we were in this area, and we started out. They did something unique that day. They put 3 Chew Hoys signed onto my squad. Chew Hoys were ex-Viet Cong that had turned over to the south.
Right.
And to the Arvin side. And I had only one of them speak a little bit of English, so I kept him with me and my RTO.
Translators.
Yeah, my RTO.
That knew the area.
Right. And my radio transmitter operator. So we're going to cut down some trails and stuff like that. And one of them stopped. There was a wire across the trail. They had booby-trapped a 500-pound bomb that had been dropped by our planes that didn't go off.
500.
But people think about 500-pound bomb. I know people can't sue us, but it's not that huge. It's only about like this, but it's the weight of it. It's just so solid. But we marked it so the demolition people could come later and destroy that. But we come to a big opening in the jungle, about the size of a 3 football. And I called back to Clark Welch, told him what we had come to. And I said, I'll make a recommendation. I'm going to take my squad. We're going to cross this opening. We'll be the guinea pigs in case they've got a position there set up, observation post, set up looking to see if anybody's coming or what's going on. And I recommend you take, because it was Alpha and Bravo companies, Bravo was also with Delta company. Delta was in the lead with Bravo following. I recommend you take Delta and Bravo companies. You go around the edge of the jungle. Stay in the edge of the jungle and come around. We'll meet you on the other side. Because that way they don't see the size of our force, know what we got. So we crossed the opening and ran my men out. We found a place where they'd had an observation post where nobody was there, thank goodness. We'd gone in the jungle about 30 yards. All of a sudden, we saw 3 BC. They were getting ready to chop wood. If they'd have done it, we would have heard them. But they had not started. They started running. Well, I called back to Clark West to him and said, I've got contact. I'm going after them so they cannot set up an ambush. Well, what they did, they started setting up a hasty ambush. So we walked in. One of the Charlies stood up right in front of my point man.
And your point man is the person in
he's
front.
in the very front. First, you had your point man, then they had my grenadier, then they had myself and my RTO. And they both froze. My point man, I opened up, killed the BC that was getting ready to shoot my point man. And next thing, everything just broke loose. We had the automatic weapons, claymores, grenades going off. And I was one of the first ones hit. Because it knocked me, it hit me, knocked me back, knocked me down to the ground. I'm laying there for a minute, sitting up.
Getting yourself back to, yeah.
I got back up and started. I won't go into detail. I've got a story here if you'd like to read it about what I did. That I won't go into all that detail, but I had myself and 7 of my men wounded. No, I didn't lose a man that day. What's so bad about this? 8 days later, they're in the same area. And what I went into was a Viet Cong supply base camp. 8 days later, they're on a search and destroy, and 144 of our men walked into 1,400.
Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. Today we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a board member for the Queen City Honor Flight. How often do you all get to do these honor flights?
At one time we were doing 2 a year. Now we're doing 1 flight a year, usually in the fall. This year's flight will be October the 10th.
How long have you been involved with this?
Oh gosh, I've been involved several years. I think this is like I can't even remember. See, the 8th or 9th flight coming up.
You said 2 things during our last segment that my ears perked up a little bit. You said when you all had gotten to a camp and everyone kind of just began to relax and you looked at the weapons and you were like, we need to clean these up. We need to clean these up and take care of what we need to before we start. That really hit me because here you are as a board member for the honor flight here in Charlotte. Did you see? Have you thought about that as far as the leadership that goes with that? As far as from back then to now, because you've got quite the resume.
Well, very, very much so, because the reason I love this, when I came home from Vietnam, I actually lost friends because of what I had done in Vietnam. It was just so different for the Vietnam veterans and the Korean veterans, the same way. Right. When we came home, you didn't talk about anything. You didn't tell anybody anything. You didn't even want people to know you'd been in Vietnam because some of the things that were going on, the things that they were saying about people. And it was just, people were almost cruel, just the way they were treating the veterans. You just kept it inside. Vietnam veterans at that time just did not join these organizations. You didn't feel accepted. And joined the military with the Purple Heart, next thing I know, I'm starting to get involved, and I started doing we had a commander, he moved to Louisiana. Well, somebody had to take the chapter over, and they said, Mike, you're the one to do it. I said, I don't want to do it. I took it over 15 years ago, and I started doing speeches and presentations, and that's when I started, telling my stories. And
What did that do to you, though?
Oh, it just released. It took 1,000 pounds off my shoulder. Because I tell veterans, when I do speeches at Memorial Day, I do speeches on Veterans Day, and they have special speeches because I want to talk to the veterans, even on the honor flight,
right
at the Vietnam veterans at the wall.
Yeah.
I do a speech, a presentation to all, which we're one of the only honor flights that do that. Basically, I didn't say this, but we're not supposed to be really doing that. The understanding we have, but we do it because it is so well accepted and appreciated. Because these veterans need to know they're thanked. No matter what your job,
Yeah.
you were a truck driver, cook, fly, whatever.
So, and a lot of these veterans never had a homecoming, never were really properly welcomed home, were now, did not have the pomp and circumstance of the celebration of, mission complete or whatever the case is.
Correct.
Let's jump ahead to they're selected. I know it's a selection process for them to get nominated or whatever else to get onto be picked on the honor flight. Talk about what they see and what they're like when they come back and get off that airplane.
Well, it's incredible because, as you say, the selection, we have a specific order: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, then Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghan veterans. And these gentlemen, we start out early, 6:30 in the morning. We usually around the time frame we leave the Charlotte Airport, flying to D.C. We fly into Reagan. When we get to Reagan, it's pretty quiet going up on the flight, because guys are still wondering what exactly is going to be transpiring here.
They don't know each other.
Right, they don't know each other, and each veteran has a guardian assigned to them. And we provide the wheelchairs, anything. If a guardian needs to be pushed in a wheelchair, that guardian pushes him everywhere he needs to go.
Right.
If he needs a
Him
follow,
and her.
right, him or her. A lot of these veterans, they'll have a son or a daughter go.
Right.
Normally, we don't really like spouses because the spouses are usually a little older and so on. So we want someone that can really able-bodied to take care of them. That means if they need a bottle of water, they're supposed to get that and so on. But we give them a little snack in the morning at the airport before we leave. And we get to Reagan International Airport in D.C. And we get off the plane. We're coming into the area. There's a crowd. The West Point, there is actually, former officers that most of them look like they're in their 50s and 60s. They're chorus. They're singing all the military branch songs as you're coming in. The crowd is there waiting, so it's a pretty good sized crowd. Welcoming these fellows as they come through. Then we have 4 buses. And normally the first location we go to is Arlington National Cemetery. And it's so unique because the fellows that get there, and that's when they start finding out that they are appreciated. Because when they come through the airport, that's the first time for a lot of these fellows that they have actually, somebody's really, really thanking them for what they've done. Because the Vietnam veterans just felt like, and the Korean veterans, that, what they did was it right?
Yeah.
But they find out, yes, you're truly appreciated. But we get to Arlington and we do the wreath laying ceremony there. And the last 2 years, what we did, but it's wonderful, is we have 2 wheelchairs. We have 2 of the veterans that are in wheelchairs, myself and an Afghan veteran. We push them to the monument. And, we salute and so on. It's really beautiful.
What type of feedback do you get back from some of these veterans who have never had any type of official welcome home or any type of celebration for themselves by their families or units, whatever the case is? They go on an honor flight. They come back probably mentally drained. What's the feedback you get from them?
Oh, it's incredible. There's tears in their eyes. I mean, they're so appreciative of what has been done for them that day. I mean, it's such a busy day. And coming back on the flight to even show more appreciation, we have mail call. That is where every veteran on that flight receives mail from children, from anywhere from high school all the way down to elementary. They do make up cards, give to these veterans, letters, appreciation, things of that sort is given to each veteran. And they don't know that's going to happen. That's so appreciative. But when we get back to Charlotte, what's so beautiful about Charlotte, and we unload in order, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, so on, so on.
Right.
That's how you leave the plane. And they walk into that concourse.
Right.
There's seriously, probably 2,000 people. This is, a lot of them are the families of the veterans. They can sign up to be there welcoming these veterans when they come back.
And get past security to get
Right.
all the way to
Well,
the
we
gate.
don't worry about the security. Yeah, they have to go on to the website
Right.
and sign up to be at the airport when the flight returns, so they can get through security without going through all the hassle. But they do have to register to be there for the welcoming. But when you'll see in the video, there's guys just crying. Some of them can't even hardly talk because, I mean, these people are cheering, bagpipes, flags everywhere, and people just welcoming these gentlemen and ladies too.
So you've got over 100 veterans that are part of the honor flight that are actually experiencing this. How many applications? How many submissions do you get from people?
We've got a waiting list. It's incredible, the list. And like I said, we do the specific order. At one time we were trying to make sure it was people that were in country, in like Vietnam, Korea, so on and so on, World War II, and basically try to get the combat veterans. Now, if you were a veteran, please sign up for this. No matter where you were stationed, you deserve this. You did your part for your country. As I stated a little earlier, no matter what your job was, you were a truck driver, you were a supply, you were a clerk. It doesn't matter. You had a job assignment. You did that job. You did it well. You deserve to go on this flight.
You've got just over 100 people experiencing this. I mean, I'm speechless anyway because of the emotion that it draws from all of us. But truly, how many? I mean, it's got to be so many more, if not hundreds of other people who are trying to sign up. How great would that be to have a second flight throughout the year again?
Oh, it would be wonderful. And as you may not know, this is totally, it's paid for.
Yeah.
Everything for the veterans paid for.
Right.
The people taking care of the veterans, their part has to be paid for.
Right.
This flight cost over $100,000 per flight.
Wow.
So we're looking for donations from companies, from individuals, anyone. Please, if you're willing to just $10, $100. Doesn't matter. Everything is so greatly appreciated to pay for this flight.
What's the website?
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
Okay.
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
And there you will find where to sign or how to sign up, where you can all about the trip and everything.
Yes.
What else should families of veterans be thinking about when they discover this and realize that their loved one could, be a veteran that will be honored on this flight?
Well, I'm hoping the younger ones talk to their family member that's a veteran, especially if they're Vietnam and Korea. World War II, as you know, the numbers, we're losing them
Every day.
Just for a good example, last year's honor flight, we did not have a single World War II veteran. We've got some we're wanting to go. I think we've going to have a few this year.
Right.
We've always had some on each flight, but the numbers are dwindling. And if you're a family person and you've got someone in your family that's a member of your family that is a veteran, please go to the Queen City Honor Flight and look at it. Talk to this person. They deserve this.
And if they're selected, this is free for them.
This is free for the veteran. No cost to the veteran whatsoever.
Mike, thanks so much for coming on again. Do you have any other anything else you'd like to share about the honor flight?
Well, I do have some quick talking points I'd like to go over about the Queen
Absolutely.
City Honor Flight. Basically, what we're doing is honoring our veterans, preserving their legacy, letting people know what they did. So many people, even family members, don't really know what their family member did in the military. They don't talk about it. And our mission is to provide an all-expenses-paid trip to Washington, D.C. for veterans to visit the memorials built in their honor. Many of these veterans, especially from Vietnam, Korea, and World War II, never received the recognition they deserved. This was formed in 2017 as a Rotary project along with the Honor Air Honor Flight Network. We're a local Charlotte hub of over 120 independent nonprofit hubs in America that make up the National Honor Flight Network. We charter with American Airlines for a one-day trip up to Washington, D.C., 189 seats on the plane, and normally over 120 veterans, like 50 guardians, and then volunteer staff there. We serve veterans across the Queen City Honor Flight serves veterans across 22 North Carolina counties, including Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, Gaston, Union, Iredell, Rowan, and surrounding communities. Veterans do not have to be combat veterans, but must have a DD-214 to prove that you were in the service, an honorable discharge from service. All veterans are encouraged to apply. However, priority is given to World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and terminally ill veterans. If you're a young veteran and cancer or anything, we will make sure you get on this next flight. Guardians accompany the veterans to ensure their safety throughout the day. They can be family members, but we prefer not spouses or significant others.
Right.
And there is a cost for the guardians, but the need right now, we know there are thousands of eligible veterans in our area that don't know about this flight. We want to get the word out to them. There's so many that are unaware of the opportunity that exists for them. The impact that this does to a veteran is a life-changing experience for veterans. The emotional healing and recognition they receive, strong community visibility, letting the community know. A lot of people don't realize North Carolina is one of the largest veteran states in the country.
Right.
It's powerful stories that resonate with employees and customers when they find out about these veterans. Some of the people who employ these people don't even know what they've done. So we want to get the word out. Please, if you're a veteran or if you're a family member, you have a veteran in your family, please talk to that veteran. Please go to queencityhonorflight.org, register.
Mike, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for continuing to serve in this capacity, to share something that's so important for veterans and for families and for those who never were really given that welcome home to have that opportunity today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been watching Stars of Service. Thank you so much for watching.
On a Wednesday, it's 3 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you live from the Blue Room. Whether you're watching us on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Queen City News Plus app, or CW Charlotte, which we've been on, I think for a little bit over a month now.
We got a lot of places to watch
Yes,
this,
a lot
right?
of places
Yeah.
to watch this. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside anchor Brian Blakely, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, as well as the producer-director extraordinaire, Austin McCollum.
The man.
Yes, it is the Bro Show here today. And we do have a lot to get to, and there's a lot of stuff happening over the last 24 hours, more specifically involving some stuff out of Washington. We do want to start off with the latest Supreme Court ruling that did come out today. It did struck down a specific part of the Voting Rights Act, and it revolved around a case in Louisiana that was a majority black district.
Yeah, SCOTUS tossed out that Louisiana congressional map saying it's unconstitutional, racially gerrymandered map. And Justice Samuel Alito, conservative justice there, said the evidence of racial disparity in the drawing of earlier maps was too weak to justify the use of race to draw that new map. But the liberal justices have really taken offense to this. Democrats have taken offense to this because this is a quote, now completed demolition of the Voting Rights Act. And it was a blistering 48-page dissent by Justice Elena Kagan today that accused her colleagues of being set on destroying the Voting Rights Act. And it's also, which was the landmark 1965 law that was helpful to the nation's progress on racial discrimination. But now it's also, will something be done with this map in Louisiana heading into the midterms?
Yes, and there are also questions now as to how this could be affecting other states as well, because a congressman running for Tennessee governor, she is calling for redistricting already in Tennessee. There's also another candidate for governor in Georgia already calling for the same thing as a result of the rulings that did come down today. We should mention this ruling again, 6-3 along the conservative liberal justice line there, and some of there have been some welcoming of this news from many Republicans and conservatives. I think we did get a statement a little bit earlier today from Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina, who represents part of our viewing area here.
But they're looking to do redistrict down there for Jim Clyburn's district, which is the lone remaining Democratic seat in South Carolina.
Yes, and then there's also those on the other side that are commenting on the ruling as well. We have one specific note from Reverend Al Sharpton. He has called it, and I quote, "the bullet in the heart of the voting rights movement."
Yeah, and it's certainly the sign of the times that we're seeing right now. North Carolina's done their redistricting map.
Yes.
Virginia's tried to. That was shut down as far as the new maps in a court case. We're going what happens with this going forward. If the Louisiana people are going to try to do something for the midterms, they haven't decided yet, but that could be happening forward.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm going to note here, they were noting how the district was like
Very
set up there,
snake-like,
very snake-like, and that was a direct reference. But it was
New Orleans to Baton Rouge,
and it went
Shreveport,
right through the middle of the state there too. And so and
we've seen that here in Charlotte.
Yeah, we've seen
I mean, here in
seen
North Carolina,
in various parts of North Carolina too. So
many states do that type of redistricting. Yeah.
And they basically said it was a gerrymander, and it wasn't necessarily fair. So,
fireworks on Capitol Hill today with the Defense Department was Pete Hegseth. He was on Capitol Hill for hearings, and it got very fiery here today, didn't it, Derek?
Yes, it did. In fact, there's shall we say, been an adversarial relationship. In fact, he said that. Hegseth said that those who are opposed to the war, in fact, are basically the adversaries, at least in this war. The war, by the way, specifically the Iran war, which was revealed today, actually cost $25 billion. Democrats, they contend the war is happening without congressional approval. And some of the lawmakers also who urged troops to defy the illegal orders several months back, they are actually some of the ones who actually were questioning Hegseth just a little bit earlier today. We do have a little bit of his testimony that he gave, or at least the opening that he gave just a little bit earlier. Let's take a listen to that.
This is a warfighting budget. And speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome discussing. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that.
So one of the big things that actually came out of this is that he says, yes, this is a war budget, and something that he says was going to last weeks. However, he did not say how much longer the war would last or how much it would additionally cost. Again, as I said just a little bit earlier, this war so far has cost $25 billion.
This hearing was with the House Armed Services Committee and was focused on the administration's 2027 military budget, where they are wanting to boost spending for a historic $1.5 billion, trillion, that is. Yes, thank you. For the budget in Iran, it's costing $25 billion a day. Critics argue it's costed more. It's also, critics are saying that there is no plan in sight to end this war, and the fact that they've depleted American military stockpiles, especially 45 to 50% of missiles right now. So there was a lot of Democrats that were going back and forth with them talking about the war in Iran, as oil prices are up to $108 a barrel right now when you're talking about crude. Up an 80% for a year ago. Gas prices are up for consumers, 6 cents again overnight to $4.22. Nationwide, we have hit, or North Carolina, we have now hit $4 a gallon today, which we haven't seen in quite some time.
Yes, and while this is happening, you mentioned the cost associated with it. Much of the cost has been associated with the munitions that they're using for the war, at least according to defense officials. By the way, the latest with Iran right now, the blockade is still in effect. There was a deal that President Trump was looking at, but he has since rejected that deal.
No to
opening
up the Strait of Hormuz if you're lifting the U.S. blockade. So it's still a stalemate.
Still very much a stalemate. There is going to be a change, at least for the 250th birthday of the U.S. Coming up very shortly. In fact, about 25 to 30,000 new passports that are going to be issued as of around July 4th. they are going to have President Trump's face on it. In fact, his image will appear on those commemorative passports. It will be the first for a living president to actually be on the document. As part of a larger effort to have Trump's likeness on some various things, also his signature, because I think they're also working too on getting his signature on some paper currency. But it's something that you might be seeing one way or another quite soon.
And you have to get that available applicants in the Washington, D.C. area only, and it's going to be begin shortly before July 4th to commemorate 250 years. 25 to 30,000 of those new passports will be available with the president's name or image on there. And it's if you're outside of Washington, D.C., say you're in Charlotte and you want to get a passport, that's with the president's face on there. That will not be happening because those people are getting it online and also outside of here, like other places other than Washington, that won't be happening. But that commemorative passport will be a default document for people that are applying in person. And so he's been putting his name on a lot of buildings we've seen, and now travel documents as well.
Yes, and potentially paper currency, and also a coin. One might have his likeness on it too. The only ones, by the way, who have had their likeness on various things, by the way, have been George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln. Those have shown up on passports, as well as various other currency as well. So so this is going to be something that will be relatively new. It's something that is being pushed for, at least right now. Also, out of the White House, there's some details from the Office of Management and Budget about some of the money that has been used to help pay TSA workers and some of the Department of Homeland Security workers. Apparently that money is going to be running out sometime next month, and it's being made aware of that to Congress, at least, because Congress is the one who needs to keep on the funding, and that is still in a partial government shutdown mode because of the back and forth between Democrats and Republicans over the funding as a result of all the immigration crackdowns that happened earlier this year. And this it could result in another potential, if the money runs out, issue with funding TSA and could wind up being another issue with airports.
And that was because of why we're funding it in the first place. Right now, you said President Trump stepped in with the executive order from the One Big Beautiful Bill to fund that for a little bit, but that money is running out. White House is really urging House Republicans to get their act together and get something done. They're supposed to be voting on that today. And it's been held up here, internal strife between the party, within the Republican Party, of trying to get something done on this reconciliation to get the funding for Homeland Security and also for ICE and Border Patrol.
Yes.
And I know I talked to Congressman Ralph Norman last Friday, and he was saying that he was very hopeful that something would get done this week. And now we're hearing that it's kind of like the pressure is on to get something done from the White House. And when the pressure from the White House says you got to get something done, President Trump is going to be upset.
Yeah, the pressure is on, but things are still kind of up in the air right now. There's no actual deal that has been made, at least as of yet. But I think there's discussions on working on a deal or working on a multi-step process to get a deal done. But right now, there's still no deal. And we should also mention, at least as far as the funding is concerned here, Democrats, they are willing to fund everything except immigration and customs enforcement, as well as the Customs and Border Patrol. Republicans want the whole shebang. And so that's where the impasse is right now, because there's been a consistent rejection, I believe, from President Trump on just the piecemeal deal that would just fund TSA as well as some of the
Democrats are arguing that you already got a tremendous amount of funding for immigration and customs enforcement and for Department of Homeland Security from the One Big Beautiful Bill, and now you want more.
Yes. We do have some incredible video to show you out of a couple of incidents that have happened involving tornadoes that happened yesterday. There's one near Dallas that hit yesterday afternoon. That's video that you're seeing right there on the right side of your screen. A large amount of damage was in that area. Injuries were reported. There's also another video too, and this one is, I'm just going to say it, it's kind of creepy, judging from the fact that it came up really last night and like very much in the overnight hours out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. And as you can see right there on the right side of your screen, you see a tornado, what appears to be a possible tornado that's forming just a little bit. And you can see it forming there. It's 12:25 in the morning. And
here it comes.
Yeah. There's no damage from this specific possible touchdown. No reports of damage there, but there were reports of damage in other nearby towns, particularly in the Nashville area. Part of it also on the other, this was like right at the Arkansas border, so there's a little bit around, I think, on the western side of
Dyersburg,
Arkansas,
Western Tennessee. Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's that can kind of freak you out if you see it early in the morning. It's like I think a lot of people in that neighborhood probably didn't realize they were that close to a
Yeah,
tornado
especially
last
when
night.
you get something like this at night. It's very scary because you don't see it. And even when you have some sort of weather system that's moving through, when you got lightning, you got thunder, and especially when you got a tornado at nighttime, it really is very, very harrowing. Some of that system was supposed to be moving our way. We didn't see that this morning, as we want to go ahead and bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman now to talk a little bit more about the weather we're seeing right now, because we're seeing broken clouds, Derek.
Yeah, and it's looking a lot better than it was this morning. I can tell you that much.
You know, people have been reminded here a little bit about the rainfall. I mean, I've been working here gladly, and thankfully at Queen City News for over 3.5 years. This is the most grief we've gotten here on a weather forecast.
Even over snow that never happened?
Well, first off, there's been so few, and we nailed that winter storm forecast. I do want to give myself a little pat on the back for that.
Here's my thing, though. It's like in the years that you've been working here, how difficult has it been to predict Carolina weather in general?
I mean, my first job, I worked in Cheyenne, Wyoming. That was the most difficult that I've ever experienced and probably will ever experience. But here's just those weird things. It's that cool wedge we talk about so much. It can just keep the low cloud decay, and it can absolutely take a wrecking ball to high temperature forecast.
So that was happening. It split.
That's not what happened here with this situation. Just really the bulk of the moisture moved through yesterday, because we were a little bit surprised how wet it was yesterday. Thought maybe we'd see a couple of showers. So basically all the moisture we were supposed to see today really moved through yesterday. And I've been hearing about
that storm
today.
from last night that we saw in Tennessee, that kind of moved north of here.
Exactly. But hey, I'm a big fan of accountability. It doesn't bother me, guys. So I can take the heat. Now, let's get to your forecast here. Speaking of heat, we're warming up a little bit today. What do we got on the way here across the Carolinas? I know Austin's loving it. Warmer afternoon on the way. Comfortable end of the week here across the Carolinas. We'll see those temperatures kind of in the middle 70s here. Should be able to stay dry. I know after today, but we are expecting rainfall here on your Saturday for the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam right now, 78 degrees. It has warmed up. Kind of has almost a little bit more of a summer feel out there with 2 points around the 60-degree mark. You can feel that little bit of humidity. Pinpoint satellite, kind of a beautiful afternoon out there here across the Carolinas. And that's one of the big reasons our temperatures have moved up so much. As we've talked about, radar, fairly quiet out there. Zooming out, there's that southeasterly ridge here, southwest of Bermuda. And that's just cranking our temperatures a little bit higher. But the front coming through should lower our humidity, get things a little bit more comfortable here as we make our way towards the weekend. Though Saturday, we are tracking rainfall on its way here across the Carolinas. Let's get moving. 8 o'clock this evening, partly cloudy skies. Futurecast has been very aggressive with potential showers tomorrow morning. I'm very skeptical of that, but there is a chance of showers down in the Sandhills as we go throughout your Wednesday morning. Heading into the afternoon, though, partly cloudy skies, temperatures in the middle 70s. We keep moving forward here into your Thursday night. Should have some nice weather across the Carolinas, and that continues here into your Friday. A little bit of cloud cover to start, but generally another dry day, a comfortable, cool day across the Carolinas, at least to start, and then heading up into the mid-70s during the afternoon. Now, the rainfall we're tracking on Saturday starts moving in during the morning hours, then likely going to continue off and on here and potentially widespread across the Carolinas throughout the day. This is going to be very beneficial rain here across the region. We need it. Our meteorologist, Brandon Loss, has been talking so much here about the rainfall deficit. This will be needed wet weather. Not enough to get rid of the drought, but at least not a sledgehammer, maybe kind of one of those little hammers you kind of work around the house with. That's what kind of be taking that kind of hammer to the drought. I'm doing my best with the metaphors here today, guys. Bear with me. So let's get your...
trying to get a visual on that one.
I'm just trying to... I have a little one at home where it has like a little like screwdriver in it as well as screws in the bottom. It's like that type of hammer.
Multi-use tool.
Yeah, exactly. Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Got the rainfall on the way for you Saturday. And then some really wonderful weather. I mean, Monday has been the day the past 2 or 3 weeks here, been the best day of the week. Honestly, it might be the case again.
But the weekend, Saturday, we are looking for some rain. In the
Could
morning.
be a near washout. Could be a near washout.
Near washout. Okay, you got it at 60% right now.
Yeah, and just because of what's happened earlier in the week, we want to kind of graduate.
What happened earlier in the week, as in today?
Yes, Derek.
It all depends on your neighborhood too, because you're talking about from the mountains down to the sand.
I can take the heat.
Coming up, today marks a very tragic anniversary here for Charlotte. We're going to be talking a little bit about what we remember about this, but also a little bit about the lives that were lost, those that were injured, remembering the Shannon Park shooting. That is coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Wednesday afternoon. And today, as you look outside here on this April 29th, 2026, gorgeous day here. But 2 years ago, this marks one of the deadliest days in law enforcement in Charlotte. This is when 4 law enforcement officers were killed, several others injured, and it was a violent shootout in the Shannon Park neighborhood. And a lot of people will remember this. And it was a very, very intense day. And there's been a lot of memorials since then, Derek, and we kind of each of us remember exactly where we were when something like this so tragic had happened. Austin says it was his first day here. I was on the anchor desk with the anchors, Andy Zatowski, for most of the day there, and you were out there as well.
Yeah, I remember very specifically, of all things, we were getting, it was lunchtime. Me and the photographer I was with, Corey, we were getting lunch, and we noticed a bunch of, some road blockages around where we were, but also a bunch of police activity. Made a point of asking them, is this for what's, we heard about what's happening in Shannon Park, and is this because of this? And they were like, yeah. And that led to a very long afternoon.
It did. U.S. Marshals Task Force, they were serving a warrant on 39-year-old Terry Hughes in the Shannon Park neighborhood. Then when they went up there, they started getting shots fired right away. State corrections investigators, William Alden Elliott, Samuel Peloche, Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer, Joshua Iyer, Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were the 4 officers killed. And 2 years later, we continue to remember those names, especially today, 2 years later.
Yes. There's still a lot to there's a lot we could talk about the case. I mean, the reaction from the people in the neighborhood, the shocked reactions from the people in the neighborhood, the damage to the home where it all happened as well. I mean, that's also been another thing it
was an intense shootout that lasted several hours. And we remember vividly some of those horrendous police calls that were happening during this time as they were calling out people. I remember being on the desk, and we weren't really sure about what was going on. We were trying to ascertain a little bit, because to get close to there was very difficult. Yes. And it's a very difficult situation. And I know you were in a situation where you saw the ambulances go by at one point, and we were talking to you, Annie and myself, about seeing that type of really dramatic and very somber scene.
Yes, and you were kind of heartened as well by the remembrances that were essentially all over the area too, for these officers. I believe I attended one that was, I think, in the Mooresville area, and it was just the amount of people that came out to show their support, very, very heartening. And
goes to show you what kind of a tough job that police officers do every day. You never know what's going to happen, especially when you're in a task force like this for trying to get a fugitive to come to justice, and you don't know what's going to happen if they're going to open fire like they did today.
Yeah. There are some other news to get to. Also, just equally as troubling, this one is actually out of Northern Ireland, where a explosion happened outside of a police station there. I have some video to show you of that explosion. Take a look. So this happened over the weekend in Belfast in Northern Ireland, and reports are that there is a nationalist group called New IRA that has claimed responsibility for the attack, and they've threatened to target police. Apparently, this is right outside of a police station there, and there is a worry that this could be a resurgence of some of the fighting that was happening between Ireland and Northern Ireland, something called the Troubles, something that lasted over decades.
I remember that decades ago, and they've kind of done away with all that, but now there's a resurgence of that. And Northern Ireland officials says, quote, "We will not accept being dragged backwards. They're those responsible for the selfish act have nothing to offer our society right now." And we've seen, this is, I think, the second type of situation that we've seen where a bomb has gone off. in Belfast.
Yeah, and we should mention that the new IRA has nothing to really do with the old IRA, which was the ones which were the ones that were largely responsible for the attacks that happened between, I think it was like 69 and 89. I think it was that's when it was going on. The group that has claimed responsibility though for this attack that was caught here on video, they reject that agreement that was made in 1998 that basically ended a lot of the fighting, and they want the Northern Ireland to be a part of the UK, part of Ireland, because right now it is a part of the UK officially. And despite the agreement, there have been some noted issues over the decades since that agreement of some tension, at least back and forth, between some of those groups that still believe Northern Ireland should be a part of Ireland and those who believe that Northern Ireland should stay part of the UK.
Yeah, let's turn back to the North America right now. Derek, Canada school shooting, parents are suing OpenAI over the shooter's use of ChatGPT. And we've seen a lot of this over the last year or so. The emergence of AI, was it used in some sort of crime? And now they're saying that it was a trans teen slaughter that killed 8 people. But they were wanting to, they think this could have been prevented if they didn't use ChatGPT.
Yeah, there was you might remember the story that's out of Florida as well about involving another shooting suspect who apparently was also engaging with an AI chatbot and was, for lack of better words, at least according to what is being alleged here, was encouraged. The lawsuit here is basically saying more or less the same thing. In fact, this Canada school shooting, it happened a little bit earlier this year. In fact, it happened back in February in British Columbia, Canada's west coast. And 7 people, mostly children, were killed. The shooter killed themselves. And they say that OpenAI, which owns ChatGPT, failed to report some of the activity that was happening on the shooter's profile, as when he was asking or she was asking ChatGPT something. Now, this has been boosted by the fact that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, he actually formally apologized for not notifying law enforcement or over what was going on with this profile. And the company had even flagged the shooter's content over the last year. They determined it didn't meet the threshold to be reported. And so because of all that information that they have, that's actually leading to this, the families just basically saying, hey, you guys should have done it and you didn't.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of this happen here. And they accused ChatGPT, the company AI, and CEO Sam Altman, who's already having a dangerous product and ignoring those warnings. And Sam Altman obviously going through the trial right now with Elon Musk.
Yes.
Considering, so it's been a rough week for him in this as well.
Yes.
So coming up, we want to talk about, have you ever been to Costco?
Yeah.
I always go for the snacks.
On a brighter note, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Costco snacks when we return. And this one is something you pay for, and it's something that's very, very popular. It's not the free snacks.
And something that will actually still be the price it's supposed to be, too.
With some added bonuses.
Yeah. This is Queen City News Plus Live. Might be somewhat sacrilegious to say, but I'm not necessarily that much of a hot dog fan. But
God.
I know.
You ever baseball games? No,
not really. Give me a burger any day. Give me fries any day, but not necessarily hot dogs. But if you're a fan of the Costco hot dogs that are $1.50
combo,
they
right?
are staying at $1.50, but they're giving you a bit more of an option now.
Yeah, instead of the 17-ounce or 20-ounce drink that you're going to get, soda there, they're going to throw in a 17-ounce bottle of water right there.
Yes.
So Kirkland water.
So yeah, the thing about it is that there have been some complaints about the quality of the water from the soda machines, and so that it actually kind of does make sense.
So now you're going to get a bottle of water along with, if you want that. So it's the changes there, and hey, it's still the all beef quarter-pound hot dog, which is a good thing.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
So, what does ethical discretion mean to you?
Allowing two consenting adults to undertake the kind of dating activities that they want between the two of them. It's really their business. So long as they're doing their activities with the consent of the other person, it is ethical to us.
Hey everybody, welcome back into this week's episode of Unhinged. My name is Savannah Rudisell, along with my beautiful co-hosts. We've got Liza Mahachek and Alicia Quarles.
That's right, and today we are joined by Paul Keeble, who is the Chief Strategy Officer for Ashley Madison. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on today.
Okay, you're a brave man coming on with us, because we got some questions for you. Let's talk about the rebranding, and ladies, you take it away with this question.
So the rebrand, originally your motto was life is short, have an affair. Now you've switched it to where desire meets discretion. So can you tell us what the difference is? Because I feel like to my ears, it sounds very similar.
So that's a great question. And it's really a natural evolution for our business that's being driven not so much out of the geniuses that I work with, but more so our actual members. So for years, we've been in business since 2002. We have been the world's #1 married dating site. But there was a really interesting shift that started to occur around 2020, where we started to see a lot of people coming to Ashley Madison to join because they were in what we call a disclosed non-monogamous relationship. Their partners were either aware or participating in their activities. But even more so, last year we saw the trend really explode, where 57% of all our new members were single. They weren't coming to Ashley Madison for an affair because they weren't married. They weren't necessarily looking to connect with someone else who's also married. What they were looking to do was date in a variety of different ways, from traditional singles dating, casual dating, to more, extravagant type ideas. But they just really didn't enjoy the public disclosure related to most traditional dating apps. They wanted a little discretion. And so what we finally said internally was, well, our business is shifting without our say in it. So let's adjust to address what our members are actually looking for. And it's the discretion that's brought them there. And so we're doubling down on that and giving people, and particularly women, a place to come where they can manage and control who they interact with more so than other traditional dating apps and create a better connection.
Listen, I'm not the morality police. People do what you want in your relationship. But if discretion is the key, how can you regain public trust when you had that big breach, when people's information was leaked that wanted that discretion?
Another great question. Obviously, that's 11 years ago. So the reality is, in order for us to be standing here today in 2026, talking about a rebrand and reposition for our business, we've had to address those concerns year over year, and we've rebuilt the trust. When we sat there in 2015, we had roughly 32 million members that had joined since our inception. We've now had more than 91 million people join. So we've had almost double the amount of people join since 2015. So in terms of addressing the trust in relation to our brand and our services, I think that's been well established. And the reason why we saw last year 57% of our members coming through being single is because they've already seen that we've made the adjustments necessary, and they're coming to us for the very thing we're offering, discretion. And I think what they're doing so is not for necessarily looking for sneaky links or stepping outside. What they're saying is, I want to conduct my dating activities without the whole world in. I don't want to put all of my content online where everyone sees it, and then I come into the office on Monday and Bob from accounting notices it because he's also on the same platform and makes a comment. Even if it's not, poorly intended, it comes across as a bit rude and for a lot of women, gross. And so what they're saying is, I want to have more control. I want to manage my dating so that the eyeballs that see me are the ones that I'm really looking for and less so others.
So, Paul, walk us through this. What does that look like as far as how you say you're offering more privacy? What is that different than anyone else choosing to put limited information on a public profile?
Great question. Part of it is the technology, the product in itself. And the other part of it is really the culture that our members have cultivated over the years. So the first thing you'll notice when you sign on to Ashley Madison is that the majority of people do not have a face profile picture because they're seeking discretion. So they'll have a well-written bio. We do tend to find that our members are a little bit more honest about who they are and what they're looking for. And what that engenders is a better response rate because you have to read through what this person is looking for to see if you're a good match. And then the system also works slightly differently compared to other traditional dating apps where most apps have a subscription model where a guy can go on a Friday night, swipe right on 100 women, and then that woman wakes up Saturday morning and she is just inundated with hundreds, if not potentially more, profiles to go through to really sift through what's a real connection and what's not. And it's really fatiguing and burdensome on the woman. So men on Ashley Madison will use credits to initiate a conversation with the woman. And if she responds, their conversation can be free going forward, which is amazing because then the man can come back weeks, months later if that connection doesn't completely fulfill all his needs, and his credits will still be there. He's not paying that monthly subscription to maintain his account while he's having a relationship. And it allows him to be more purposeful and gives women better choices and not having their inbox completely filled with guys who are clearly not a good match for them.
Well, what's the vetting process? Since you obviously have these privacy settings up where you're not seeing pictures and all that, how do you know who you're talking to is who they say they are?
Well, that's something that every person who does dating has to sort of go through. And part of it is building up that conversation. And one of the things we do have the capacity for on the site is we do have a private photo sharing locker. So if I do engage with somebody and I make a connection, I can send my key to her and she can send her key to mine. And we can look at each other's photos to make sure, okay, that's physically, aesthetically, that's pleasing. That's what I'm looking for. And if it doesn't go any further, I can retract the key and may no longer have access. And there's no screen captures allowed on any of our apps. So those things really help. But ultimately, we've built our whole model around this concept of ethical discretion. So people can communicate. And like I said, once you've made that initial connection, your conversation can be free going forward. So people aren't feeling the pressure. And so they can take their time to vet, converse, and build up a sense of trust so they can identify the person that, oh, this person's legitimate. They're looking for what I'm looking. I was able to ascertain, based on 2 days, 3 days, a week's worth of conversations that they match what I'm looking for and are the type of individual I want to go out in public with.
Well, hold on, Paul. You keep referring to ethical discretion, and I want to kind of break down what that really means because you said, you're not asking your applicants or your users all to be that upfront with all of their information. You're touting about 57% are single. That still leaves 43% who are not. So what does ethical discretion mean to you?
Allowing two consenting adults to undertake the kind of dating activities that they want between the two of them. It's really their business. So long as they're doing their activities with the consent of the other person, it is ethical to us. It is not our business. And a perfect example of this story from the other side was the Coldplay affair. We saw two people exposed who did nothing wrong. And the story was well told afterwards. Unfortunately, this woman was already in the midst of a divorce. She was not having an affair, but people jumped to conclusions. So the public scrutiny, and we're not talking celebrities or people who are famous in any way, shape, or form, just regular, normal people, but yet the online mob attacked them. And so ethical discretion is the idea that my business is mine until you're lucky enough to be invited into it. And once you are, we build a level of trust and connection that isn't for others. It's just for us.
Well, you said did nothing wrong, but Kristen Cabot, the woman you're talking about, went on Oprah and she said actually something was done wrong because Rodney, her boss actually was married and he wasn't separated like he told her he was. So I guess at what point does morality play a role in Ashley Madison if people are lying about the status of their relationships?
Well, so you're cherry picking one individual's type of relationship, obviously an affair, but there's so many other types of relationships that people are looking for. And with the rise of ethical non-monogamy, since 2020, we were tracking more than 20% of our membership were identifying as being in some form of an open or disclosed non-monogamous relationship. And whose judgment is it to decide whether that's right or wrong. And I think part of the issue we're facing in society is that people want to transfer their version of a righteous relationship onto others. And so what we're giving people is the capacity to conduct their affairs as they see fit without the public eye. It's not your business how they date. It's their business how they date. Now, if someone's lying to the other individual, then that's not ethical discretion.
Right.
Right.
Right. And in fairness to Alicia too, it's not necessarily cherry picking examples. Just again,
Yeah.
talking with what you're talking
Yeah.
with. Exactly. You brought up the Coldplay example here.
Mhm.
Again, I think where we're looking at ethical, we're not looking at necessarily polygamous relationships, the ethical non-monogamy where you get multiple consenting partners all being open with one another about who is seeking what outside of that connection, and perhaps Ashley Madison being the place to do so, or any other dating app. It's looking at the hurt that comes in the wake of affairs from others who are not necessarily aware that there is an additional relationship being sought here. I think kind of the question is, just to clarify, there's no requirement. You don't have to be married. You don't have to be single. You don't have to be in any kind of open or, polyamorous relationship. This is just, we're trusting you to come to us with good intentions. Is that kind of what this rebrand feels?
We're trusting you to take care of your business with good intentions. We're providing a place where you can conduct those and have these ethical conversations, these ethical, discrete connections. People are tired of living their lives in the digital world, the social media era, where everything has been curated online and we put our whole lives out there for exposure. And people, I think, for the past 25 years have suddenly, come to the realization that it's not really everyone's business. And it's not out of shame or guilt. It's just simply an understanding. I don't need to live online. And this is coming into the dating world. People are fatigued with their traditional dating experience on the traditional dating apps, and they want something a little different. And I think the trend of single people coming to Ashley Madison, yes, last year was 57. I'm going to be fascinated at the end of this year where we're at, because I think that's going to continue to grow because people are seeking something different. So our heritage in married dating gave us the platform of discretion because we had to use that for a very different reason, obviously. But our members are shifting how they use our service. And the reality is what you do on Ashley Madison, you can technically do other places, but with a lot more scrutiny and a lot more people looking in onto what you're doing. We've purposely built and designed our app for those who are seeking an experience that others can't see into until you invite them in. And I think that shift is the more dramatic part. And I get our history. And I take no issue with the criticism we face, running a previously a married dating service, but that business model is shifted. I think in the next 20 years, you're not going to see even double-digit percentage of people coming to our site looking for that type of activity.
Perfect. Well, Paul, we want to thank you so much for your candor. We appreciate you answering all of our questions.
We've got a couple more questions, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
When we come off from this, take a quick break here for you before we let you go here just yet. Unhinged. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are sitting down with the Chief Strategy Officer for Ashley Madison. We got Paul Keeble. Now, Paul, we were talking, you said that building on the heritage of your site, this is a long-running institution and with quite the reputation, to say the least. How do you combat people who are, not necessarily combat, but rather, how do you address the concerns that some people have saying, I'm going to go on Ashley Madison as a single person and only find married people?
Well, they're not going to, number one. But number two, why is it our business to determine other people's morality? Why is it our business to judge how they're conducting their affairs? So long as they're being upfront, long as they're being honest with the individual they're having their connection with, why is it my business? In the part of the thing that people often misunderstand about that type of activity is it isn't always what it appears to be. We don't know the conversations that one party's had if they are married or not married or in a relationship. We don't know the nature of the conversations. We don't know what they've agreed to or not agreed to. And it's not for our public consumption. And so what we're saying is through the lens of ethical discretion, you can choose to join Ashley Madison, connect with the type of people for the activities you're looking for. And the range has always been varied. It never was as simple and as singular as one type of connection. It was a much grander concept. And it's now being broadened with the rise of ethical non-monogamy, with the rise of discrete tight connections in dating, and people who are looking for something that's just a little bit different without the public eye. Discretion gives them that comfort, but others knowing coming to Ashman that that's what they're looking for. And I think that's one of the differences. You sign up to a traditional dating website, you're expecting traditionally to find someone who's looking to date, potentially build a long-term relationship, and that's usually the expectation. That isn't necessarily the expectation, Ashley Madison. That forces people to a degree to read the profiles, to make better connections, and so that people aren't being deceived and go down a path and being disappointed because they meet a great person, but they're not looking for the same thing. On Ashley Madison, the options are varied and wide, but the disclosure is up front with a bit of discretion, and I think that creates a far better dynamic.
Do you think that, you've seen a decent number of long-lasting relationships that have come out of these connections on Ashley Madison?
Oh, I've had over the years, many people get married on Ashley Madison. I've had long-term relationships sustained and created every variety of a successful dating story you can imagine, and many, many more have occurred. I've been with the company since 2013, so I've been through all the ups and downs, and I've heard every day. I kind of think, oh, I've heard the most amazing story. I'll never hear anything better, and my team brings me a new one. So yeah, I still have a member that reaches out to us every once in a while. He and his now wife met on Ashley Madison, I think 15 years ago. And they've had a long-term loving marriage since then. And I think that's amazing that we were able to put those two people together.
Well, you haven't been with the company since 2013. How's Ashley Madison been able to survive scandal and then thrive, especially with so many new dating sites out there and dating options? I feel like it's a very competitive field.
It is a very competitive field. I think part of it is one that we're very bold in the nature of what our business has always been, and we're very straightforward about what we've offered. I think we've been very clear to the market about what we're offering, why we're offering, and who we're offering it to. In this rebrand, obviously, we're going to have to do a lot of conversation about what it means because it is a big shift under certain circumstances. But I think the honesty and the direct nature of how we've presented our business and how we talk with our members is the reason we still stand today. And, I think about so much of the competition that we have faced over the years and the other brands, and our mark on culture is so unique. I mean, there's literally a whole episode on The Simpsons about our business. Not a lot of businesses, period, can say that. And I think it represents where we stand. I think, despite some of the failings we've had in our, long history past, we've been able to overcome those and come back because people are looking for what we offer, and we're committed to that promise to our members.
Fair to say that there's all different types of people on all different types of services when it comes to dating. But in some of the surveys that Ashley Madison has put out and released some of those results, one of them was looking to, I believe the title was, "What are you faithful to?" And they believe 87% of respondents to this particular Ashley Madison survey said they would rather cheat on their partner than cheat on their taxes. 85% say they would rather cheat on their favorite or they would rather cheat on their spouse than their favorite takeout restaurant.
Savannah, I think men, they must have polled men.
Well, this is respondents from Ashley Madison. I don't believe I saw a gender breakdown of this particular survey. So when you have this is what's putting out 49% of respondents in a separate survey say that they seek additional relationships during times of stress. These kind of numbers seem to be indicative of the clientele who are still using Ashley Madison. Is that fair to say?
Well, no, because you'd have to look at the data of that survey. So that's a few years old, if my memory is
2024.
right. So that's 2 years old. And so we still were in the business of married dating at the time. Though our business model was clearly shifting, we were surveying those members who identified themselves in a relationship so that when we get the data back, we're asking people of that nature. We were asking 30 million members. We were asking a smaller subset those questions because that was the nature of our business. So we sought out information from users who would have identified with that type of activity. They weren't necessarily people who were single and looking for something different that would have addressed that survey. So it is indicative of where we were 2 years ago. But like I said, our business is shifting, and now we're addressing what our members are asking of us and creating a better dynamic for them and giving them the space and honoring what they've come here for by shifting our business model.
What do you feel like your biggest challenges for the business here in the months ahead here as you're moving through with this rebrand?
Obviously, I think the biggest challenge is helping people understand that we have shifted, why we've shifted, and what's available at Ashley Madison. Because I think obviously we have a huge history and a brand recognition that surpasses a lot of really, much bigger brands from a certain perspective. And so we want people to know we're still in business, that we have 50,000+ people joining weekly, if not more, who are looking probably for the very same thing you are in some capacity. And with that discretion, you have the opportunity to explore without everybody seeing what your business is. And I think that will be our biggest challenge and our biggest opportunity.
Oh, I'm looking for a sugar daddy. I'm going to call you. Just kidding. Just kidding, but not really.
Again, looking for all types of different relationships. Paul, thank you
so much.
for
Transfer
joining us.
questions.
Yeah. Again,
My pleasure.
we appreciate it. Yeah, it's a hot topic for sure. Absolutely. I think there's a lot of people who have their ideas of what's right for them and what's right for their partner, and all the more reason to communicate.
That's it.
Anybody that you're in or possibly in a relationship with. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about dating with a little bit of discretion. This is funny. This is really one of the most common questions that I get from people who don't know me super well, but want to know about my love life. Busybodies, maybe, of course.
Girl, who isn't one though?
You know,
we all want to know.
Yeah, this is like you work for Queen City News. Like, do you ever have trouble dating? I'm curious as to what you guys have experienced in your time working in the industry.
I always, whenever I'm on dating apps, I don't put the fact that I'm a journalist or anything like that, that I work in news or anything involving TV. I just don't put that on my profile. And then also when I'm meeting people, whether it is friends or also like potential love interests, I'm not really advertising the fact that I'm on TV. Because first of all, it just kind of like steers the conversation away from like whatever you're planning on talking about.
It can, yeah.
And so, because a lot of times then people have questions, which is so fair, but it's like, you know, this is just our day to day. So it's like, I typically just don't really bring it up until later.
And I've seen that in action. I've seen you do this. I've watched them. I was gonna be like, oh, we work together. And it's like, just like, we're in communication.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so beautiful. And it was just.
Because then you just don't really have to, like, then it's not like, oh, you're on TV, which also, here's the thing. The people that we're talking to probably aren't really watching a ton of cable. They probably aren't really watching a ton of TV news. So it's not like they're going to be like, oh my gosh, yeah, I watch you every day. Like, you know, that's not what I think that any of our worries is, but like.
For potential partners, not necessarily.
Yeah. I've always told people, like, I don't care. But the thing is, I will say, once you get into a long-term relationship, a lot of times it's worked against me, meaning that guys get resentful because people always do want to know, what do you do? Oh my God, you talk to celebrities. Oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah.
And it does steer the conversation that way. And eventually you start shining the relationship, not because you mean to, just because it's part of your job. It's what you do. And guys can get super resentful. But I'm definitely not going to like hide what I do. It's just, it is what it is. You take, like me or don't. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't feel like discretion is something I necessarily need to like really look for necessarily. You know what I mean? I don't put like where I work on my dating profile, but that's more so a safety thing.
Right.
So I feel like I kind of hit that same level as a lot of women do. I think a lot of women, especially who are online dating, are using discretion every single day. And so it's not necessarily about, oh, who do you want to see? Who do you not want to see? It's that level of how much information you're just giving out.
Exactly. It's true. Just in terms of safety. Now, Alicia, I know you said that being on Raya, that's something where, you know, this is a different dating platform where you kind of do share what you do.
Right. Raya is for like quote unquote celebrities. And that's, you literally share what you do. So I think that platform is kind of equal opportunity because everybody on that platform is in the industry in some way, shape, or form.
Sure.
So nobody's really going to be impressed with your job because everybody has pretty cool, creative, interesting jobs. So it's not really been an issue for me being on TV or, you know, being a journalist. I think I've always dated people industry adjacent that just get it, but they also have interesting jobs too.
Yeah. Do you feel like it was different in New York versus Charlotte?
I think so because New York is, Charlotte's a big finance community, right? That's like, we got finance bros. In New York, I was around a bunch of creatives where everybody, like, you know, so-and-so worked at the Tonight Show. So-and-so's on tour with Madonna. But that was just the norm. That's not even name dropping. Just people had cool jobs. So you didn't think about it and didn't hinder you in dating. The biggest hindrance are you going to be in the city at the same time? Because nobody was ever, we just weren't there together.
But that's the other thing. That's the issue that I feel like comes up with Raya specifically is that these are people who, of course, you know, there are some people on there who have money to fly you to wherever they are. But it's like, you know, you aren't in that direct exact same space.
Exactly.
Right?
It's true. You're not in the same space. So you might literally connect with somebody from Lebanon and be like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, they live there. Cool. So that's the.
And Emily's just like, she's like, I don't know. I just haven't really gone on dates. I'm like, well, maybe it's because he's hundreds of miles away.
No, before these kids, y'all, I get on the plane and be flued out. But
that's right.
Those days are over. Okay, this is my suburban mom days. So yeah, I think I need to get off Raya. I don't think Raya is like where I'm at right now.
Well, that's coming up on one episode of Unhinged. We got to get you on Hinge.
Yes, get me on Hinge, girls. Get me on Hinge. I'm ready. I'm ready to meet somebody IRL. All right, ladies, that'll do it for another episode of Unhinged. It's been eye-opening with Ashley Madison. We're talking discretion and dating in the spotlight. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
now on Queen City News, a heated exchange. We'll let you see it in a couple of minutes at the end of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board meeting. Why members are at odds over a delayed vote on the district budget. Tara.
I know, such a disappointment early this morning. We missed out on that rain. It either moved north or south of us. We still have the possibility of a couple of isolated showers and maybe a stronger thunderstorm or two through the rest of this evening. I'll put the track on that and more rain ahead by the weekend coming up.
All right, and we have new details in the break-in of the Biffle family home shortly after their tragic deaths. Why investigators believe it may have been an inside job. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, top Charlotte Mecklenburg school leaders now at odds over how the district should spend its budget for the next school year. So board members now delaying their approval of the $2 billion proposal. It's a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. So the board's chair explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Sneed pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Sneed said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Sneed insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Andy, for that. So we're taking a live look here over at Caramount Health Park in Gastonia as Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us now from the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, so we didn't see much rain today. I guess a lot of us, got up thinking it was going to come, but we definitely still need that rain. But right now, showers are still moving through some areas, though, right?
A couple of showers out toward the mountains, and there's more out toward parts of East Tennessee. And so we'll see what develops now that obviously we've been breaking out with more blue sky and sunshine and daytime heating taking place compared to yesterday. We've got 78 degrees outside of our studios right now. As we look around on radar, it is a dry scan starting to pick up on a couple little tiny showers over parts of southwestern Avery County, but there's more to come. You can see just more lines of some scattered showers, nothing too intense showing up right now, at least over East Kentucky and parts of East Tennessee. It looks like they have one severe thunderstorm warning east of Charleston, West Virginia. But all of that is pushing east ahead of the cold front. And so as the front continues to move through our area the rest of this evening, we still do have a low end level 1 out of 5. It's low, but not zero risk. Maybe a couple of stronger storms across our region producing the threat of damaging wind gusts and maybe some hail. So we'll be tracking those along with you here, but chances remain fairly low for the next several hours and then disappear as we get later into the night. But coming up early tomorrow morning, we could see a couple more showers, more rain ahead for the weekend, along with some cooler temps again. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Thank you, Tara. Residents and businesses across the Charlotte area now being asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought. And major utility companies' operations are also being impacted by the lack of rains. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson shows us how and explains why the voluntary conserving these requests are being out there and why they could soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett.
Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River, called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought, an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
That 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
Meteorologist Brandon Lawson reporting there. Thank you so much for your coverage. I mean, just amazing to be able to see those drone shots as to what it actually looks like right now. State officials will meet Friday to determine if water restrictions need to become mandatory. We'll keep you posted. Well, members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight over Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. The utility giant is now asking to increase rates that would raise the average North Carolinian's bill to about $34 a month. So the hearing begins at 7 tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown. New search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. The documents claim that the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of the Biffle family's deaths in December's plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has all the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead. Rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout in an East Charlotte neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Pelosi, Charlotte Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were all shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29th in 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during that shootout, and a U.S. Marshal's Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes that day when he opened fire. He was later shot and killed by police. Well, in honor of those officers who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte held a blood drive. And officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who just wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
And just remembering those 4 lives lost, more than 400 lives actually could be saved by the blood donations that were collected today.
We have warmed up this afternoon with the help of more sunshine, and with that sunshine that could help develop a few more spotty showers and storms before the evening's out. I'll show you what's possible and more rain chances ahead, along with some cooler temperatures as we head into the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
Thanks, Tara. And a Charlotte woman left in shock after a dog attacked her in her backyard. Why she's now calling out on the city for just not doing enough. Plus, a Queens University alum is back in the Queen City after being in the Winter Olympics. Her message to others who want to reach the big stage. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:11. 78 degrees outside right now. Taking a live look here over West Charlotte. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in the Queen City. A Charlotte woman says that she and her pet survived a vicious dog attack in their own backyard. So Pamela Bennett's backyard camera captured the moment two German Shepherds leaped over her fence in Northeast Charlotte last month. And she says one of the dogs tackled her, going after her poodle, and then bit her fingers down to the bone. Bennett now claims that city officials aren't doing enough to keep her neighborhood safe.
That's all they can do, then there's a gap. That's a problem. I thought it's a public safety emergency because these dogs are dangerous to our community and we don't know where they are.
Queen City News reached out to Charlotte officials asking them about this incident in particular and getting their response to it. Well, a city spokesperson says that he needed more time to look into this case and to answer our questions. A 2026 Winter Olympian who spent her college years here in Charlotte now back in the Queen City this week, and she competed in the games in Italy earlier this year. Well, she spoke exclusively with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about her experience after meeting with young athletes hoping to make it to the big stage just like her someday.
When you have a mile of ice, you're going 70 to 80 miles an hour. You have no steering mechanism. It's just you and the sled, and you have to lean. And that's something that you can't just be taught. You have to feel, you have to experience it.
And the Queen's University graduate and first-time Olympian says competing in skeleton at the highest level likely wouldn't have happened without her beloved alma mater.
Everything that I did at Queen's leading up to this point, which was pretty much a 6-7 year journey, got me to this point.
Mystique Rowe is the school's first Winter Olympian. She made quite a name for herself on the Queen's track and field team, but that was more than a decade ago. A lot of these current track and field athletes were probably in elementary school back then. But this year, they got a chance to watch Mystique represent Team USA in Milan Cortina.
Skeleton is a very individualistic sport, but the track team that I had supporting me to transition was paramount for me.
Mystique says being an Olympian had long been a childhood dream for her, but when that dream couldn't come to fruition on the track, she was encouraged to try the ice, which, by the way, she's allergic to.
When ice touches my skin, I break out in hives and kind of mimics hypothermic reactions. I mean, I can't take ice baths. I can't submerge into a certain temperature, but I do skeleton. So a high incentive to stay off the walls for me.
While she didn't come home with any medals this time, Mystique says she set multiple personal records and accomplished her goal of placing in the top 15. Now looking back, she considers the experience in Italy simply rewarding.
You know, you're sliding down a mountain, but on ice instead of snow. And so just remembering the piece of having fun and enjoying being passionate about what you're doing at the time.
The 31-year-old is already looking forward to 2030 and the place she called home, if only for a few years, is honored to celebrate their history maker.
And it's just like, this is something that took literally a village, a whole city.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Wow, Mystique is just amazing. So incredible to hear that story. Thank you, Matt, for sharing that with us. Looking live here over at Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera right now. So it's a warmer afternoon, and we're also keeping an eye out for some more rain. Right now, 79 degrees here in the Queen City. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane to talk about all this. So we didn't see the rainfall that we thought we would see this morning. It looked like it was going to rain. I mean, if we got up early, it really looked like it was going to come
We
down.
had the clouds,
Yes,
but
right.
yeah, just definitely not that rain. We had it mostly affecting the mountains and kind of shifting more to the north or south of us, kind of doing that Carolina split action, which we sometimes see around here. We could still be tracking maybe a few isolated showers and storms the rest of this evening. That could pop up in some areas. More rain chances, though, to talk about for the weekend.
Okay, because we know we need it.
We do need the rain. I know. You heard Brandon Lawson's story there. I mean, drought situation, obviously it continues and likely getting worse here with time over the next couple of weeks. But as we look live here over Independence Boulevard, it is a dry drive out there. We don't have any showers or storms, at least over the Piedmont just yet. Kind of a mix of clouds and sunshine. But tell you what, definitely that warmer flow coming in today, working with the sunshine, giving us that boost in temperatures close to 80. We only ended up in the mid 60s yesterday, so quite the warm up happening, and still mostly dry skin as we look around on radar. I've been looking around, picking up on a couple sprinkles around the Hickory area and up toward parts of Avery County at times, but that is about it. We do have more activity, little streaks here of some developing showers and storms back off to the west. Nothing severe. There's been one severe thunderstorm warning still taking place just southeast of Charleston, West Virginia, heading kind of around that stretch of I-77 or so, but all of that is moving off to the east with a cold cold front, and so until that front clears the area, we have that chance of a few more spot showers or even a stronger thunderstorm developing. And Futurecast forecast computer model still wants to pick up on a little bit of activity that could still be trying to get going through about 9, 10, even 11 o'clock or so, or approaching midnight more to the east of Charlotte. So we'll be tracking those along with you and see if we get some more of that much needed rain. But we do have, as I told Alicia, some more chances as we head into the weekend. Whopping, boy, 10 to 15 or so degree temperature change compared to 24 hours ago. Again, we've got 79 in the Queen City, southwest wind at about 15 miles per hour, some lower 80s on the map there to the east of Charlotte, 60s to near 70 up in the higher elevations. Even early tomorrow morning, there's the chance of a couple of spotty showers here, a little area of rain working through, kind of clipping our southern communities and down into South Carolina. I'll show you that coming up. But overall, it's going to be a pleasant end to the week. If you have anything outside planned, mostly dry into tomorrow afternoon and into Friday as well, with temperatures up into the upper 60s, lower 70s. So just a little bit cooler than today. Saturday is even cooler, though, with more widespread rain expected. So by tomorrow afternoon, it's back to more sunshine. Temperatures just knocked back a few degrees from today, but still topping out in the mid 70s. We check out Futurecast. Here's that quick area of rain that may clip areas south and east of Charlotte. Again, South Carolina communities and east along Highway 74 will be in the more favored zone for actually seeing that quick hit of scattered showers. That would be early tomorrow morning. But then not much more expected into the afternoon. We'll see more clearing, and then it's back to just kind of a mix of sun and clouds into Friday before the next wave of rain moves in for Saturday. So this is coming in from the south and west ahead of a warm front and area of low pressure. Look at this. Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, widespread heavier batches of rain. Maybe a few rumbles of thunder will be a possibility. For the most part, it's looking like plain rain, though. That's going to move through right on into the afternoon and early evening. So it could be really most of the day that rain chance lasts, but Sunday is definitely looking like the drier half of the weekend. But this is good news because this means we're looking at an additional 3/4 to an inch of rain, 3/4 of an inch to an inch, at least around Charlotte Point South, but not quite as much as we look up to the north and west, up around the mountains and foothills. Still, an additional 1/4 to ½ inch of rain is expected with that round coming in on Saturday. So again, temperatures low to mid 70s next couple of days, mostly dry, cooler for the weekend with that rain on Saturday especially. Look at that high, only 63, and a chilly start coming up for Sunday morning.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tara, for that. So Monroe's mayor now planning to hang up towel and local government, the much bigger office he's preparing to pursue instead. You're watching Queen City News at 4. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns is not running for re-election as mayor in Monroe, but he does have his eye on the North Carolina governor's office. So Burns filed paperwork last month to run for governor of North Carolina in 2028, and he took office in Monroe on a coin flip in 2023. A lot of you might remember that, after tying with his opponent at the ballot box. Well, state elections officials say that Burns will run as a Republican. Last year, Burns said the assassination of Charlie Kirk deeply affected him to not seek another term as mayor and pushed him to take his fight for Monroe to a bigger stage, and that would be governor. Some big changes coming to South Carolina SNAP programs. Here's what we know. Department of Social Services announced EBT SNAP cards will be blocked on all of the out-of-state and online purchases. So this is all part of DSS's new enhanced fraud prevention measures program. EBT cards used out of state or online will automatically be placed in a block high-risk transactions status. So all in-state purchases will then continue to process normally. Blocked EBT cards can be unlocked on the Connect EBT app or the website. A man convicted of murdering a beloved Noda business owner is now back in court tomorrow. How he's now tied to several other murder cases. And Duke Energy forced to adjust amid the ongoing drought. How the lack of rainfall is now slowing some of the utility giants' operations here in our area. We'll talk about it all next. Right now, you're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Top Charlotte Mecklenburg school leaders at odds over how the district should spend its budget for the next school year. So board members are now delaying their approval of the $2 billion proposal. It's a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. The board's chair explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Snead pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget, Dr. Hill, I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget. I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Snead said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Snead insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy, for that. So we're taking a live look here over at Caramount Health Park in Gastonia as Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us now from the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, so we have not seen as much rain as we were hoping for, of course, but today, but those showers are still moving through some areas, right?
We do have a couple little tiny showers that are trying to get going up across the mountains and foothills, but not much. And boy, what a great evening so far for some baseball out there with the warmer temperatures and that little bit of sunshine here. Peaking out finally here today after just the past couple of days. A little bit of sunshine, but definitely a lot more cloud cover. As we scan around, still, again, mostly dry. As we look around here, we've been picking up on, like I said, a couple sprinkles. A lot of these have been fizzling, though, across the mountains and foothills, but it's still possible. Notice some of the activity here upstream and up to the north and west. We have some scattered showers and a few thunderstorms at times over East Tennessee, eastern Kentucky. So as the cold front moves in from the west into our area along the way, working with a little more of that daytime heating and some of that sunshine, that could help fuel a few more spotty showers and storms for the next few hours and even up until midnight. It just can't be totally ruled out as the low but not zero risk of severe storms continues for another few hours. Coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast, we do have some much better rain chances on the way for the weekend. We'll take a look at that and the timing in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Tara. So the Mount Holly Fire Department is also warning of the low water levels on Mountain Island Lake because of the drought. So just take a look here. Officials say the low levels could be hazardous to boaters, potentially leading them to just run aground if they're not very careful. Boat recovery towing businesses are already starting to be able to see higher demand on Lake Wylie for the exact same issue. Residents and businesses across the Charlotte area now being asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought, and a majority now of the major utility companies' operations are being impacted by the lack of rain. So let's talk about with our meteorologist Brandon Lawson. He shows us how and explains why the voluntary conservation request could actually soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett. Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought. an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
And that 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
Just amazing to be able to see those drone shots as to what it looks like right now. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson reporting there. Thank you so much, Brandon. Well, right now, state officials will meet Friday to determine if water restrictions need to become mandatory, and we will keep you posted. Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight over Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. The utility giant now is asking to increase rates that would raise the average North Carolinian's bill by about $34 a month. The hearing begins at 7 tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown. One of the men who killed the co-owner of Brooks Sandwich House, Scott Brooks, is now due in court tomorrow for charges connected to 3 other murders. In November, a jury now found Stephen Staples guilty in the deadly 2019 Brooks shooting. He also pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for the death of Andres Mescot in Hickory. Well, that incident happened a little more than a month after Brooks's murder. And in fact, investigators say from December 9th of 2019 to January 23rd of 2020, Staples is responsible for 5 murders. His appearance is now set for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. On news, search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. Documents claim that the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of the Biffle family's deaths in December's plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has all the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead. Rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
In loving memory here, today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout happening in an East Charlotte neighborhood. So State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Pelosi, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks, they were all shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29th of 2024. Now, 2 years later, 4 other officers were also hurt during that shootout. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes when he opened fire, so he was later shot and killed by police. And in honor of those officers who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte, they held a blood drive. Officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
And with the blood drive for officers, more than 400 lives now can be saved by the donations collected today. Tara.
Sunshine returning out there this afternoon, and temperatures have responded, warming through the 70s, some lower 80s out there. I'm tracking cooler temps, though, by the time we get into the weekend, and more rounds of rain ahead. That's next.
All right, and controlling costs for homeowners. So that's what lawmakers are discussing in a proposed property value bill in Raleigh today. What comes and what comes next and what came out today, we'll let you know. You're watching Queen City News at 4, watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. North Carolina lawmakers now moving forward with a bill that could delay property tax changes for some homeowners. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh joining us live now from the General Assembly. So Shabnam, what did you learn today?
Well, Alicia, lawmakers say this bill is about giving homeowners some breathing room, but doesn't actually lower property taxes. It just delays when new property values take effect. As home prices continue to soar, state lawmakers are pushing to hit pause on property appraisals in parts of North Carolina for 1 year.
The property values increasing across our state. Our citizens are significantly increased and burdened with taxes and property tax bills.
The property tax reevaluation moratorium bill would apply to a dozen counties that just completed property reappraisals this year.
In my home county of Davidson, reappraisals are expected to be about 65% increase, and next door, Guilford County is over 50%.
The proposal would delay those new values by 1 year before they take effect in 2027.
I believe it gives us time and a pause to be able to go into detail and get something done that we need to get done in property tax and not make a hasty decision that we will regret later.
County leaders have previously said higher home values don't automatically mean higher taxes. That's because counties can lower tax rates to offset increases.
We do not change the rate. The rate is still up to any municipality or county. They set the rates and we just move it out, and they can still use that reval a year later.
We have reached out to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for comment. And I just actually heard back from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, and they tell me while they're not opposed to the proposal, it could create challenges for counties that are currently undergoing reevaluation. Now, the bill just passed the Finance Committee today, and it heads to the Rules Committee next. Live at the General Assembly, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
All right, thanks so much, Shabnam. A state Senate committee now moving forward on a bill that would regulate data centers in South Carolina. So the current version of the Data Center Development Act would create an oversight office in the State Department of Environmental Services. It would then establish a permitting process for possible data center locations and require data centers to submit an annual report of water and energy usage.
Senator Davis's bill creates a regulatory process on how you are going to site a data center.
You know, this is an ongoing process, and plans are being developed.
So the bill is expected to head to the full Senate floor, but there are only 9 days left in this year's legislative session. With tax season now over for most people, filers may have noticed that their bill or refund is a little larger than expected this year. So if that's the case for you, IRS officials recommend adjusting your tax withholding to take out what you truly owe from your paycheck. The IRS has a free tax withholding estimator, which generates a pre-filled W-4 form after asking about your income, your spouse, your deductions, and also your credits. A SpaceX rocket is back on Earth after launching from NASA Kennedy Space Center today. So this comes after Monday's last-minute cancellation of the launch over poor weather conditions. The Falcon Heavy rocket used about 5.1 million pounds of thrust to propel off. Today marked the rocket's first launch since October of 2024. So amazing to see. Looking live here over at the Freedom Boat Club in Davidson right now. So we didn't get the rain that we needed today, but more wet weather is heading our way. As we see right now, those skies are also clearing right now. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. So Tara, you are keeping your eye on a system that's coming this weekend.
Yes. So Saturday it looks pretty wet at this point in time. And even before then, late tonight, early tomorrow morning, parts of our area, not everywhere, not everyone, but could get an additional little bit of rain moving through with another system passing by to our south. So we'll talk all about that. But yes, we have that nice mix of clouds and sunshine happening today. The sunshine peeking through and helping to heat things up a whole lot more compared to this time yesterday. We are close to 80 right now. The official high temperature today topping out at 80 from the airport in Charlotte. Of course, that airplane about to land there. Welcome to Charlotte, everyone. And we have, again, some pretty nice looking Chamber of Commerce weather here across the Queen City late this afternoon, but we definitely need the rain. We've been saying that over and over again for some time now, since the fall, really. And we do have, again, more of that beneficial rain on the way for the weekend. As we scan around on radar, still picking up on just at times a little bit of spotty light rain, couple sprinkles really developing parts of the foothills and up toward the higher elevations. It looks like we have a little bit of light rain coming down right now over the Caldwell and Burke County line, just to the northwest of Hickory there. But more little strips of some heavier showers and storms continue to cross through ahead of a cold front that will continue its approach from the west. You can see up toward Charleston, West Virginia, parts of East Tennessee, seeing some of that. So as the front continues to slide through our region into the rest of this evening coming up, a few more spot showers and even an isolated stronger storm just can't be totally ruled out with some gusty wind or hail. Even as late as 9, 10, 11 o'clock or so this evening as the front again heads in that direction and eventually pushing east of you all in Richmond and Chesterfield counties. So the rain chance not totally done with for the day just yet. We'll be tracking that along with you. But as I said, high temperature today right at 80, so a few degrees above the average of 77. 59 was the cool low temperature, comfortably cool low temperature this morning. We've got 79 right now in Lancaster and Chester, South Carolina, Gastonia, still some low 80s. Places like Lincolnton off to the east into Anson County, 82 there, 80 from our friends in Shelby, and right around that 70-degree mark up in the mountain communities. Tomorrow afternoon, back to more sunshine after we get rid of the clouds and that quick rain chance in parts of the area in the morning. Temperatures topping out back into the mid 70s, so just a few degrees cooler than today. Here's that next round of showers I was talking about by 8 a.m. It's possible that we could see a little bit of rain clipping parts of the area, mainly south and east of Charlotte, right along the state line, South Carolina communities, east along Highway 74, getting in on the best chance of rain, but staying primarily dry here up toward the mountains and foothills and areas north and west of the Queen City. So then it's back to dry time, plenty of dry time later in the afternoon and heading into Friday, just scattered clouds moving through from time to time, but then the rain chance really ramps up as we head into Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, possibly early evening. The rain chance continues. That could be heavy in spots, and so adding up pretty good, even more than what we had yesterday, which was only about 1/4 of an inch or so in most communities. So by the end of the day on Saturday, we could be tallying up 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain. Those higher totals staying more south because that's where the rain is coming from with that next system. Only about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch expected up toward the mountains and foothills. And then behind that round of rain, it's going to get cooler. I mean, the weekend overall will be on the cooler side. You can see the mountain forecast only in the 50s for you all for both Saturday and Sunday. And we could have some freezing temperatures. We may be talking about frost advisories or freeze warnings in effect, just mainly for the higher elevations come early Sunday morning. But it will be definitely a chilly start everywhere Sunday, with lows dropping into the high 30s to lower 40s across the foothills and the Piedmont. But then back on the warmer side to kick off next week, 77 on Monday.
Thank you, Tara. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth now faces lawmakers for the first time since the start of the war in Iran. His request for more funding, with $25 billion already spent to date. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Pentagon officials now asking lawmakers for significantly more funding as the war in Iran continues. And this now comes as Pentagon officials are defending their 2027 budget request for $1.5 trillion, a 50% jump in current spending. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was now scrutinized heavily today by lawmakers over the operation's ballooning costs, President Trump's threats to resume strikes, and also the mission's goals. Take a listen.
Haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7.
Top defense officials say the war in Iran has already cost the U.S. $25 billion. Gas prices in the U.S. are now rising again amid the war in Iran. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is now $4.22, up 5 cents from yesterday. North Carolina's average also jumped by 6 cents overnight to $4. South Carolina had a 2-cent increase, with the average there now at $3.88. Well, new on Queen City News Plus. So this week, Turnkey host Morgan Francis helps navigate the overwhelming world of estate planning and what you can do to help get affairs in order before it's too late.
Put your home in a trust. Yeah. What is that, and why not just put in your will, here's what I want to happen to my home? The downside of a will is that anything that passes through a will goes through probate. That's a big misconception. People think if they have a will, they're not going to, their family won't be dealing with probate, and that's not true. But the court is involved, and the court is also ensuring that creditors get paid before beneficiaries get paid. Varies state by state, but North Carolina, it's not a pleasant process. We tell clients like 9 to 18 months is about how long it typically takes.
And you can watch the full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in an East Charlotte shootout. How local health leaders are now honoring their memory. And Duke Energy forced to adjust amid the ongoing drought. How the lack of rainfall is now slowing some of the utility giant's operations in our area. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Alicia Barnes. That's going to do it for me. But up next, Morgan Francis has Queen City News at 5. And right now, you are watching the most honor and the most local news right here in Charlotte.
We're not doing this right now. We will address this after the meeting. You will get further direction.
Now on Queen City News, a heated exchange at the end of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board meeting, why members are at odds over a delayed vote on the district budget.
And how many of you woke up disappointed this morning? Yes, we missed out on that much needed rain, taking a turn more to the north or south of us. And now we're waiting for more, just a few isolated showers showing up in the mountains and foothills so far, but there's more to come by the weekend in my Pinpoint weather forecast.
And new details in the break-in of the Biffle family home shortly after their tragic deaths. Why investigators believe it may have been an inside job. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Top Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders are at odds over how the district should spend its budget for the next school year. Board members are delaying their approval of the $2 billion proposal. It's a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. The board's chair explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Sneed pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Sneed said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar, and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Sneed insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We are taking a live look out over Caramount Health Park in Gastonia as Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us from the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, maybe not the best night to go to the ballpark. We haven't seen as much rain, though, as we were hoping for today. Showers, though, still kind of moving through the area?
We do have a couple that are trying to get going across the mountains and foothills, and it's still possible before the evening's out that we could get some of those more isolated downpours, or even a stronger storm can't be totally ruled out in parts of our area. So we check out what's happening as we scan around on radar right now. The only little lone shower we have is approaching you all, kind of closing in on Hickory there. So yes, between Valdez and Sawmills near that stretch of I-40, we have some light to moderate rain heading in that direction. I haven't seen any lightning strikes just yet, but it's possible that some of those storms could get a little stronger here. You can see more streaks of rain as we look upstream up to our north and west and closer to where this cold front is currently located. So as that front continues to push through the region, that's why we're holding on to that rain and storm chance for another few hours, and even perhaps a little past 7 or 8 o'clock for parts of the area too. And there is that low level 1 out of 5 risk of severe weather. Damaging wind gusts and hail going to be the two main threats if we do get any of those stronger storms developing. Coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast, well, we have more much needed rain on the way by the weekend. Some cooler temps to talk about after this warm up today too. All the details in a few minutes.
Sounds good. As residents and businesses across the Charlotte area are asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought, a major utility company's operations are being impacted by the lack of rain. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson shows us how and explains why the voluntary conservation request could soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett.
Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River, called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought, an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
That 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
That was meteorologist Brandon Lawson reporting. State officials will meet Friday to determine if water restrictions need to become mandatory. Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight over Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. The utility giant is asking to increase rates that would raise the average North Carolinian's bill by about $34 a month. The hearing begins at 7 tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown. A Charlotte man previously convicted of manslaughter is facing a new murder charge. Tychicus Doby is accused of shooting and killing his girlfriend's ex in Uptown last November. Investigators say he was arrested last week for a separate incident, and a search warrant for his phone found text messages linking Doby to the deadly shooting. Police responded to a car crash at the intersection of 7th and Davidson Streets and found the victim, Tenaris Henry, with a gunshot wound. He later died from his injuries. Doby's being held in the Mecklenburg County Jail without bond. He was convicted of manslaughter last year in a separate case. New search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. The documents claim the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of Biffle family's deaths in December's plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead, rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout in an East Charlotte neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Sam Peloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes when he opened fire. He was later shot and killed by police. In honor of those officers who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte held a blood drive. Officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
More than 400 lives could be saved by the donations collected today. Tara.
After getting a little bit of rain, mainly in the mountains earlier this morning, well, the big winners here late this afternoon and early this evening so far, Hickory and eastern Caldwell County. We have a heavier shower that's advancing off to the south and east. I'll show you where and when we could see more storms popping up the rest of this evening. That's next.
A Charlotte woman left in shock after a dog attack in her backyard. Why she's calling out the city for not doing enough. Plus, a Queens University alum is back in the Queen City after competing in the Winter Olympics. Her message is to others who want to reach the big stage. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Charlotte woman says she and her pets survived a vicious dog attack in their own backyard. Pamela Bennett's backyard camera captured the moment two German Shepherds leaped over the fence in Northeast Charlotte last month. She says one of the dogs tackled her, going after her poodle, and bit her fingers down to the bone. Bennett now claims city officials aren't doing enough to keep her neighborhood safe.
That's all they can do, then there's a gap. That's a problem. I thought it's a public safety emergency because these dogs are dangerous to our community and we don't know where they are.
Queen City News reached out to Charlotte officials asking about the incident and the city's response. A city spokesperson said he needed more time to look into the case and answer our questions. April is Second Chance Month. Officials across the country raise awareness about the barriers criminals face once released from prison. These barriers include access to necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter, as well as employment. Today, two organizations in Charlotte held an event to show what a second chance actually looks like.
Well, it's all about a second chance and a third and a fourth at times. But second chance awareness is why we're out here, to bring second chance to the community, to let the community know about the resources and opportunities, to let people know that you can get out and vote, to bring awareness to all those things that are ailing these individuals who don't know where to go and what to do when they're coming home from prisons and jails.
Second Chance Month is also dedicated to bringing awareness to those working toward a positive outcome for inmates re-entering society. A 2026 Winter Olympian who spent her college years here in Charlotte is back in the Queen City this week. She competed in the games in Italy earlier this year. She spoke exclusively with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about her experience after meeting with young athletes, hoping to make it to the big stage like her someday.
When you have a mile of ice, you're going 70 to 80 miles an hour, you have no steering mechanism, it's just you and the sled, and you have to lean. And that's something that you can't just be taught, you have to feel, you have to experience it.
And the Queen's University graduate and first-time Olympian says competing in skeleton at the highest level likely wouldn't have happened without her beloved alma mater.
Everything that I did at Queen's leading up to this point, which was pretty much a 6-7 year journey, got me to this point.
Mystique Rowe is the school's first Winter Olympian. She made quite a name for herself on the Queen's track and field team, but that was more than a decade ago. A lot of these current track and field athletes are probably in elementary school back then. But this year, they got a chance to watch Mystique represent Team USA in Milan Cortina.
Skeleton's a very individualistic sport, but the track team that I had supporting me to transition was paramount for me.
Mystique says being an Olympian had long been a childhood dream for her, but when that dream couldn't come to fruition on the track, she was encouraged to try the ice, which, by the way, she's allergic to.
When ice touches my skin, I break out in hives and kind of mimics hypothermic reactions. I can't take ice baths, I can't submerge into a certain temperature, but I do skeleton. So a high incentive to stay off the walls for me.
While she didn't come home with any medals this time, Mystique says she set multiple personal records and accomplished her goal of placing in the top 15. Now looking back, she considers the experience in Italy simply rewarding.
You know, you're sliding down a mountain, but on ice instead of snow. And so just remembering the piece of having fun and enjoying being passionate about what you're doing at the time.
The 31-year-old is already looking forward to 2030, and the place she called home, if only for a few years, is honored to celebrate their history maker.
And it's just like, this is something that took literally a village, a whole city.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
I mean, just the whole Winter Olympics alone for someone who's allergic to ice is impressive to me. What an impressive woman.
Wow.
You were looking live at Hickory as we can see some of the raindrops fall. You just saw one on the screen there.
A few little drips.
You have to watch long enough. A few little drips coming from the top of the lens there. But it looks like the sun is out. Quite a beautiful shot there. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is with me now. We were hoping to see a lot more rain today than we did.
Earlier.
Just kind of didn't work out. But as we see, there's still some hanging around.
We still do have the chance of a few more spotty downpours and maybe even some stronger storms that may try and develop here before the evening's out. Of course, we have more sunshine that's been popping out. We've seen that. You've been out and about today, more blue sky and warmer temperatures too, close to 80 degrees outside of our studios. And in other parts of Hickory, that rain is coming down pretty good, but still it is dry over Independence Boulevard. Dry conditions, good for the evening drive, but we'd like to see a little more rain in here. We do have a low chance early tomorrow morning, but then a much better chance as we get into the weekend. So as we look around on radar right now, you can see just to the west of you all in the higher elevation, some spotty rain, say around Bristol and to the south of there over East Tennessee. And here's that heavier batch of rain I was talking about there, a mix of rain and sunshine in parts of that northern part of Catawba County. And some of that rain clipping the southern edge of Alexander County too. So parts of Taylorsville could get in on that as well. So that is drifting off to the east, friends in Conover and Newton, eventually out toward Catawba and the eastern part of the county, maybe even western Iredell County could see some of that rain moving in from the west. So you can see just the little streaks of some heavy rain and thunderstorms ongoing ahead of the cold front. So until that cold front clears the area, we have that chance of showers and a few more spotty storms breaking out. Notice how Futurecast does show that even through 9, 10, 11 o'clock later on tonight, it is possible through that time frame, even around midnight before the front clears, that we could get some of those isolated, even stronger storms breaking out before another disturbance moves over part of our area early tomorrow morning. So I'll show you that coming up. 78 degrees though right now in the Queen City with a southwest breeze close to 15 miles per hour. We've got some 80s out there. Concord jumping up to 82 here today. Low 80s in Richmond County and Chesterfield County. We've got some upper 70-degree readings there, Shelby and Gastonia, and back up in the high 60s for you all in the mountains after a little more of a rainy start early today in some of the higher elevations. So a few showers possible early tomorrow, but most will stay dry. It's going to be an overall pleasant end to the week. Those temperatures back in the lower to mid 70s, so just a little bit cooler than today, but then much cooler as we head into the weekend as we get another round of more widespread and heavier at times rain coming in for Saturday. Just for Saturday, Sunday's looking dry. So by tomorrow afternoon, we're back to more sunshine, temperatures creeping up into the mid 70s. We check out Futurecast, and here's that next round by 5, 6 o'clock in the morning of some rain that could clip parts of the area, kind of skimming right along the state line there. So South Carolina communities have a better chance of seeing some of that rain. Maybe southern Mecklenburg County and east along Highway 74. That's in and out pretty quick. And so then it's back to increasing sunshine. That's going to be the theme, and then turning drier again for the afternoon. Friday morning, some clouds around, but through Friday later in the day, still looking dry. But then pretty quickly after that, by Saturday morning, we get this next round of rain moving in from the south and west ahead of a warm front and then an area of low pressure. So that will push in just some more that widespread activity, maybe a few rumbles of thunder in the mix too. But notice how the chance of rain does continue throughout the afternoon and evening, starting to wrap things up by around 7 to 8 o'clock or so, and then setting the stage for a drier but cooler second half of the weekend, especially when it comes to those early morning temperatures getting quite chilly. So more beneficial rain on the way, especially from Charlotte south, looking at some of those higher totals with the rain moving in from that direction on Saturday. So upwards of 3/4 to an inch of rainfall possible, not quite as much up toward the mountains and foothills, about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch or so. So 70s next couple of days, cooler only in the low 60s on Saturday with the rainy weather, 69 and sunny on Sunday, but that's after a chilly morning. Temps could be around freezing in the mountains. We may be talking about frost advisories or freeze warnings for the mountain communities early Sunday.
Oh, wow. Kind of late in the game for that. Yeah. Thanks, Tara. Monroe's mayor wants to move up from local government to the much bigger office he's preparing to pursue instead. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns is not running for re-election as mayor, but he does have his eye on the North Carolina governor's office. Burns filed paperwork last month to run for governor of North Carolina in 2028. He took office in Monroe on a coin flip in 2023 after tying his opponent at the ballot box. State elections officials say Burns will run as a Republican. Last year, Burns said the assassination of Charlie Kirk deeply affected him to not seek another term as mayor and pushed him to take his fight for Monroe to a bigger stage. Some big changes are coming to South Carolina's SNAP program. Department of Social Services announced EBT SNAP cards will be blocked on all out-of-state and online purchases. This is part of DSS's new enhanced fraud prevention measures. EBT cards used out of state or online will automatically be placed on a block high-risk transactions status. All in-state purchases will continue to process normally. Blocked EBT cards can be unlocked on the Connect EBT app or website. A man convicted of murdering a beloved NODA business owner is back in court tomorrow. How he is tied to several other murder cases. And Duke Energy forced to adjust amid the ongoing drought, how the lack of rainfall is slowing some of the utility giants' operations in our area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Top Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders are at odds over how the district should spend its budget for the next school year. board members are delaying their approval of the $2 billion proposal. It's a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. The board's chair explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber.
Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Snead pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Snead said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar, and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Snead insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Let's talk about the weather as we take a live look over Gastonia as Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us from the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we haven't seen the rain that we were hoping for. Sounds like some showers are still hanging around, though. A little bit of hope there, right?
Yeah, we do have some rain, some spotty, even downpours that are trying to get going up across the foothills here currently, especially over Catawba County as I zoom in, and southern Alexander County. Friends just to the south of Taylorsville getting a little bit of some of that rain that's pushing off to the east. Hickory, a little bit of a heavier shower right over the kind of the intersection there of 321 and 70, and that's pushing east into Conover and Newton and eventually out toward Catawba. We'll see if it holds together. Areas of western Iredell County could get in on some of that as well. And there's a little more of this to come, or just that may develop altogether now that we've seen more sunshine today and more daytime heating. You can see that temperature is still in the high 70s outside of our studio, so a little more instability heating of the day to work with today as that cold front continues to push in from the west. And so until that completely clears our area, which won't happen until a little bit later on this evening, that chance of a few more spotty showers and storms will continue, along with the low but not zero level 1 out of 5 risk of severe weather. So any of these storms may try and produce damaging wind gusts and even some smaller sized hail. Now, coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast, we don't want to see severe weather, but we do need to see some more rain. We do have another opportunity, especially as we get into the weekend. Talk all about it in just a few minutes.
Hey, check this out. The Mount Holly Fire Department is warning of low water levels on Mountain Island Lake because of the drought. Officials say the low levels could be hazardous to boaters, potentially causing them to run aground if they're not careful. Boat recovery towing businesses are already seeing higher demand on Lake Wylie for the same issue. As residents and businesses across the Charlotte area are asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought, a major utility company's operations are being impacted by the lack of rain. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson shows us how and explains why the voluntary conservation requests could soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett. Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought, an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
That 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
That was meteorologist Brandon Lawson reporting. State officials will meet Friday to determine if water restrictions need to become mandatory. One of the men who killed the co-owner of the Brooks Sandwich House, Scott Brooks, is due in court tomorrow for charges connected to 3 other murders. In November, a jury found Stephen Staples guilty in the deadly 2019 Brooks shooting. He's also pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for the death of Andreas Muscati in Hickory. That incident happened a little more than a month after Brooks' murder. In fact, investigators say from December 9th, 2019 to January 23rd, 2020, Staples is responsible for 5 murders. His appearance is set for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. New search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. The documents claim the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of the Biffle family's deaths in December's plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead. Rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout in an East Charlotte neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Sam Peloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29th, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes when he opened fire. He was later shot and killed by police. In honor of those who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte held a blood drive. Officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
More than 400 lives could be saved by the donations collected today.
Even though most of our neighborhoods missed out on that rain early today, we do have some spotty downpours and actually a stronger storm that's broken out around the Hickory area right now. I'll show you where we could see more of those storms developing for the rest of this evening. More rain coming for the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
Controlling costs for homeowners. That's what lawmakers are discussing in a proposed property value bill in Raleigh. What came of today's talks? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. North Carolina lawmakers are moving forward with a bill that could delay property tax changes for some homeowners. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh joins us live from the General Assembly. Shab?
Hey guys, lawmakers say this bill is designed to give homeowners some breathing room, but doesn't actually lower property taxes. It just delays when new property values take effect. As home prices continue to soar, state lawmakers are pushing to hit pause on property appraisals in parts of North Carolina for 1 year.
The property values increasing across our state. Our citizens are significantly increased and burdened with taxes and property tax bills.
The property tax reevaluation moratorium bill would apply to a dozen counties that just completed property reappraisals this year.
In my home county of Davidson, reappraisals are expected to be about 65% increase, and next door, Guilford County is over 50%.
The proposal would delay those new values by 1 year before they take effect in 2027.
I believe it gives us time and a pause to be able to go into detail and get something done that we need to get done in property tax and not make a hasty decision that we will regret later.
County leaders have previously said higher home values don't automatically mean higher taxes. That's because counties can lower tax rates to offset increases.
We do not change the rate. The rate is still up to any municipality or county. They set the rates and we just move it out, and they can still use that reval a year later.
We have reached out to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for comment. And the association's executive director says while they're not opposed to the proposal, it could create challenges for counties that are currently undergoing revaluation. The bill passed the Finance Committee today. It heads to the Rules Committee next. Live at the General Assembly, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Shabnam, thanks for that. A state Senate committee is moving forward on a bill that would regulate data centers in South Carolina. The current version of the Data Center Development Act would create an oversight office in the State Department of Environmental Services. It would establish a permitting process for possible data center locations and require data centers to submit an annual report of water and energy usage.
Senator Davis's bill creates a regulatory process on how you are going to site a data center.
You know, this is an ongoing process, and plans are being developed.
The bill is expected to head to the full Senate floor, but there are only 9 days left in this year's legislative session. With tax season now over for most people, filers may have noticed their bill or refund is larger than expected this year. If that's the case for you, IRS officials recommend adjusting your tax withholding to take out what you truly owe from your paycheck. The IRS has a free tax withholding estimator, which generates a pre-filled W-4 form after asking about your income, spouse deductions, and credits. A SpaceX rocket is back on Earth after launching from NASA's Kennedy Space Center today. This comes after Monday's last-minute cancellation of the launch over poor weather conditions. The Falcon Heavy rocket used about 5.1 million pounds of thrust to propel off. That's equivalent to 18 747 aircraft at full power. Today marked the rocket's first launch since October of 2024. All right, you are looking live at the Freedom Boat Club in Davidson. Probably not a ton of action out on the lake there as we've been dealing with this on and off again rain. We didn't get a ton of rain today, but more wet weather is heading our way. Actually, we see some people coming in from the dock right now, so maybe they were able to dodge the showers out there, and they've got Fido with them too. It sounded like it maybe was a fun little cruise.
They could maybe be hearing some rumbles of thunder in the distance too.
Really?
Maybe, up from near Hickory, we have a pretty strong storm that's gotten
well,
going.
and when you're on the water and you hear that,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to be caught on the lake when there's a storm rolling through. That can get pretty dicey.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, if you're thinking of doing something on the lake, say Saturday, that's not going to be the day to
Really
do it.
cold,
That's when
huh?
we have. It's going to be much cooler and it's going to be wet. We have some more much needed rain ahead for Saturday. There you go, for Saturday. So Sunday is the better day to do that. But boy, Sunday morning, it's going to get quite chilly out there, and especially in the mountains. So I'll show you that with the 7-day forecast coming up here. But let's talk about the rain that's out there right now, not over Charlotte, where we were looking live from the tower camera there in West Charlotte, but up here in Catawba County. So the big winners today when it comes to the rain, Hickory. Now we did have some showers earlier up in the mountains, but most of us missed out earlier today. Hickory though, stronger storm. You can see some occasional lightning. Newton, Claremont seeing some of that rain, and that is, you can see with the radar imagery in motion, pushing to the south and east. And so near that northern edge of Lake Norman, we'll see if it holds together and maybe approaches parts of the Mooresville and Troutman areas moving in from the west. The one lone storm really we have out there right now. We're starting to see a couple more kind of drifting in south of you all in Avery County, but more activity back off to the west where we do have the cold front that is moving in from that direction. So until that boundary completely clears the area, we have that chance of some additional spot showers, and even an isolated stronger or possibly severe storm or two can't be totally ruled out. Notice on Futurecast through about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, even close to midnight or so, we could still see some activity trying to develop and push off to to the east of the Queen City. So we'll be tracking those along with you where they do develop the rest of tonight. Meanwhile, today, definitely more heating of the day, more sunshine to help fuel the development of some of these storms. We topped out at 80 in Charlotte compared to the mid 60s that we had yesterday. So climbing above the average of 77, 59 was the low this morning. We've got 79 right now in Gastonia, still in the upper 70s in the Queen City. And look at that, warmer low 80s in Wadesboro and Rockingham, 81 degrees in Lancaster. So a nice jump, feeling that warmth today. 80 degrees in Morganton and mid and upper 60s in the mountain communities. Tomorrow will be only a few degrees cooler. We'll start in the upper 50s, low 60s again with another quick chance. It's not a high chance and it's not going to rain everywhere, but of a couple of showers early in the day and then back to more sunshine, those highs in the mid 70s in the afternoon. So we check out Futurecast. You can see by 6 a.m. tomorrow, another disturbance will push in more areas of rain, mainly focused around Charlotte south. So our South Carolina communities east along Highway 74 toward Anson and Richmond County, the more favored zone for seeing the rain early tomorrow. That's in and out pretty quick. So again, the afternoon, plenty of dry time. Friday, more of the same. We'll be in and out of clouds at times before the next round of rain comes in for Saturday. And boy, that rain chance really ramps up once again with a warm front approaching from the south and west. But Sunday and Monday, drier, but definitely cooler. That is, though, after getting some more beneficial rainfall here. So by the time we see the rain moving out end of the day on Saturday, we could be adding up an additional 3/4 to an inch of rain, especially from Charlotte south. Not quite as much expected around the mountains and foothills, only an additional 1/4 to 1/2 inch over the course of the next 4 to 5 days. Mountain forecast, here's the cool down I was talking about. So we go from 61 on Friday, only 53 with some of those showers around on Saturday. And look at this, 32 degrees Sunday morning. So we may be talking about frost advisories or freeze warnings for just the mountains, but we'll be cool everywhere, especially early Sunday there. 43 in the Queen City. Highs only in the 60s through the weekend. Then we're back in the 70s and 80s through the first half of next week.
All right, Tara, sounds good. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faces lawmakers for the first time since the start of the war in Iran. His request for more funding with $25 billion already spent to date. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Pentagon officials are asking lawmakers for significantly more funding as the war in Iran continues. This comes as Pentagon officials are defending their 2027 budget request for $1.5 trillion, a 50% jump in current spending. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was scrutinized heavily by lawmakers over the operation's ballooning costs, President Trump's threats to resume strikes, and the mission's goals.
Haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7.
Top defense officials say the war in Iran has already cost the U.S. $25 billion. Gas prices in the U.S. are rising again amid the war in Iran. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is $4.22, up 5 cents from yesterday. North Carolina's average also jumped by 6 cents overnight to $4. South Carolina had a 2-cent increase, with the average there now $3.88. New on Queen City News Plus this week on Turnkey, I help navigate the overwhelming world of estate planning and what you can do to help get affairs in order before it's too late.
Put your home in a trust.
Yeah.
What is that, and why not just put in your will, here's what I want to happen to my home? The downside of a will is that anything that passes through a will goes through probate. That's a big misconception. People think if they have a will, they're not going to, their family won't be dealing with probate, and that's not true. But the court is involved, and the court is also ensuring that creditors get paid before beneficiaries get paid. Varies state by state, but North Carolina, it's not a pleasant process. We tell clients like 9 to 18 months is about how long it typically takes.
You can watch the full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 6, today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in an East Charlotte shootout. How local health leaders are honoring their memory. And Duke Energy forced to adjust amid the ongoing drought. How the lack of rainfall is slowing some of the utility giants' operations in our area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
We're not doing this right now. We will address this after the meeting. You will get further direction.
Now on Queen City News, a heated, tense exchange at the end of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board meeting. Why members are at odds over a delayed vote on the district budget.
I know a lot of you maybe woke up this morning saying, what happened to the rain or the lack thereof? In most of our cases here, we did have some showers more north of Charlotte and south, and especially up in the mountains. Now we continue to see some areas of even heavy rain, a couple of stronger storms breaking out, where we could see more of those the rest of tonight and heading into the weekend. That's coming up.
And new details in the break-in of the Biffle family home shortly after their tragic deaths. Why investigators believe it may have been an inside job. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Top Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board leaders are at odds over how the district should spend its money for next year's budget. Board members are delaying their approval of the $2 billion plus proposal. It is a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. The board's chair, who was abrupt in last night's public meeting, explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber today.
Madam Chair, it's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Sneed pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Sneed said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar, and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Sneed insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Want to go out live now to the Caramount Health Park in Gastonia, as it's a pretty nice day outside for some baseball. A few folks are out there. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us now for the Pinpoint Weather Center. We have not seen as much rain as we were hoping for today, but showers are still moving through some areas.
We do, and some pretty strong storms trying to get going in parts of the area, mainly north and west of Charlotte so far, so not quite in Gaston County just yet. And that's not to say that we'll get the rain in Gaston County, but it is still possible over another few hours with this cold front continuing to trek in from the west. And so where we do have the heavy rain and some lightning showing up at times and some rumbles of thunder there, you can see it's been passing through Hickory down toward Newton, and some of that rain now closing in on the northern edge of Lake Norman. And just to the north of there, we have another isolated storm that's been popping up eastern Alexander County, kind of on the east side of Taylorsville and heading towards Statesville in that stretch of I-77 right now. And then we look back off to the west and up toward the higher elevations in the mountains, more spot areas of rain with potentially a few storms working in toward parts of western Ashwautoga and maybe down toward Avery County. So we have more activity there continuing to blossom from back off to the west. And before this front clears the area, that chance of showers showers and storms will continue, and we still have a level 1 out of 5 risk. A couple of these storms may try and turn severe before the evening's out. Damaging wind gusts and hail will be the 2 main threats. Let's check out Futurecast. You can see through about 8, 9, 10, even around 11 o'clock or so, more scattered activity is possible, pushing through parts of the Charlotte metro and east. And so it is still possible we could get some rain before the evening's out. And again, waking up tomorrow morning, a little more rain is possible in some neighborhoods. I'll show you that in my pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
Tara, thank you. Residents and businesses across the Charlotte area are being asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought, and a major utility company's operations are being impacted by the lack of rain. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson shows us how and explains why the voluntary conservation request could soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett. Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River, called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought, an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
That 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
Meteorologist Brandon Lawson reporting. State officials will meet Friday to determine if water restrictions need to become mandatory. Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight over Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. The utility giant is asking to increase rates that would raise the average North Carolinian's bill by about $34 a month. The hearing begins at 7 tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown. We'll have more on that tonight at 10. New search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. Documents claim the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of the Biffle family's deaths in December's plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead. Rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout in an East Charlotte neighborhood. State Corrections investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Peloche, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29, 2024 in the Shannon Park neighborhood. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes. When he opened fire, he was later shot and killed by police. In honor of those officers who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte held a blood drive. Officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
More than 400 lives could be saved by the donations collected today.
I'm tracking a couple of areas of rain north and west of Charlotte here today. Some storms that have broken out, impacting parts of Iredell, Alexander, and Catawba County here this evening. We've got more wet weather on the way, more beneficial rain, especially by the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A Charlotte woman left in shock after a dog attack in her backyard while she was calling out the city for not doing enough. Plus, a Queens University alum is back in the Queen City after being in the Winter Olympics. Her messages to others who want to reach the big stage. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Charlotte woman says she and her pets survived a vicious dog attack in their own backyard. Pamela Bennett's backyard camera captured the moment. 2 German Shepherds leaped over her fence in Northeast Charlotte last month. She says one of the dogs tackled her, going after her poodle, and bit her fingers down to the bone. Bennett now claims city officials aren't doing enough to keep her neighborhood safe.
That's all they can do, then there's a gap. That's a problem. I thought it's a public safety emergency because these dogs are dangerous to our community and we don't know where they are.
Queen City News reached out to Charlotte officials asking about the incident and the city's response. City spokesperson says she needed more time to look into the case and answer our questions. April is Second Chance Month. Officials across the country raise awareness about the barriers criminals face once released from prison. These barriers include access to necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter, as well as fair employment. Today, 2 organizations in Charlotte held an event to show what a second chance actually looks like.
Well, it's all about a second chance and a third and a fourth at times. But second chance awareness is why we're out here, to bring second chance to the community, to let the community know about the resources and opportunities, to let people know that you can get out and vote, to bring awareness to all those things that are ailing these individuals who don't know where to go and what to do when they're coming home from prisons and jails.
Second Chance Month is also dedicated to bringing awareness to those working toward a positive outcome for inmates re-entering society. A 2026 Winter Olympian who spent her college years here in Charlotte is back in the Queen City this week. She competed in the games in Italy earlier this year. She spoke exclusively with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about her experience after meeting with young athletes, hoping to make it to the big stage like her someday.
When you have a mile of ice, you're going 70 to 80 miles an hour. You have no steering mechanism. It's just you and the sled, and you have to lean. And that's something that you can't just be taught. You have to feel, you have to experience it.
And the Queen's University graduate and first-time Olympian says competing in skeleton at the highest level likely wouldn't have happened without her beloved alma mater.
Everything that I did at Queen's leading up to this point, which was pretty much a 6-7 year journey, got me to this point.
Mystique Rowe is the school's first Winter Olympian. She made quite a name for herself on the Queen's track and field team, but that was more than a decade ago. A lot of these current track and field athletes are probably in elementary school back then. But this year, they got a chance to watch Mystique represent Team USA in Milan Cortina.
Skeleton's a very individualistic sport, but the track team that I had supporting me to transition was paramount for me.
Mystique says being an Olympian had long been a childhood dream for her, but when that dream couldn't come to fruition on the track, she was encouraged to try the ice, which, by the way, she's allergic to.
When ice touches my skin, I break out in hives and kind of mimics hypothermic reactions. I can't take ice baths, I can't submerge into a certain temperature, but I do skeleton. So a high incentive to stay off the walls for me.
While she didn't come home with any medals this time, Mystique says she set multiple personal records and accomplished her goal of placing in the top 15. Now looking back, she considers the experience in Italy simply rewarding.
You know, you're sliding down a mountain, but on ice instead of snow. And so just remembering the piece of having fun and enjoying being passionate about what you're doing at the time.
The 31-year-old is already looking forward to 2030 and the place she called home, if only for a few years, is honored to celebrate their history maker.
And it's just like, this is something that took literally a village, a whole city.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Back to the weather now as you're looking live over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Warmer afternoon today in the upper 70s, and we are keeping an eye on more rain.
Yeah.
Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us now, and we didn't see much rainfall today, but you're tracking some showers, especially up in the lake area and above there.
Yeah, so north and west of Charlotte, we have a little bit of rain approaching kind of the northern edge of Lake Norman there, and not far from Mooresville, Statesville, picking up on a decent storm right now. So just a few hit or miss storms still possible for another few hours until we get this cold front to move on through. So some of you winning out here and getting some rain after missing out across most of the Piedmont and foothills earlier today. We did see some of that rain, mainly impacting the mountain communities to kick off the day. But yeah, staying dry for most of the day so far in the Queen City. As we look live over Independence Boulevard, you can see that nice mix of clouds and sunshine, but dry weather for everyone driving around here this evening until we head on, like I said, up to the north and west. We look back at radar and we can see now areas of some heavy rain and some occasional lightning that I've I've been seeing showing up on radar here too. That stronger storm now moving past, obviously, Hickory and Newton and stretching more to the east. And so now starting to see a couple of those sprinkles over the northern part of the lake, Mooresville zone and up toward Troutman. And then north of Troutman, again, right nearing the heart of Statesville and just in the northwest of there, we have a batch of some heavier rain. All of this is pushing to the south and east. And so if you live around Mooresville and maybe even if it holds together the western part of Rowan County, we could see some more of that rain drifting in. Maybe northern Mecklenburg County, some of our northern Mecklenburg County suburbs could get in on some of that as well. And then we're still tracking a couple of spotty, isolated showers drifting into some of the high country communities once again, too. So more scattered activity as we look upstream and over sections of West Virginia and entering the Shenandoah Valley, parts of western Virginia as well, along with this cold front. So the chance does continue for the rest of this evening that maybe a few more of us getting in on some needed rain. We don't want any severe damaging thunderstorms, but any of those stronger storms will have the potential producing some strong wind gusts and maybe some smaller sized hail too. We'll hold on to that chance even say through 10 o'clock to midnight or so later on tonight before another round of showers affects parts of our area early tomorrow morning. I'll show you that coming up. Nice and warm, 78 degrees in the Queen City right now with a southwest wind at 5 to 10 miles per hour. We've had some lower 80s today to the east of Charlotte, 82, Wadesboro and down into Cheraw there. We've got 80 degrees in Morganton and mid and upper 60s up in the mountains. So another round of a couple of scattered showers possible to kick off the day tomorrow. Again, I'll show you that. It's not going to rain everywhere. It is going to be an overall pleasant end to the week, though. The next couple of afternoons, plenty of dry time if you have anything planned for outside. Temperatures warming back up in the low to mid 70s, but it will turn cooler for both days over the weekend with some rain coming in, a more widespread round and heavier round for that first half of the weekend on Saturday. After a brief chance of showers early tomorrow, back to sunshine in the afternoon with temperatures warming into the mid 70s. Let's check things out on Futurecast. You can see by 6 a.m. So another disturbance may try and bring us, especially from Charlotte south, the chance of a quick hit of some rain, but it will likely stay drier up across the mountains and foothills more north and west you go away from Charlotte. So by 9, 10 o'clock, most of that's out of here. Just a quick hit of some of those showers there. Again, drier for the afternoon. And then back to just kind of scattered clouds mixing in, blocking out some of that sunshine from time to time into Friday. But dry until we head into the overnight and then early Saturday morning. We see more widespread rain trying to lift in from the south and west. This is ahead of an area of low pressure and a warm front. So this is mostly rain across our area. A few rumbles of thunder can't be totally ruled out. But along with the rainy weather in the morning, yeah, we could still see some showers wrapping around that low even into late afternoon, early evening. So just kind of a wet go of it. It's looking like for Saturday and then Sunday, all of that clears out. So it's back to sunshine, but cooler, especially in the morning. We have some chilly mornings ahead going into early next week. So more beneficial rain on the way. This is mainly with the round coming in on Saturday, especially from Charlotte south, up to 3/4 to an inch of rain expected there, especially down to South Carolina. Not quite as much as we head north and west across the mountains and foothills, about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch expected up that way. So 70s next couple of days. Look at that cooler weekend, only 63 on Saturday with the rain, 69 and sunny on Sunday, but that's after a chilly start in the morning. We could be talking frost advisories or freeze warning just in the mountains.
Tara, thank you. Monroe's mayor is planning to hang up the towel in the local government, the much bigger office he is preparing to pursue instead. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns is not running for re-election as mayor, but he does have his eye on the North Carolina governor's office. Burns filed paperwork last month to run for governor of North Carolina in 2028. He took office in Monroe on a coin flip in 2023 after tying his opponent at the ballot box. State elections officials say Burns will run as a Republican. Last year, Burns said the assassination of Charlie Kirk deeply affected him to not seek another term as mayor and pushed him to take his fight for Monroe to a bigger stage. Some big changes are coming to South Carolina's SNAP program. Department of Social Services announced EBT SNAP cards will be blocked on all out-of-state and online purchases. This is part of DSS's new enhanced fraud prevention measures. EBT cards used out of state or online will automatically be placed in a block high-risk transaction status. All in-state purchases will continue to process normally. Blocked EBT cards can be unlocked on the Connect EBT app or website. Man convicted of murdering a beloved Noda business owner is back in court tomorrow. How he is tied to several other murder cases. And Duke Energy forced to adjust amid the ongoing drought. How the lack of rainfall is slowing some of the utility giants' operations in our area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Top Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders are at odds over how the district should spend its budget for the next school year. Board members are delaying their approval of the $2 billion plus proposal. It is a move that seemingly surprised Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill last night. The board's chair explained their rationale to Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber today.
Madam Chair, It's 8. All those opposed? 1. The motion carries.
It was that vote Tuesday night that seemed to catch Charlotte's top educator, Dr. Crystal Hill, off guard. The CMS Board of Education voting 8-1 to reject a proposed $2.1 billion spending plan for the next school year.
I respectfully ask for clarity at the dais, because I'm very unclear right now.
That's when the meeting became tense. Hill pushed, wanting to discuss the changes the board is needing. Board Chair Stephanie Snead pushing back.
Madam Chair, if the board is directing me to amend a $2.1 billion budget,
Dr. Hill,
I respectfully request what part of the $2.1 billion budget.
I understand that, and I've said to you, you will get further direction. It will not be at this moment and not at this time. The meeting is adjourned.
Snead said what was proposed lacked clear plans to better equip classrooms, implement strategies to support students inside and outside of school, and improve student performance.
We are in tight budget times, right? We know that the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed a budget. We are counting every dollar, and that we make sure that we are spending the money where it will have the most absolute greatest impact.
During an interview with Queen City News, Snead insisting that a budget will be passed.
We will have something better than we have now, and that not only will the board be happy with it, the staff will be happy with it, as well as our families.
In a statement, Hill stood by her proposal, saying in part, quote, the proposed budget remains focused on sustaining momentum by investing in the high-quality educators, staff, and resources that our community expects and deserves. She added that she is committed to working with the board to pass a budget. The board says that will happen before May 15th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, let's get back to the weather. Take a live look out over our Freedom Boat Club in Davidson right now as Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us from the Pinpoint Weather Center. That is actually Cornelius, your hometown, as we are seeing a few storm clouds and showers that are moving through the area right now.
Yeah, the northern edge of Lake Norman there, seeing some of that rain moving in. We've had some couple of isolated storms breaking out from the foothills and now drifting down into the northwest Piedmont and toward our northern Mecklenburg County suburbs here. And you can see as we zoom in, we've had some of that rain heavy at times moving over parts of Statesville. And heads up, friends in western Rowan County, say around the Cleveland area along Highway 70, could get in on some of that rain. And there's that storm that continues to weaken south of Catawba. So we're talking about eastern part of Catawba County and the northeastern corner of Lincoln County. But yes, Cornelius and part of Davidson, maybe down toward Huntersville, could get in on some of that rain. And there's that storm that continues to put out some lightning from time to time in between Statesville and Harmony, near that stretch of I-77, also drifting to the east and southeast. And then we're tracking more spotty areas of rain, maybe a couple of storms moving into the higher elevations around Banner Elk. We have some of that just in the north of there right now, western Watauga County, and maybe a little more expected and moving into parts of Ashe County too. So we just have these little areas of rain that continue to break out with the heating of the day. Now that we've had more sunshine breaking out through the afternoon, and as that cold front continues to move in from the west, giving us that added lift and instability. So the severe risk continues. It's a low risk, but not zero. We just can't totally rule out an isolated strong or even severe storm, producing risk of damaging wind gusts and maybe some smaller sized hail. And that chance will continue for another several hours, even up until 10, 11 o'clock or so tonight. We could still get some scattered activity developing and pushing off to the east with that front. Now, if you don't get the rain tonight or early tomorrow morning, we have another round coming in. I'll show you that here in just a few minutes. We do have a much better chance for the weekend, and I'll show you the timing on that in a few minutes.
Tara, thanks. Residents and businesses across the Charlotte area are being asked to voluntarily conserve water due to the drought, and a major utility company's operations are being impacted by the lack of rain. Our meteorologist Brandon Lawson shows us how and explains why the voluntary conservation requests could soon become mandatory.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett. Yeah, we're at Cowens Ford Hydro right now.
This is what Duke Energy's largest conventional hydroelectric power plant looks like. However, operations have slowed here at Cowens Ford Hydro Station due to lack of rainfall.
We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s.
Brett Hardis is the licensing manager for the Catawba Watery System. He tells me the multi-billion-dollar entity has declared stage 1 of their low inflow protocol, which includes 5 stages, ranging from stage 0, the watch stage, all the way up to stage 4, the emergency stage.
And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
These decisions include a collection of organizations that use water along the Catawba River called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group.
We're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions.
This program was a success during the historic 2007-2008 drought, an event that North Carolina Assistant State Climatologist Corey Davis remembers greatly.
That 2007 drought is really the benchmark for bad droughts in the Carolinas.
The 2007-2008 drought developed rapidly and during the hotter summer months, leading to historic low water levels. Our current drought was slower to develop, as it started during the colder winter months. The long-term impacts and recovery process from this drought are still in question.
It's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days.
The Catawba Watery River Basin has been running smoothly for years, but the extreme drought conditions are making themselves more and more noticeable. This along the Catawba River is what a 15-inch rainfall deficit looks like, and this is even after recent rains.
You know, we're not going to get that much rainfall from one event or even in 1 month. So that means it is going to take a lot longer for us to slowly chip away at these deficits.
Is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will hold a public hearing in Charlotte tonight over Duke Energy's proposed electric rate increase. Utility giant is asking to increase rates that would raise the average of North Carolinians' bill by about $34 a month. That hearing begins at 7 o'clock tonight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse in Uptown. We'll have more tonight from that meeting at 10. One of the men who killed the co-owner of Brooks Sandwich House, Scott Brooks, is due in court tomorrow for charges connected to 3 other murders. In November, a jury found Stephen Staples guilty in the deadly 2019 Brooks shooting. He's also pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for the death of Andres Moscati in Hickory. That incident happened a little more than a month after Brooks's murder. In fact, investigators say from December 9th of 2019 to January 23rd of 2020, Staples is responsible for 5 murders. His appearance is set for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. New search warrants accuse friends of Greg Biffle's family of a much larger scheme to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the late NASCAR driver. Documents claim the plan started to unwind within 24 hours of the Biffle family's deaths in December at that plane crash in Statesville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has the details.
The day after NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in this December plane crash, investigators say they started to notice fraudulent activity on Greg and his wife Christina's bank accounts. Emails, phone numbers, and passwords were changed, according to new court documents. Even an email from an unidentified source saying, "I heard you dead. Rest in hell." This new search warrant shows the suspect who broke into the family's Mooresville home in January knew where the cameras were inside and out and knew how to navigate the inside and outside of the residence, which is close to 13,000 square feet. The Iredell County Sheriff's Office says $30,000 in cash was stolen, along with a backpack in the burglary. Several people are named in the documents, but Queen City News is not identifying them because no charges have been filed. The warrant says a license plate reader linked a pickup truck from the break-in to a home in Denver. After police released surveillance videos and photos, the documents say a woman tied to that address abruptly left town during a historic snowstorm, skipping a planned gathering with friends. Investigators say multiple fraud charges appear across Biffle's accounts involving people in their inner circle, leading them to believe the scheme had been ongoing. Authorities say they are now working to identify everyone involved with what they describe as an elaborate fraud plan. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Today marks 2 years since 4 law enforcement officers were killed in a shootout in East Charlotte. State Corrections officers, investigators William Alden Elliott and Samuel Peloche, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Officer Joshua Iyer, and Deputy U.S. Marshal Thomas Weeks were shot and killed while serving a warrant on April 29th, 2024. 4 other officers were also hurt during the shootout. A U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force was serving a warrant on Terry Hughes. When he opened fire, he was later shot and killed by police that day. In honor of those officers who lost their lives, Atrium Health in Charlotte held a blood drive. Officials say the idea came from teammates within the emergency department who wanted to give back.
After that tragic event, this is just one of the episodes that highlights the importance of blood donation in the community. You know, we're here to serve 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have events that are mass casualties, but we also have the ongoing daily needs of our medical center.
More than 400 lives could be saved by the donations collected today.
Well, most of you are staying dry here on this Wednesday evening. However, we do have a few spotty downpours and a couple of isolated storms that have broken out across parts of the Piedmont and the mountains too. I'll track those and a much better rain chance as we head into the weekend. That's next.
Controlling costs for homeowners, that's what lawmakers are discussing in a proposed property value bill in Raleigh. What came of today's talks? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. North Carolina lawmakers are moving forward with a bill that could delay property tax changes for some homeowners. Capitol reporter Shabnan Dinesh tells us lawmakers want to delay the new property values for some counties, but that doesn't necessarily mean lower tax bills.
As home prices continue to soar, state lawmakers are pushing to hit pause on property appraisals in parts of North Carolina for 1 year.
The property values increasing across our state, our citizens are significantly increased and burdened with taxes and property tax bills.
The property tax reevaluation moratorium bill would apply to a dozen counties that just completed property reappraisals this year.
In my home county of Davidson, reappraisals are expected to be about 65% increase, and next door, Guilford County is over 50%.
The proposal would delay those new values by 1 year before they take effect in 2027.
I believe it gives us time and a pause to be able to go into detail and get something done that we need to get done in property tax and not make a hasty decision that we will regret later.
County leaders have previously said higher home values don't automatically mean higher taxes. That's because counties can lower tax rates to offset increases.
We do not change the rate. The rate is still up to any municipality or county. They set the rates and we just move it out, and they can still use that reval a year later.
We have reached out to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for comment.
The bill cleared the Finance Committee today and now heads to the Rules Committee. A state Senate committee is moving forward on a bill that would regulate data centers in South Carolina. The current version of the Data Center Development Act would create an oversight office in the State Department of Environmental Services. It would establish a permitting process for possible data center locations and require data centers to submit an annual report of water and energy usage.
Senator Davis's bill creates a regulatory process on how you are going to site a data center.
You know, this is an ongoing process, and plans are being developed.
Bill is expected to head to the full Senate floor, but there are only 9 days left in this year's legislative session. I want to get back to the weather right now. Live look over Lake Norman, as we did not get the rain we needed today, but you can see there's one big storm cloud that's kind of hanging over Lake Norman right now in the Denver area. Is that bringing any kind of rain right now?
Yes.
We need it, yes. So let's talk to Tara a little bit more about what we're going to see.
Yeah, we do have some spotty showers and storms out there, nothing too widespread. Most of you will probably stay dry for the rest of this evening, but we have another small chance of a little more rain early tomorrow. Much better chance, it looks like, heading into part of the weekend on Saturday. So we'll talk all about it here, but for now, we are still in the clear over West Charlotte. We've got the Bruno Mars concert happening this evening, so far so good. Now, that's not to say that it's going to stay that way for the rest of this evening over Bank of America Stadium. It is still possible we could get that quick pop-up shower, even a thunderstorm over the next few hours. So we'll be tracking that along with you. But otherwise, it's warm outside. We've had the sun coming out today and helping to fuel the development of more of these storms. And we were talking about this yesterday, how after that one round that most of you did not get earlier today and this morning, most of it stayed north or south of us, that we were watching for the possibility of more scattered storms this afternoon and evening. And sure enough, we do have some, and that includes, yes, northern Mecklenburg County, around that part of Lake Norman. It has been getting wet out there, Cornelius zone, and we've got that moderate rain picking up right over the lake there and pushing off to the east and around part of Huntersville as well. So nothing too intense. Some occasional rumbles of thunder. This was a storm earlier and pretty decent one northwest of Statesville, but you can see how that's in the process of weakening. Just a few leftover sprinkles really showing up around Cleveland there in the western part of Rowan County. And then we head on down to the south into southern Cleveland County, Blacksburg into South Carolina, Grover, and maybe a little bit toward Kings Mountain. Yes, I had a message on Facebook saying, where's the rain, from a Kings Mountain viewer earlier today. So you may get some, it's not much, but just some light to moderate rain that may clip part of the area there, and just a few isolated spot showers drifting in from the west across the mountain community. So this is all ahead of a cold front. Until that cold front completely clears the area, that chance of showers and a few spotty storms, some of which could turn, a little stronger here with some damaging wind gusts, maybe some small hail before the night's out, and that chance continues until about 11 o'clock, even close to midnight or so tonight, and then clearing out for several hours before we get another small chance of a little bit of rain in parts of the area early tomorrow. 80 degrees top temperature today in the Queen City, so a few degrees above average. Big warm up from yesterday's mid 60s. We've got low 80s still sticking around in Concord and Wadesboro. Rockingham's at 81, 79 in Morganton, 75 in Hickory after some rain earlier this evening there, and mid 60s up in the mountain communities. Tomorrow, chance of a few areas of showers in the morning, but then it will be drier as we get into the afternoon. Back to more sunshine by 4 p.m. with temperatures just a few degrees cooler than today, but still real nice and comfortable outside in the mid 70s. So look at this, 7 o'clock in the morning, another disturbance passing by to our south could clip parts of our area and bringing some scattered showers, mainly from Charlotte south. So if you live in the mountains, foothills, areas north and west of Charlotte, the drier it will be there. So don't expect the rain early tomorrow, but even some moderate to heavy areas of rain possible, especially south and east of Charlotte. That's in and out pretty quick. So again, the afternoon is drier and we'll still have some clouds moving through from time to time into Friday. But overall, next couple of days looking pretty good outside after early tomorrow morning if you have any outside plans. Saturday, though, if you have some outside plans, hopefully have an indoor plan or a rain plan just in case, because then we'll get another system bring in even more widespread rain. And by the time that's out of here late Saturday, well, we could be looking at an additional 3/4 to an inch of rainfall, especially from Charlotte south. Not quite as much expected up toward the mountains and foothills, only about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch in those areas. But behind that round of rain, it gets cooler. I mean, the weekend overall, check out the mountain forecast, definitely on the cooler side from 61 on Friday, 50s during the day, Saturday and Sunday. But we could be looking at some frost advisories or even freeze warnings up in just the higher elevations with those colder around freezing temperatures early Sunday. It's going to be a chilly start everywhere Sunday morning, upper 30s, low 40s across the Charlotte area, 60s for Saturday and Sunday afternoons, back in the 70s and 80s going into next week.
Tara, thank you. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth grilled by lawmakers for the first time since the start of the war in Iran. His request for more funding, with $25 billion already spent to date on the war. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Pentagon officials are asking lawmakers for significantly more funding as the war in Iran drags on. This comes as Pentagon officials are defending their 2027 budget request for $1.5 trillion, a 50% jump in current spending. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was scrutinized heavily by lawmakers over the operation's ballooning costs, President Trump's threats to resume strikes, and the mission's goals.
Haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the...
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7.
Top defense officials say the war in Iran has already cost the U.S. $25 billion. Gas prices in the U.S. are spiking again amid the war in Iran. According to AAA, the current average for a gallon of gas is up to $4.22, up 5 cents from yesterday. North Carolina also jumped up 6 cents now to $4 a gallon. South Carolina at $3.88 right now. New on Queen City News Plus with This Week, Turnkey host Morgan Francis helps navigate the overwhelming world of estate planning and what you can do to help get affairs in order before it's too late.
Your home in a trust.
Yeah.
What is that, and why not just put in your will, here's what I want to happen to my home? The downside of a will is that anything that passes through a will goes through probate. That's a big misconception. People think if they have a will, they're not going to, their family won't be dealing with probate, and that's not true. But the court is involved, and the court is also ensuring that creditors get paid before beneficiaries get paid. Varies state by state, but North Carolina, it's not a pleasant process. We tell clients like 9 to 18 months is about how long it typically takes.
You can watch the full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Bill O'Reilly on Cuomo.
Here's what I know, Cuomo.
With hard-hitting debate.
I'm telling you, Bill, you're not even close on this.
That respects all sides.
My job as a journalist and your job as a journalist is to get the truth.
Tonight at 8, 7 Central on News Nation.
To find News Nation, go to newsnationnow.com.
Queen City News has an all-new way to stay connected when we're not live on the air. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we got Carolina Sports Live, 7:30, Behind the Lens, 8 o'clock, Local Roots. Watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Tara?
Well, it's not much rain, but we do have a few spotty showers and storms that have managed to develop here with the heating of the day, more of that sunshine and warmth that we're feeling and seeing outside today. You can see some activity moving across northern Mecklenburg County, drifting to the south and east. We've had that weakening storm moving into Rowan County, a little bit of rain not far from Kings Mountain, maybe heading into that northern part of York County. We've got more showers possible, mainly south of Charlotte early tomorrow, more rain on Saturday.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for watching tonight at 6 o'clock. Hope to see you back here at 10.
Now, it's CSL, Carolina Sports Live.
Well, folks, don't call it a comeback. One Carolina Panthers